So, close enough. Council, it is 6 p.m. on Tuesday, March 11th, 2025, and it is 61 degrees. When is the last time that happened? How many days? Everybody, quick guess. I'd say 120-ish.
Sounds good.
What do you
I
think?
think it's like November.
Seriously, 61 degrees? I think it's been 120 days.
Oh, yes.
We set a
I
record
thought
for the
you
number
were-
of consecutive
yeah,
days without it hitting 40.
I thought what you were saying was years. I'm like, what?
Oh, no, in the council chambers, no. So we are called to order. Council, are there, or Mr. Manager, are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a couple. Number one is on the warrants. There was just a typo from a carryover from the prior agenda, so it should read ratification of the warrants of the week of 3/5/25 and approval of the warrants of the week of 3/12/25. I'm going to request to remove item 8A, the pilot agreement with Downstreet. This is, we realize we need to do a little bit more homework with the assessors on this and Angie. So we've been in touch with Angie today. Still moving in the right direction, just need to do a little bit more homework on it. And then on executive session, I'd also like to add, we have legal and personnel. I'd like to add real estate as well.
Got it. Council, any adjustments to the agenda? Any objections to the managers? Okay, moving on to item 3, visitors and communications. Is there anyone wishing to address the council regarding an item that is not on the agenda? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Council will move on to item 4, which is the consent agenda. We'll be approving the minutes of the meeting of 2/25/25. I believe there were some licenses and permits. I'll have you review those in just a moment. We'll be reappointing Amy Galford and Peter Anthony, who is the alternate to the CVSWMD board. We'll be authorizing, I don't think you have any contracts this week, do you, Mr. Manager?
Correct, no contract.
Okay, so there are no contracts this week. And, and we'll stop there before we approve the warrants. Is there a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Take your pick. Is there any discussion, folks? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And those opposed? Motion is approved. We'll move to item 4A on the agenda. This is to approve the city warrants for the week of, I believe you said, Nicholas, 3/5/25 and 3/12/25?
Yep,
Thank
that's
you.
right.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
And seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? Are you abstaining, Counselor?
Yes.
That is noted. Thank you.
Oh, she is.
Okay, motion carries. Let you get caught up.
All right.
And go.
Okay, so for the clerk and treasurer report, is that what we're looking for? Or are we looking for the Office of Licensing and Permits?
We're actually looking for clerk and treasurer's report.
Okay.
We just skimmed right over that.
Yep.
It's a long meeting.
No worries. All right, treasurer
You
report.
sent those in a separate memo to us anyway.
And they were all liquor anyway, so they would be down lower. We have wrapped up the Barre Unified Union School District and the Central Vermont Career Center elections. The official results may be viewed on our city website at barrecity.org under the elections options. Overall, the adjustment to using the lower level went rather well. It was successful. It was a learning experience, and we're going to take that forward and use the advice and little critiques in future uses for future elections that need to be placed down in the lower level. It was helpful, I think, for the facilities to do that so they didn't have to replan and readjust for the basketball tournaments that were being held at the same time. And we're happy to oblige for that. Secondly, dog license renewals are still being accepted. Please, you can do it online. You can email the updated rabies certificates, and then you can make the payment online. Everything is due by March 1st. And if you are doing it online, We will notate the date we received the payment, but however, there may be like a 7 to 10 business day before you actually receive the new information in the mail. Thirdly, we're looking forward into May. Saturday, May 3rd is Green Up Day, and the clerk's office has already received all their bags, and we already have our sign-up sheets. Feel free to come in at any time. You can start Green Up Day anytime. And that is all I have.
Thank you very
Yes.
much. Questions? Yes.
I had a question from a resident who asked about, could we put, or do we put any signage outside City Hall on voting day? Just to say to people, go to the odd.
We have signage on our ballot boxes stating that nothing can be brought into the clerk's office. They have to go to the polls.
Right, but could we put something like outside, sometimes there's some sort of sawhorse or something that says, voting is today, go up to the auditorium.
Absolutely.
We want your vote.
Absolutely, we could do that.
Thank you.
Counselor Spalding?
Thank you. Quick question. Are dog licenses due March 1st? I thought it was April 1st.
Did I say March 1st? I meant to say March 31st.
Okay, good. I was like, oh no, I'm late. Thank you so much.
Any other questions for the clerk and treasurer?
Yeah, she answered my question.
Oh, okay.
It was the day, I was like, wait a second.
Awesome. Then, council, we will move on to Liquor and Cannabis Control Board, which is in session. What have you got for us, ma'am?
All right. We have 3 locations for Champlain Farms. We have the 15 South Main Street, 169 Washington Street, and 475 North Main Street. All 3 are Class 2, and they have a tag of tobacco and tobacco substitutes as well. They have been approved by both the police department and the fire marshal. Denty's Market is applying for their second-class renewal. They're located at 406 North Main Street, and they both have the fire department, the fire marshal, and PD approval.
Thank you. Any questions or a motion would be in order?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, thank you very much. Liquor Control Board is adjourned and Cannabis Control Board is adjourned. Mr. Manager, hot from
Thank you, Mayor.
Argentina.
Yes, thank you. I don't have too much of a report myself this week. Many of you know I had to rush down to Argentina. My grandma had taken ill. She's improving. So it's luckily been, she's getting slowly better. But I just want to take the moment to thank the department heads who have just sprung up and sort of taken the lead and really kept the city running. And they all did it with about less notice than I had. And they've done a great job. And it was a whole team effort to make sure things were transitioned. I'm able to join you today because Chris Kirby was able to make sure I could bring my laptop down here, and he actually just troubleshooted an issue that I couldn't log on from Argentina to this meeting, but obviously I'm here, so he fixed that. And even Deputy Chief Eastman made sure I could bring my phone so I could call and text and receive calls and texts. So not too much to report for myself. I've been checking in with the team. I know they're keeping things afloat, and I look forward to being back next week. So thank you all for stepping up and being so, just everyone stepping up to help in my absence.
Thank you, Nicholas. Best wishes to Grandma.
Thank you.
So any questions, folks? And then, what's the weather like in Argentina this time of year?
It's actually quite lovely. It's late summer, early fall here, which is one of the nicer seasons. It's a nice time of year. It's also the wine festival. It's not the reason I came, I promise. But they do fill the fountains in the park with Malbec, which is a very fine red wine if you've had the chance to drink it. But it's the harvest season here for the grapes, and so it's a really lovely time of year to be down.
Fantastic. Well, it's 61 degrees here.
I think we beat that, but I'll take 61.
Don't rub it in. It's 61 degrees here. We're grateful. Okay, Council, if there's no questions, we'll move to item 8B on your agenda because we deleted 8A. This is the flood resiliency plan and the hydrology study. Councilor Guston?
Certainly. You'll all have to give me a little bit of leeway this evening because I am multitasking in a new way. So we have this evening, we actually sort of kind of have two updates for the flood plan. One is around the hydraulic modeling, inundation modeling that council had approved funding for earlier this fall, which is one component of the flood plan. And we're going to get an update on some of the river projects as well, some of the other of which are on the flood plan. And I don't know that I've seen Roy yet.
I haven't seen Roy on either, but he was hoping to join.
Okay.
We'll hope that he.
Let me see if I can see the participants. And
Nice to see you all again. I'm Alex Marcucci, Water Resources Scientist at SLR Consulting. It's been a few months.
I do not see him.
So, Council, the part of Ray will be played by Alex.
He only had 2 slides, so
This is a,
So we came to a number of these meetings back in the summer and fall as part of the Resilience Initiative for Vermont Economic Recovery, the River Project, to identify potential flood hazard mitigation projects for the city of Barre. We had a big list, I'm sure you all remember. I think there were about 42 projects on that list, and collectively we narrowed it down to the 3 projects that'll be submitting HMGP grant applications for next month. So we're kind of working on doing the analysis for these projects and then moving toward preparing concept designs for them to go in with those applications. So at this point, we've done an initial analysis of potential flood mitigation benefits for those top 3 projects. So that's kind of what I'm here to discuss a little bit of today. So you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So what we have been working on is, it's known as hydraulic modeling. We are working with a one-dimensional hydraulic model from a software program called HEC-RAS. And the model that we've been using for this is the FEMA model. So from the FEMA flood insurance study back in 2013, they developed this one-dimensional model, and we took the model and made changes to it to kind of evaluate different alternatives associated with these 3 projects. 3 project areas are the Berlin Street area is project number 1, the Willie Street area is project number 2, and then project number 3 is on Gunners Brook, the Harrington Avenue area, just as a refresher. And this schematic just kind of shows an overview of what the model looks like. So you have your river line in blue and then these cross sections. So as though you're standing in the river looking at the river channel and floodplain. And what the model does is it puts flow into the upstream end, and then it develops, it gives you a consistent water surface elevation at each cross section to say, you know, the 10-year flood is this high, the 50-year flood is this high, the 100-year flood is this high. So we looked at changes in those water surface elevations based on these potential projects. It's kind of an overview.
we do have Roy, he just joined us. So Roy, Roy, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great. All right, feel free to hop in at any point.
Thank you.
Okay, I think next slide.
There we go. All right.
Thank you. Okay, so as I mentioned before, project area number 1 is the Berlin Street area. So what we know happens at the Berlin Street Bridge is it frequently during flooding gets totally clogged up with debris, woody debris, various other things washing down the river system. And then floodwaters kind of exit the channel and flow around into the surrounding neighborhood near Scampini Square and then kind of along North Main Street as well. And you can see some of that. This photo's from the aftermath of the July 2023 flooding, all the damage and all the debris that accumulated there. So in this area, the projects that we kind of, as a group, landed on was the potential removal of the Berlin Street Bridge. As we know, there's kind of a redundant bridge upstream. The Blackwell Street Bridge also accesses the neighborhood. So what we've been considering with you all is the potential to remove that Berlin Street Bridge and potentially replace it with a pedestrian bridge that could still connect the neighborhood to downtown as well as carry that water line underneath the bridge. So what we looked at in the modeling is a few different scenarios related to bridge removal, and then also looking at the floodplain creation along Scampini Square where all of the buyouts are currently in process. So next slide. So we'll look at a bunch of schematics that look kind of like this. So this is a longitudinal profile of the Stevens branch. So what you can see on the bottom, that pink line is the stream bed. So we're looking at upstream on the right side, moving downstream toward the left side. And then that blue line is the water surface elevation for a given flood event. So generally what we're considering with our initial modeling is looking at the small to medium flood in a lot of these schematics. Under kind of the large flood scenario, there's much more water out on the floodplain. So there seems to be a bit less impact with some of these options. So the first thing that we modeled related to the Berlin Street Bridge is the blockage of the bridge. So as we just discussed, we know that the bridge frequently clogs with debris. So in the model, we took the bridge opening and blocked it 80% full to see what would happen to flood levels kind of surrounding the bridge in the neighborhood and upstream. And what we found in the modeling is that flood levels increase for the small to medium flood by almost a foot, kind of in the vicinity of the bridge and upstream when that bridge is blocked. And so we ended up using the blocked bridge scenario as kind of our existing baseline condition to compare these alternatives to, since we know that frequently the bridge is blocked in flooding. So when we see, in the subsequent slides, the effect of bridge removal and the floodplain creation, that's compared to the blocked bridge scenario, just so everyone knows. Thank you. So then we looked at taking out the bridge entirely and seeing what the potential flood mitigation benefit is there. And what we saw in the initial modeling is that for the small to medium flood, the maximum benefit is about a reduction of approximately 2 feet in flood depths right in the vicinity of the bridge and extending a little ways upstream to Blackwell Street. So pulling that bridge out entirely has the potential to reduce flood depths by about 2 feet. And the effects of this is a little bit diminishing as you get to those larger floods where there's just more water out on the floodplain already. So we also, in addition to looking at bridge removal, we looked at the Scampini Square floodplain. So it's a little bit hard to see, but on the right-hand side of the slide, there's kind of a red outline around those parcels that are currently going through the buyout process. So what we did was we took that footprint and we essentially tested out lowering that land right adjacent to the river to a lower elevation, somewhere in between about a 2 and a 10-year flood level, so that that land would be able to be accessed more readily. And so the land was lowered by about 3 feet in the model across that footprint. And what we saw was that for the floodplain creation alone, the benefit was on the order of about 1/10 of a foot of reduction in flood depths across all of the modeled flows. It's a relatively small area, about an acre in size. And you can see that's an example of a cross-section view where, do you mind going back for 1 second? Thank you.
Yeah.
Where if you're standing in the river looking downstream, river left is where that floodplain is, and then river right is the opposite side toward West 2nd Street. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. So we also looked at the combination of removing the Berlin Street Bridge with the creation of that floodplain along Scampini Square. And what we found in the initial modeling is a little bit more than just the bridge removal alone, so about a 2-foot decrease at the small to medium flood level in the vicinity of the bridge and extending upstream again to Blackwell Street for the combination of those two alternatives. So the floodplain provides just a little bit extra reduction in potential flood depths. And then looking in cross-section view, so what I didn't mention in cross-section view the other time is that the upper line, which is the blue flat water surface line, that's the existing conditions. And then you can see the lower pink flat line is the proposed conditions with the implementation of the removal of the bridge as well as the Scampini Square floodplain. And you can see the difference between those lines is about 2 feet on the upper section, and then the lower section a little bit closer to 1 foot. And the black kind of rectangles are representative of building locations. So you can see that there's some potential reduction in the amount of water around the adjacent buildings with this scenario.
May I ask a brief question before we continue? You're describing this as responding to a small to medium flood. Where do our most recent 3 floods fall on your small to medium scale?
That's a great question. I think certainly July of 23 would fall into probably the larger scale, whereas last year would probably be in the small to medium on the Stevens branch, but then a little bit higher on Gunners Brook. Roy, any thoughts? Anything to add there?
I'd agree. I guess maybe I even hazard to say like medium to large in 23 and small to medium 24.
Thank you.
Next.
Yes, thank you. So the second project area that we focused on for the river projects is the Willie Street area. This is similar aerial imagery from post-July 2023 flood. And you can see the Willie Street Bridge right in the center of the photo there. And then the upstream property, which is 572 North Main Street, is kind of on the upper left-hand side of the bridge there. We'll talk about that a little bit. So the Willie Street Bridge is the third in a series of bridges kind of right in a row. You have Willie Street at the downstream side, and then we have Trestle 308 in the middle, and then the Berlin Street Bridge upstream of that. And so what we've seen kind of in the past several floods is a lot of the woody debris, sediment, other debris that's floating through the river system gets hung up at the Berlin Street Bridge and at the Trestle Bridge, and not as much as coming down to the Willie Street Bridge. That could potentially change with changes in the future at those two upstream bridges, so that's something to consider. And what we've seen in the modeling and as well in the FEMA flood insurance study is that the Willie Street Bridge is undersized and is kind of a choke point for floodwaters, even though we're not seeing as much clogging with debris as we are at the two upper structures currently. So the first thing that we looked at here was replacement of the bridge. So we did some field reconnaissance and kind of looked at the measurements of the bridge and the space that's out there. And what we think is feasible at the bridge is that you could potentially expand it toward the west about 10 feet and then raise the deck about 3 feet, the way that everything's configured with the intersections and the railroad and everything currently. Of course, the railroad provides a little bit of a challenge as far as doing a whole lot of elevation of the deck at that structure. So this is what we put into the model. You can see the existing bridge opening is kind of that smaller opening with the lower deck, and then the proposed bridge replacement is shown kind of over on the left-hand side of this plot, a little bit larger and the deck a little bit higher up. So we put that bridge, the replaced bridge, in the model, and what we see again for the small to medium flood scenario is a decrease in the potential flood depths around the order of 1.5 to 2 feet in that stretch upstream of Willie Street. And the effects do carry upstream all the way to Berlin Street, so it can be impactful for kind of all of the buildings and neighborhoods and everything in that area. And this scenario, we've assumed that the Berlin Street Bridge is also clogged, so no change there. And then again, similar to what we were seeing at Berlin Street, the benefits, potential benefits are slightly diminishing at higher flows when everything is kind of already inundated. And one thing we wanted to test as kind of a potential future scenario is what happens at the Willie Street Bridge if there's more debris coming down through the system. You know, if some changes happen with the Trestle Bridge or with the Berlin Street Bridge, if more of that debris does make it down to Willie Street, what would happen if the bridge was clogged up? We tested about half the capacity being filled up by debris just to see what would happen in the modeling. And what we saw is a pretty substantial increase in potential flood depths upstream of Willie Street all the way up to Berlin Street, a maximum of about a 4-foot increase in depth if that bridge does get blocked up. So that kind of further shows that the bridge is a bit of a choke point in the system and could become an issue in the future, you know, with debris coming down through the system.
So can I ask a question before I forget? So we remove the Berlin Street Bridge, hypothetically speaking. We remove the Berlin Street Bridge. We remove the trestle. And I remember the order of magnitude, and you know, I'm just going to approximate a little bit here, but in terms of depth reduction, it was somewhere 0 to 2 feet. I don't think I saw anything more than 2. It was like 0 to 2.
Correct, yeah, in that order, I think.
But if you potentially remove Berlin Street, remove the trestle, and more debris makes its way to Willie, now we're seeing a 4-foot increase that extends back to Berlin Street. So, and you can hold the answer, but I'm thinking, are we going to make things worse if we remove Berlin Street, remove the trestle, and do nothing about Willie? Are we potentially making things worse?
I think that's,
And if you want to think for a little bit, it's cool. I just had to ask it before I forgot.
yeah, I'll provide my 2 cents, and then I'm sure Roy might have something to say also, but
Cool.
yeah, that's part of why we kind of, you know, we know that Willie Street right now might not be the most immediate issue. We know Berlin Street has a lot of issues and is constantly clogging with debris and flying out into the neighborhoods, but we really did want to look at Willie Street also because we know the potential for future issues there with more debris coming down and potentially clogging up that bridge. So that's kind of why we're looking at replacement and expansion of the structure, and then also the floodplain on the 572 North Main Street property. That becomes pretty critical also because that would provide space for that debris to kind of disperse out of the river on the upstream side there. So that kind of would provide a little bit of a release valve if no change happens at Willie Street, but there are changes upstream. Then lowering that land at 572 North Main can kind of provide a spot for debris to shed off and not get clogged up in the bridge. Right, thoughts?
Yeah, it is a great question, and I agree with your answer. I guess the one thing I would say is like if you could magically create a debris-free flood, the initial modeling we've looked at says that Willie Street is actually the worst performing bridge. It has the most potential for flood reduction benefit through the city in terms of length. And so I guess one of our questions is, if you were to attack these three projects in some sort of sequence, what would that be? And there is a concern that if you pass all the debris down here or even further downstream, then what happens at those locations? So, I guess I think, Alex, you kind of touched on one of the biggest things is that we need to sort of maybe change the way we behave during these floods and be prepared to manage debris. And the 572 project is a really good opportunity to be able to get safely at the side of the river and manage debris. And that seems like one of the issues at Berlin Street is we can't get under the bridge as well. So that's kind of in our thought process. So
Thank you.
I'll pause there.
Okay, so the project kind of coupled with the potential bridge improvements here, as we were just talking about, is there's a buyout underway for the 572 North Main Street property, which is upstream on River Right if you're looking downstream. It's that parcel right on North Main. So we looked at similarly lowering the land along the river by about 3 feet, and it's a little bit less than an acre area-wise. And go to the next slide. So what we saw is about a 0.2 foot decrease for the small to medium flood, up to about almost a half a foot decrease in flood depths for higher flows. And as we kind of discussed before, it becomes really important for debris management. So if you go to the next slide, we modeled the two in conjunction, so the bridge replacement with the floodplain restoration there. And it's relatively similar as far as reduction in flood depths for, it's mostly driven by the bridge replacement as the reduction in flood depths, and kind of there's a little bit added with the creation of the floodplain, but it does, as Roy was just saying, become really important for debris management, having that safe access point where some debris can shed off and hopefully not clog the bridge, and then also you can stage equipment like an excavator in there, have like some sort of pad kind of on the restored floodplain so that you can have equipment in there and be able to clear out the bridge as debris comes down during flooding.
Yeah, is that a space where something like a trash rack would make sense? Or no? I have no idea.
I guess what we're seeing on Gunner's Brook is that they're complicated as far as how they perform in flooding, and it's kind of pretty confined in there with a lot on the western side. But Roy, do you have additional thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think the thing about a trash rack is you need a broad place to sort of store big areas of floodwaters in the middle of a flood. And like you said, there's a lot of confinement and everything's around the river here, so there's not space for that. Unless you can set them up so you can actually actively manage them during a flood.
So lastly, on the Stevens branch, we combined all of the potential alternatives for project 1 and 2. So both floodplain lowering projects and then the Berlin Street Bridge removal as well as the Willie Street Bridge replacement. And this longitudinal profile shows kind of the different sections of river between Willie Street and Blackwell Street and like the level of potential impact as far as flood depth reduction goes. So as you can see in the stretch between roughly the Willie Street and Trestle 308, we saw about a 1 to 2 foot potential decrease in flood depths for the small to medium flood, and then a little bit less between the Trestle and Berlin, closer to the 0 to 1 foot reduction, and upstream of Berlin, maximum of 2.3, and then beyond that, kind of closer to half a foot tapering off up to Blackwell Street. So this is like best case scenario, everything happens. This is the potential flood depth reduction that could be seen throughout that stretch. Yes.
And would it protect those neighborhoods that are right across from the river? Potentially.
I mean, certainly any reduction in water around those houses, like, you know, we're talking about the small to medium flood here. So in huge floods, there's still going to be water kind of getting out. We've unfortunately built out our floodplains so much. There's still going to be water there in large floods, but I think in the smaller flood, the initial results anyway, show promise that there could be less water around those houses. So hopefully less damage to them.
Thank you.
So the third project area that we've been looking at is Gunners Brook, so tributary to the Stevens Branch that flows in from the north, and our kind of project area is around Harrington Avenue. So this is an interesting shot. We're going to talk about the debris catcher that's shown in this image a lot in the next several slides, and this is the July 2024 flooding, kind of what happened at that site. So go to the next slide. And this is, again, just to show the extent of the one-dimensional model that we are looking at for Gunners Brook. So similarly, this is a FEMA model, although it's separate from the Stevens Branch model, same source for the data there. And then kind of our project area is shown with our floodplain expansion project in red, and then the circle around just the general area on Harrington Ave. So the shot from the left is from 2015 and the right is 2020. So as everyone knows, there was a restoration project that happened there. I think it was 2016, 2017, around that time, where there were a number of homes bought out, and then a floodplain was created, which you can see on the right-hand side. And then the debris catcher was installed to kind of manage that woody debris load that's coming down and prevent clogging of downstream structures. And there was formerly a bridge on Harrington Avenue that was also removed as part of that project. So now what we're kind of, the new development here is that there is a handful of new properties that have applied for buyouts, and they're moving through the buyout process. Those properties are circled in white on the right-hand side. So this provides a unique opportunity to kind of expand the restoration project that already happened here, and potentially look at options for how the debris catchers could be reconfigured. So the first thing that we wanted to look at in this area, based on what we have heard and what we've seen from recent flooding, is that the way that the debris catcher is configured, it does a great job at catching debris, almost too good a job where it turns into essentially a dam across the brook. And what we saw following the July 2024 flooding was that kind of that all got clogged up with woody debris as it was designed to, but then it kind of raised up the floodwaters behind it and caused water to flow down Brook Street and also out into the neighborhood toward Maple Ave on Harrington Ave, and all of that. So the condition that we wanted to include in the model, and we did update the model since the modeling was before the restoration project, we updated this whole stretch to include like the current topography and everything. But we wanted to see what happened in the model when the debris catcher is totally blocked. So we essentially blocked off the channel up to the height of the debris catchers, and what we saw, pretty similar to what we were seeing and hearing has happened in recent flooding, is that the floodwaters exit the channel and go down on Brook Street, and kind of there's more water out in the Harrington Avenue area as well. And the modeling showed almost 2 feet increase in that flood depth as a result of the debris catcher being blocked. So we tested a few different things. One component of this project is the reconfiguration of that debris catcher into something different that does not result in the whole channel being kind of blocked up with debris. And then the other component is, as I mentioned before, the expanding of that floodplain. Now that we have more parcels that are going through the buyout process, there's more space to do some additional floodplain lowering adjacent to the brook and provide some more space for floodwaters to spread out. So in this longitudinal profile, you can see that essentially with the condition of the debris catcher being blocked, When the debris catcher is reconfigured and the floodplain expansion happens, there's almost a 2-foot decrease in flood depths in the vicinity of Harrington Avenue. And then what we're seeing, if the debris catcher is not blocked and flooding is happening, that with just the floodplain expansion, there's almost 1 foot of potential reduction in flood depths in that area. And it's pretty much the whole stretch between Seminary Street and Brook Street see some amount of benefit, although it's most kind of right in the vicinity of where the debris catcher is located and where Harrington Avenue is. And this is just a cross-section from that area, just to kind of highlight what that looks like in section view. So you can see the land is lowered. That pink line would be the new floodplain where the land is lowered along the brook and kind of into those new buyout parcels by about 1 to 4 feet. And then showing the 2 water surface elevations with the debris catcher reconfiguration and floodplain expansion, that lower pink line. The small to medium flood appears to be pretty much fully contained within that restored floodplain area, whereas the existing scenario with debris catcher blocked, the water surface elevation is almost 2 feet higher and kind of spreading out into the neighborhood. So we prepared some visuals to show kind of what we're thinking as far as reconfiguration of the debris catchers and then also expansion of the floodplain. So there's dotted lines around the homes that are moving through the buyout process, and you can see kind of in the background, we left that flood imagery in there to just show kind of the current condition as compared to what we think would work well here potentially. So one thing that we think is important is kind of allowing space for the floodwaters to move through this stretch and not get kind of blocked up at one single debris catcher. So we think that reconfiguring the 1 large debris catcher into 3 smaller ones that maybe extend halfway across the channel, not all the way across both floodplains and across the channel, would be good because it would provide, you can see kind of the white dotted line is potentially where flood flows could still get around the debris, so it wouldn't form as much of kind of a wall, like a dam in the brook. And there would be kind of, the whole channel would be shifted over since there would be more space on the Harrington Avenue area. So there would be some floodplain on either side of it. So hopefully moving the water away from Brook Street would reduce flooding of Brook Street as well. And we also included some kind of access areas where you could have equipment staged during flooding because there's going to be debris accumulating at these catchers and that'll need to be managed during flooding so that water is not kind of getting around them in every direction. And another visual just to show the green area shows the restored floodplain area. So that'll be kind of low floodplain right adjacent to the brook, and the low flow channel is in the middle. And similarly, you can see the debris catchers maybe a little bit better without kind of the debris that we had in there and the configuration of how it'll be several posts that kind of don't extend all the way across the channel and floodplain. And then similar to how it is now, there will need to be a berm of some sort kind of at the back on the Maple Avenue side to protect the remaining homes in flooding. Roy, did you have anything to add about Harrington Ave?
No, that was good.
Any questions about Harrington Ave?
Yeah, I have one. Have you studied yet how doing the work you're proposing at Harrington Ave will affect the Stevens from Berlin Street to the Willie Street Bridge that we talked about previously? Do you think that one will impact the other?
I think that for the scale of this project, the impacts will mostly be relatively localized to Gunners Brook and probably not substantially extending downstream. This is kind of like, Roy's going to talk a little bit about the expanded hydrologic and hydraulic study that we're going to be working on. And in that study, we're going to be linking together the river systems. So currently the 2 FEMA models, they're separate models. So you kind of can't really look at everything all together, but we'll be kind of building a bigger model that will be able to evaluate how different projects impact different areas. But that said, I think when you add up these smaller projects and have many of them, they kind of have more of an impact on the system, whereas individually they're more localized flood mitigation benefits.
So for those, so looking at this model, you've taken what is a relatively narrow waterway leading into this area, and then we've enlarged this area and tried to make the debris catchers more efficient in a better way than they are now. But then we're redirecting water into a fairly narrow channel again, hopefully absent debris. So just to manage the expectations, it doesn't seem, this is a good thing for those on Brook and Maple, but it won't necessarily fix the problem if you are downstream in that constricted area. It won't necessarily change those conditions. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, and I think it's a really good point. I mean, on the whole, Gunner's Brook is really, a lot's been built all along it, and the channel wants to be about 32 feet wide, and mostly it's more like 15 to 20 feet wide, so it's just too narrow. So kind of, the hope is that over time, as potentially more buyouts happen, there might be like the ability to expand something like this. But yeah, it'll reduce floodwaters getting out on Brook Street, and kind of, we saw waters flowing down Brook Street and impacting more homes kind of in that area. So the potential for reduction as far as that goes, but you're right that, it's ultimately the water's still kind of being forced back into the really channelized brook downstream of there. So there will still be issues downstream potentially.
And is there, or could there be an opportunity? I mean, what's really struck me in both the 23 and 24 events that we didn't see in 11 or 15 was just the amount of sediment, the amount of dirt, the amount of silt. Is there an opportunity to downstream from this floodplain? Is there an opportunity to maintain the channel, maintain the riverbed? Go ahead, call it dredging, but is there an opportunity to just give the water a larger space to flow? And would that be a good idea?
I mean, we've talked a little bit about sediment management kind of at past meetings, and it seems like targeted sediment management, especially at structures, can be effective, but kind of as like a bigger, more widely prescribed thing, generally not as effective. Roy, do you have thoughts for that?
I guess I'd agree with that. I mean, it's kind of one of the issues of not having a lot of floodplains is that that's where the sediment normally would get deposited, and with less floodplain, the sediment gets transported downstream. So I think all these projects we've discussed all will help a little bit in creating small floodplains throughout the confined system that allow sediment to drop out. I think, like you said, Alex, I do think some targeted sediment management may be part of the solution. In select places where you just need a little more volume, or where there's like big breaks in slope. Those are kind of the few spots, or around structures, as Alex said, where we do see communities getting permits to manage. You have to set an elevation and use some of this modeling to know where, what elevations keep your bridges in design compliance, for example, or allow the floodplain to keep functioning a certain way. So is an option.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony?
Thank you very much. I apologize for intervening, but given the mayor's acute interest in the problem of pushing the problem downstream, if there's any reason that the Willie Street will be redesigned, I would point out, particularly if you're going to widen there, or suggest that it be widened, the predecessor bridges, both at Berlin and Willie, had the superstructure above the roadway, like Granite Street Bridge in Montpelier or our own Granite Street Bridge. That gains at least 3 feet above the current height of the river, just because the superstructure is gone from underneath the roadbed and now is up on top. I know that's not a hydrological comment, but those bridges, the way they were designed, the previous ones did survive for an extended period of time, were not dams. And the design thinking changed in the 50s and 60s to what we have now. So in a way that comes from the design. I just point out. So if there's any reason to rebuild, we need a Willie Street Bridge. There's no other way to get there. So if it's gonna be redesigned, I really recommend the superstructure be on top.
Thank you. Councilor Stockwell?
I heard in an earlier discussion about the river that, like, if you were to dredge something that's very channelized, like the narrow part of Gunner's Brook, then in fact it speeds up the water, so it can pull in the concrete blocks that are keeping it in place. And that's a quite real possibility, isn't it?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Sometimes by removing sediment, you can create some stability issues where the river's deeper, the water's moving faster, the river wants to adjust to accommodate that, and often widening, we'll see widening and kind of undermining of some, like you said, block walls, things like that. It could be a potential impact from digging the river down.
Thank you.
Mayor, Amy Gelford has her hand raised.
I'm sorry?
Amy Gelford has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Amy,
Just-
because I can't see you. I got a good co-pilot, though. It's all good.
I had a couple of questions about some of the stuff about the Berlin Bridge area. Not a fan of the idea of that being removed, so I have a few questions about that. That kind of came up with some of the consultants had an extra conversation with Danielle and me based on some of the comments we had at a meeting, and I was kind of taken aback at the suggestion of potentially removing Berlin Street because we had survived it being closed for a while then, and I'm still not a fan of it being closed. I think the recent traffic diversion off of North Main Street while the repairs were being done proves that we do need the ability to have traffic go across the Berlin Street Bridge. I don't agree that Blackwell Street Bridge is redundant to Berlin Street in size or traffic capacity or the ability to move through. I think it's a very different thing for the Green Mountain Transit route, the school bus routes, emergency police and fire vehicles, that sort of thing, but I've said that before. So one thing I wondered about is, the question came up before about, well, what about stopping the debris from getting in the Berlin Street Bridge? And it sounded like there's concern about having an access point there. Is the Allen Lumber Warehouse, the building on sort of the southeast corner of the Berlin Street Bridge, is that in the process of a buyout? Because I thought that would be one area that potentially could become part of a floodplain or be used to manage debris upstream of the Berlin Street Bridge.
I can answer that. It is not. They have not submitted a buyout application.
Okay. Sorry, I thought I had seen that on a map at some point in time. And I guess my personal memory of one of the floods, the comment was made that it's constantly clogging. I've lived here for 7 years, and I think constantly clogging is a little bit of an overstatement. But part of what happened one of the last times it clogged was literally having a dumpster stuck up against the bridge. So I think there's some middle ground between elaborate trash racks and no trash racks at all. I would love to see something that could catch dumpster sized particles and keep them from getting trapped under the bridge, because like Peter Anthony was saying, part of the problem is that low height under the bridge. And so if you have big objects getting caught under there, I hope there's some way to deal with the debris control. Like, I wish right now we would, before things start melting, that we would go put a bunch of cattle fencing in the river or something to catch those gigantic particles. In the Scampini Square floodplain area, there's I don't know if it would help to look back at that map, but there's the Vine Street Playground there, which also does act as a floodplain, because when the houses directly across the street from it, like literally their furniture from their front porches was washed across to the other side of the playground, and also the back of some of the properties that come off of Smith Street. So I don't know if there's additional properties. And then I also, again, thought that some of the back of the properties on the 2nd Street side across the river from Scampini, I thought those were also getting a buyout, but maybe not. I know the elevation was smaller there, but I'm just wondering if the full area of what's happening with the buyouts was taken into account with the Scampini Square floodplain.
I think the buyout question might be another question for Nicholas, but
Yeah, I think that I don't know if it includes all of it. We have and they may not all go through anyhow. But I believe the ones that are included are the ones that are furthest along in the process at this point. I would just add too, on the Berlin Street Bridge, one of the reasons we started focusing on it at a staff level was because That in the December flood of 2023, that was the first spot that started to become problematic. So I think it's helpful to have the science behind it from Alex and Roy, but also from an observational standpoint. And then maybe that was a very specific event. Maybe there are very specific things that led to it, but we were monitoring everything very closely because that was a very slowly developing event, and that was the very first point, the very first bridge that was going to give. So just to comment again, I think it's important to have what Alex and Roy are doing, but that's another point for context of why we have found it to be a very compelling site as well.
Yeah, I get it. And, in that same storm in December, I walked down to the corner of Ladd and Smith and I could see, it was overtopping the back of the parking lots for Safety Clean and Hutchins Roofing over on 2nd Street, which is downstream of Berlin Street. So it wasn't just the Berlin Street clog, it was flooding downstream of that already. It was overtopping the banks. And then I just wondered again, one of the things I wonder about with Berlin Street is that there is a stormwater outfall that's on the upstream side that's adding to that bridge and potentially contributing debris as well. And I know there have been some stormwater management ideas in the past about, say, directing things from My Street, Foss Street over towards this swale between Route 62 and Foss Street, so that that's going further downstream and not collecting everything that's coming off of mine and my neighbors' roofs and wrapping it around to Berlin Street. So, as we zoom in on that area, I would love to see things taken into account with the stormwater flow in terms of slowing it down, spreading it out, soaking it in, between Route 62 and Foss Street, which is publicly owned property already. It's not a matter of a buyout, it's state and city land, and keeping that away from Berlin Street.
Thank you. Mr. McKenzie, did you have a question? I'll get to you in just a moment, Joe Allen.
Yeah, yes, I did. In a few locations, and particularly the Heritage Area Park, you designated some debris management zones, if I understood correctly. Are those what I would call active debris management, where debris is being managed and removed during the flooding event? Or is it post-event?
Probably a bit of both. I think the goal is having three separate debris catcher locations, having established access points where you can safely stage an excavator such that during flooding, there's the ability to go in and kind of remove debris, and then of course access after the flooding as well.
Have you considered a model where
Just as a quick, could you come up to the microphone, please? We had someone in the chat who is having trouble hearing.
My question is, have you considered a model where you don't add as many new debris catches, if you will, or trash racks, but manage debris with the existing trash racks from Berlin Street, from Brook Street, and remove debris from the first 2 or 3 pylons? And so let it dam up elsewhere, but take the debris out and still let water flow by, as well as have the new floodplain on the other side. I'd be curious to see what that does and if it would preclude the need to install all of the other trash racks. Just a thought. And of course, when we talk debris management, if we're talking active debris management, I mean, when I was manager, and I'm pretty sure that Nicholas has too, I mean, we would stage equipment to make sure that we could remove debris, but it is part of a flood reaction strategy that equipment has to be staged and has to be able to get there, and it requires equipment, it requires manpower. But my question is, is that still a more cost-effective alternative and still solve the problem? So my question would be, could you model an option that says, okay, we'll clean the debris out of the first 3 pylons, put in the new floodplain, and then how does that affect the flood levels? So just a thought.
Thank you. Yes, that's something that we could model. And I think I might defer to Roy for more comment on that if he has any.
Yeah, no, we can certainly, I just took a note on that. We can evaluate that as well.
To me, it'd be an interesting comparison.
Yeah.
I think my only concern, if you're kind of clearing off just like the Brook Street side is encouraging water to really flow into that road embankment. So I think there'd have to be some kind of, I guess, maybe reinforcement there, so that.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, that wall that's there now was vastly improved over what was there before, and it's pretty rugged, and it is anchored and it is tied vertically, so it's pretty rugged.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Yeah, we can look at that as well. Thank you.
Joe Ellen?
Hey, good evening. Thanks. This is a great report. Thank you so much. I have a couple of questions. The first is, I'm wondering, and perhaps you know this, if the town of Barre is doing a similar kind of assessment and plan for resiliency. And then the second is, we're so tied in, obviously, because of our terrain compared to them with flood mitigation of any kind. So I'm wondering also if there's if a relationship has begun with the town to discuss kind of how we can work together on issues that relate to the town's water coming down. Thank you.
I think that might be a good Nicholas question again, but I can say that for this project has been going through the river program, as I kind of mentioned at the start, the Resilience Initiative for Vermont Economic Recovery. And Barre Town was not an included town in that study. It was like a handful of some of the hardest hit towns from the July 2023 flooding were put into this river project to kind of develop these flood mitigation strategies. And Barre Town was not in the river process, but I'm not sure. I defer to Nicholas or
Yeah. Thanks, Alex. Yeah, I think so. The flood resiliency is absolutely not a municipal responsibility in my mind. I think that we obviously play an important part, but the water traverses city town lines, and so this is obviously a really good reason for regional governments like counties, which most other states have and are able to do these kinds of projects with a broader view. I know that I wasn't personally able to join, but I believe the mayor, a couple of councilors, and I believe Tess Taylor joined a convening on a watershed level that was held in Montpelier, I believe. And so I know there's the beginnings of conversations to talk about this at a regional level. Obviously, to implement something like that, I don't think we can wait for county's government to come to Vermont, but it's one of the many reasons that county government would be very important here. But those conversations have been convened by the state level, by state level partners, in terms of looking at this at a watershed level conversation.
And I just add to that, at that meeting, I think all of the municipalities, there was a gentleman there from, I believe, Nicholas, I think it was Washington, Vermont. And, he got it. He understood that in Washington, they actually have what we don't have. They have a lot of area to manage the floodplain. They have a lot of area to create a floodplain. And obviously, anything they can do in Washington is that much less of a problem in Barre. And, since these events, I absolutely believe that we're all in this together. I live at the Edgewood Brook. My driveway is at the edge of the Edgewood Brook, where the lieutenant governor drowned in 1927. And I can tell you that from the development on Windywood Road, that brook has changed. The water velocity has absolutely changed. And I didn't pay much attention as a neighbor right down the hill, as all of that was being permitted. And I'm not sitting here trying to pick a fight, but I am stating facts. I didn't pay a lot of attention. I'm paying attention now. So anything that gets permitted significant that is outside of Barre City that has a potential to add to our problem, I give you my word, I'll be there. So, but I think there is that recognition amongst municipalities that, if we can mitigate the floodplain, if we can create a greater floodplain in Washington, Vermont, that's that much less of a problem that we're going to have in Barre. So I think we all are committed to working together. And I think, Amanda, you probably know they're going to convene another meeting, I think, in June.
I have not heard of one specifically, yes, but I know that they are committed to continuing those conversations.
Did you have, yeah,
I
go
do,
ahead.
if I also address another piece of Joellen's question, which is, to my knowledge, so far, Barre City is the only municipality with a flood resiliency plan of this type, and I'm seeing a nod in the back of the room. I know that Montpelier and Plainfield are both having conversations. I have not heard of any conversations in Barrytown. If anyone knows of any, I'd be delighted to hear of them. But so far, Barre City was first out of the gate and stands alone in a plan of this level and this sort of expanse.
Brian?
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mayor. Roy, Alex, thank you. This is kind of a, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
This is just a side question, but I was wondering if it's an example of specific targeted sediment management. I was on the bridge over Main Street over the jail branch section, and there's 2 bays in that bridge. And the right bay looking downriver, I know the pier has kind of shuffled the ice into the right bay, but it looks like there's a lot of sediment and gravel, not just ice. And the river is only flowing through the left bay. Would that be an example of a place where sediment removal would be helpful?
Potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the type of discrete location that, we've seen permitted for sediment removal. And then kind of typically the state requires some sort of supporting hydraulic analysis similar to this type of work to go with that. But that, yeah, sounds like the type of project that the state might permit.
Okay.
Everybody kind of cringes when we talk about sediment management, don't they? Well, and they do. I mean, we've got to be really clear about something. We've heard from folks who say dredge the rivers from city, boundary to city boundary, just dredge the river down 5 feet and that's going to fix all your problems. You're wrong. It won't fix all of our problems. We will, I'm sure, as part of our mitigation strategy, we will be doing some, and call it dredging, it's okay. We will be doing some targeted dredging, but we won't be dredging the river from boundary to boundary. We just won't be having that conversation. What we will be doing is listening to these good folks and pushing them for more models and say, well, you'll get sick of us. Try it this way, do it this way. Well, what if we do this? What if we do that? Are we going to make it worse if we remove everything but Willie Street? So you'll get sick of our questions, but we'll keep asking them and we'll come up with the most cost-effective strategy that we can. But this is going to be a marathon. For folks who expect us to have the excavators, and the debris catchers installed this summer, it's not going to be this summer. It's a long time planning. So I think it's important as we move through this process to manage the expectations. We're going to have a plan. It's going to be a multi-year plan, and we're going to do something. And it's going to be a cost-effective, thoughtful plan. So continue.
All right. Alex, am I going to pick up here?
Yes, all you.
Okay. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. So the projects we're looking at that Alex just walked through, again, we're trying to select hazard mitigation grant application projects, and we had to whip together some approximate modeling we requested from FEMA and do some evaluations. Those models were constructed with data from the 80s. And that FEMA model was published in 2013, but the data weren't updated. And we know the river's changed, and actually the world of hydraulic modeling has changed a bit. So we put together a proposal to do an updated hydrologic and hydraulic study. And this really follows well on the conversation we just had a minute ago about Barrytown and the watersheds upstream of the city. So one of the big factors is how much water is coming into the city. And what we're going to do is build a hydrologic model that is a function of land use and runoff, and will deliver water to the city and revise those flow rates. And you notice in our approximate modeling, Alex and I were pretty keen on saying small, medium, and large flood, not the 10-year flood or the 100-year flood. And that's because those flood sizes have changed, and we haven't done an analysis to really understand what those flood levels truly are coming into the city. So we're going to do that. And this is the area. It's just under 100 square miles of watersheds of Jail, Gunners, and then ultimately into Stevens Branch, and we're going to end it downstream of the city limits. So we'll know the watershed coming in. And we have plans to do a couple exercises. One is, what if we create a lot of flood storage in the headwaters around the city? How do we drop the flood levels, drop the water delivered to the city? And two is, what if there's big build out around the city? How does the water change and increase into the city? And we can then, if you go to the next slide, so that's the first part, the hydrology, the delivery of water. And the second piece is we're going to update the hydraulic models. We'll build on the Stevens Branch model that FEMA produces, but what we're going to do is collect the most current method of collecting data using what's called green LiDAR, where we're going to fly either a helicopter or drone over the rivers, and they will take an image of the river that you can see through the water and give us the topography of the river bottom. So it's a little hard to see here. It's on the 3 rivers in town. It's the red line, 3 miles of Stevens Branch, 2 miles of Jail, 2 miles of Gunners. And we have subcontracted with a firm out of Vermont that does this green LiDAR, and then we're going to update these models. And so they'll be flying that as soon as the snow's gone, after the first flush of runoff, so late April, early May, and then the trick is to catch it before the leaves come on the trees. So we've kind of been gearing up for this window to collect the data. Then we'll probably go out and do some survey and some field recon and then build these models. The first thing we'll do is put in all the river stuff we've done and retest all those, but then we have a lot of other alternatives to evaluate. So there'll be a combination of the hydrology, the water coming into these river channels, and then the hydraulics, the water moving through that. And now once this is complete, we're going to evaluate a host of alternatives, but then we'll have a tool for hopefully to answer all of your questions as they come up. We'll be able to run a bunch of alternatives. So that's where we are now. The data collection phase will be the most as soon as the weather allows, and then we'll be building the models probably over the summer and then refining them and testing alternatives. And we have a couple scheduled meetings to come back to you all and give an update on that. So
thank you. Questions, folks?
This may not be something you can answer, but do you feel funding cannot be clawed back for these projects? Potential funding?
Are you talking about the river projects, which is the FEMA hazard mitigation funding
Yes.
coming into the state?
Yes.
I guess ultimately I would say I don't know. We've asked this question as the project's been progressing, and we believe money is still coming into the state is what I've last heard. I know originally there was talk about $90 million. I'm not sure if that full pot is going to ultimately make its way into Vermont, but a big portion of it is. So that's what we've heard right now.
And Councilor Stockwell, I can echo Roy. We've talked to BEM on a number of projects on a regular basis, and we ask this question all the time too, and we get just about the same answer, that good for now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you, both of you.
Thank you
I've
very
said it
much.
before, every time you come here, I learn a little bit more, and you explain it in a way that allows me to do that. So thank you very much. Okay, council, we will move on to item, I'm running on your agenda, not these, so we're actually at item 8C on the agenda. This is to ratify the collective bargaining agreement with the police and FOP CBA ratification highlights. You did get those highlights in your packet, and in a separate email, I believe that was on Friday. Thank you, Councilor Guston. You actually had a marked up version of the contract. So Nicholas, I don't know if you want to go through the highlights or whether you just want to field questions. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm happy to. The highlights were we gave you the high levels. We are very glad with the agreement we reached. with our partners in labor on this. Happy to take questions. I actually have to go open. That was sound you heard was the doorbell with my mom arriving, so I will be back. But I think the chief is there, or Don. I'm sure they can answer questions on the finances or the policy while I go get the door. Sorry about that interruption.
Council, what's your pleasure? Ratification, actually a motion to ratify the agreement would be in order. Someone cares to make that? Thank you. It's made and seconded. Is there any discussion other than to say congratulations, Chief, and most importantly, congratulations to the bargaining unit. We value the officers who work here in the city. We appreciate them, and we're glad we could get this behind us. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Did Nicholas, oh, he had to bail for a minute. Council, you,
I am back. Sorry.
oh, you're back. You want to give a 30-second update on the City Hall security cameras? I know some folks took interest with that. We have one new camera, I believe, so go ahead.
Yeah, and the chief included a memo in the packet as well. And if he's, I can't tell if he's at the table, but he can also weigh in on anything that I may miss. The short of it is that there's been a camera in the front of City Hall for some time. It has been inactive also for quite some time. And what we've done now is we're piloting a new camera system that is coming. It's a pilot that we're doing at no cost. And so we're basically testing it. We know that the City Hall Park was an area of particular increase in quality of life concerns. So that's the area that we're piloting at this moment. We have, we know that many other municipalities throughout Vermont use this technology to assist their police departments, including Burlington, and many others on top of that I'm sure the chief could share with you as well. So, like I said, this is sort of a reestablishment of a camera that was there using a new system that we're testing for free, and it's something that we hope will help our police department address the increase in quality of life concerns that we've seen, particularly in the City Hall Park area. I think if you recall, Council, when we did brief you throughout the last year, the data speaks for itself. The number of incidents happening in and around City Hall Park have increased, and that is very much validated by everything our police department is doing. So that's why we are looking to give them another tool to respond to these complaints that we not just hear about from our residents, but also we see happening. So that's the update. I don't know if the chief has anything else to share. Happy to turn it over to him if there's anything that he believes is worth adding.
I could answer any questions anybody has regarding the camera system. Just to expand on what the manager has said, there are many other communities that have used them and are continuing to use them. I've done some research with other chiefs in the state. Stowe uses some. Currently, they monitor their Main Street in front of the town offices and South Main Street by the police department. Winooski monitors all of their parking garages as well. They have a traffic circle up for anybody that's familiar with Winooski. UVM Police Department has several cameras throughout their campus. Middlebury are currently using cameras to monitor some intersections and security around some of their public buildings. Springfield currently has them, but they're at the end of life. They're looking to update them. Northfield is using them to monitor some parks around the town. And as the manager has stated, Burlington uses an abundance of cameras to monitor their downtown core. These cameras they're not designed as a big brother tool. They're designed strictly as a security measure for not only to give pre-arrival intelligence to the police department for incidents that are occurring in real time, but they can also be used after an incident to augment the investigation for evidentiary purposes.
And, so so let's talk just very briefly about access. They are not, the footage is not accessible. I don't know that the manager can even access it. Probably he can. I know
I do have login, Mayor, but I think it's only for account purposes with the company. I don't view it
Right.
at all.
But access is limited to law enforcement and the manager, and then, of course, our IT department, because they have to troubleshoot it.
Correct.
So the access is limited. And just an anecdotal question, Chief, because on occasion, there have been some incidents in our core downtown. How often do your officers rely on third-party surveillance, third-party camera from businesses to identify either incidents or suspects or?
Quite a bit, honestly. Like, for instance, to give a prime example, recently we had that robbery that occurred outside of the subway on Merchants Row there. That was, the identification was made by surveillance system.
Mm-hmm.
Subway camera system that monitors that walkway through, that was used for that. We often rely on bank cameras. They pick up a lot that goes by the ATMs. They monitor a little bit of the street as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we routinely ask for third-party cameras.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Yes.
So I see in some communities like Burlington, and even when I go to out of state, like Manchester, New Hampshire, they have these setups where they have more than one camera, flashing police lights. And, is that something that if we continue to see the quality of life crimes or those kinds of things that we might want to invest in come down the road and for Barre City?
To be honest, I'd love to have more cameras in the city. I think you could stand to benefit from the same type of camera that we have on the front of City Hall as a trial, one on each end of Merchants Row, maybe some other areas to monitor, outside the intersection type thing that could, for instance, you have a bank robbery, you look and it says it's a red whatever vehicle, and you start looking at intersection cameras for those vehicles, you could pick up an identification that way.
Support you.
We do have a question from Jeremy Sparrow Wynn.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions here. We say there's policies in place. Are there written access policies? Would it be possible to get access to those written policies? And if said policies are violated, what are the consequences?
So currently, we do not have a specific written policy regarding that. We would have that policy. For instance, when I did research with Middlebury does have a policy, which I also have here with me as well, that talks about data retention, who has access and whatnot. And if a policy is violated, it would be dealt with appropriately depending on what the circumstances of who committed the violation.
Okay, so we don't have any written policies, but that would seem to be an important priority, just to be clear. For basic accountability measure. Does that mean right now that literally any police officer can access the data at will?
No.
That work? Okay.
Absolutely not. No.
So what is the process right now?
Right now, it's an IP-based account, and again, this is just a trial period. We would go on, sign on to the IP if we had an incident, and cycle through the footage to see if we could identify a perpetrator of a crime or a person of interest that we were looking for.
And how many people have that level of access?
Currently, right now, there's only 3 or 4, I believe. Myself, the deputy chief, the city IT specialist, and the manager.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question. As deciding whether or not to go forward or expand this program in the future, how will the efficacy of this program right now be measured? Like what data are you collecting to determine whether or not this is a useful tool and worth investing in expanding in the future?
Well, we're not specifically right now collecting data per se, but I can tell you that the original camera that was out there was successfully used for an incident that occurred in City Hall Park prior to my arrival. It was used by the police department for evidentiary purposes. And again, there are other cameras throughout that we do rely on that have been successfully used for those purposes.
So would the determination be based solely on whether or not an incident is stopped? Or I'm just trying to understand how that determination of whether or not this would be worth expanding in the future would be made, what the thought process would be. It would seem to me useful to have, objective data-driven measures to make decisions like this.
I understand.
I'm just curious, like how that thought process is going to play out.
Well, for instance, you look at all the vandalism and all the incidents that we had in City Hall Park that we could do nothing with because there was no camera footage. We probably would have identified somebody responsible for all the damage to the gazebo out there, and we would have had, we would have had that pre-arrival knowledge to those incidents that were being reported out in the park as they were occurring.
So that's okay. So that's a hypothetical. But yeah, I mean, I think I'm clear on how the decision will be made.
I wouldn't say it was a hypothetical.
Well, yeah, it is.
There's
If you
a
didn't have
benefit
camera,
there.
The question is,
having security cameras in the city is a benefit.
but it hypothetically would have allowed you, if there was a camera.
Yes.
Right.
Hypothetically, it would have allowed us to identify somebody. Yes.
That person. Yeah, potentially. Okay. Thank you.
Nicholas, you don't need to raise your hand. You're part of this group.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to sort of bring it back to, this is a very common tool for law enforcement. If you've been to New York City and walked on a sidewalk in New York City, ridden a subway in New York City, you've been on a camera. And I know New York City is a big city, but as the chief mentioned, if you've been to Burlington here in Vermont, if you've been to Middlebury, you've been to Stowe, you've likely been on a security camera that is used by the municipality. This is a modern tool that modern police departments use. And the data that there's an increase in crimes in City Hall Park is not anecdotal. It's been proven by data. And so that's why we're focusing on there first. And I agree with the chief that we could use more cameras, and we'll certainly see how this one plays out as we go forward.
But to be clear, there are legitimate security concerns, and then there's also concern about how effective these ultimately prove to be, right? Often tools are thought to be effective, and then when in the final analysis, they turn out to be less so. So that's the central question I am concerned around here.
Joellen Mulvaney?
Answered fairly.
Joellen, did you have a question?
Well, not really a question, but bothers me a lot when people start talking about the gazebo in a public park. A gazebo in a public park should be able to withstand the use of the public. And that gazebo has been in disrepair for many, many years and has not been kept up. So anyone who even steps on a step is going to go through it. I mean, this is the kind of thing that really annoys me, is that we choose something like that to focus on as opposed to maybe some of the other issues in the city. My observation of a lot of the city park activity are people who are using the public park. And yes, some people don't use it appropriately, but it's a public park. So I'm actually concerned more about being trained on that particular space, because that is where homeless people hang out. That's where people hang out who have no other place to go during the day. I mean, there are better ways to police that particular site than a camera. I'm sorry, it just bothers me. Thanks.
If I just might, Mayor, because I have to correct something that was very inaccurate there. Downstreet and the Parks and Rec Committee partnered last July, I believe, to do a complete rehabilitation of that gazebo that lasted about 2 or 3 days. And it was the gazebo was painted, stained, all the missing pieces were replaced and repaired. They did a beautiful job, a wonderful job. It was all volunteer work. And I believe it lasted 2 to 3 days because of vandalism that frankly is not the adequate wear and tear that a gazebo should take. It was people ripping pieces of the gazebo apart. ripping the bottoms of it and breaking it. So I disagree with Ms. Mulvaney. That park, we worked with really great volunteers who to identify specifically that project for a community project that Down Street wanted to do in our town, in our city. And I was very disheartened that after all the volunteer hours, including volunteer labor and supply that they got from places like Nelson's, it lasted only about 2 to 3 days because of vandalism that occurred to it.
I was disappointed as well, Nicholas. Erica Reel?
Yeah, I believe we also put cameras up at, I believe it was Playground 2000. I forget what it's called now, but I'll forever call it Playground 2000. And because of the so-called vandalism, and all we saw was a bird flying into one of the shelters. And we did it because of the vandalism, and we didn't catch anything. So I don't know if that was because of the way the cameras were angled or because all we could find was a bird. But again, I have concerns about the cameras downtown. And, if we're putting cameras downtown, we should also put warnings that there are cameras downtown so people aren't, threatened by these so-called cameras downtown. Thank you.
Erica, if I can just add to that, the Playground 2000 camera was used last year for vandalism to, I believe it was the bathroom up there, and the individuals were identified and successfully charged for that.
And the bird?
We did not see a bird.
Oh, we didn't get the bird.
It was a Carolina red.
Counselor Spalding?
My question is, how long does the pilot program last, and when do you expect that a policy will be created?
Right now, the pilot program, I would have to ask Chris Kirby. I think he's back there. I'm not sure, but I believe we have to send the camera back soon. He may be able to answer that.
He's
Did he
gone.
disappear?
Yeah.
Sorry. I did see an email that says it's due to be returned. A policy can be put out personally within a couple of hours. I could have a policy on this. So that's a non-issue, really.
Interestingly, we have an additional camera in town. About 2 or 3 or 4 months ago, one of the TV stations contacted me, and they wanted to put a camera on top of the Aldrich block. It's there. I like it in the morning when they show the news, they show, the view from Barre, Vermont.
Is that like WCAX? I know they have things.
Yeah. It's either CAX.
Channel 5.
Which one is it?
Channel 5.
WPTZ.
Thanks, PTZ. Asked if they could put it up there, and they paid for it, and I said, yeah, I kind of enjoy it. We haven't had the opportunity to offer any footage, Chief, because it's pretty much a bird's eye view. But Nicholas and Chief, I'll look forward to getting more information about this. Lisa Liotta?
Yes, thank you. So I did a little bit of research on cameras in public spaces and cameras that are used by municipalities. And one of the things I read is that when a municipality has a camera and has the footage, as opposed to a business or WCAX, it becomes a public record. And as a public record, that footage is something that anyone can obtain by doing a public records request. So I know the chief has mentioned businesses have cameras and the businesses have allowed the police to access that footage at their option, but it is a little bit of a different category when the municipality owns the camera. Thank you.
Because they have to, I don't know, you might be adjusting yourself, picking your nose, it might be something embarrassing.
No, let me chime in just a minute. Suppose you're someone who's been.
If you want to
suppose you're
request
someone who
the
has
footage
been
of City Hall
stalked.
Park, make a Freedom of Information Act request and have at it. It could
Well,
make for
suppose
some
you're a
interesting.
person is undergoing stalking by someone, or is being, has someone trying to find their whereabouts and where they are and what their motions and actions are. And they request that footage and they're able to see patterns of behavior by a person. I think that's an example of when that would be appropriate, but that footage would still be available to them. Just an example.
Yes, it would.
If I could just point out, under the First and Fourth Amendments of the Constitution, it specifically talks about reasonable expectation of privacy under the Fourth Amendment. And in public, there is no reasonable expectation of privacy. You can be video recorded by anyone. And under the First Amendment, videoing in public is considered part of protected expression, which is under the freedom of speech. So it talks about that in the Constitution, so there's no guarantee of privacy there.
Right. Just like if you want the, if I wanted footage of a body cam, think of it as a body cam. Maybe that'll make people feel better. It's, body cams are good for the officers, good for the public. I fail to see the difference. If someone wanted body cam footage, it's a public record, and we would have to offer that to them unless it was part of an ongoing investigation. Then we don't. So, Councilor Gearing, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I've got cameras in my house, inside and outside, and I love it. And really, to me, in the 42 years I've experienced life, the only time I don't like cameras is when I'm doing something I'm not supposed to be. I'm being honest and 100% transparent, so I understand the upsetness of some people with just not being able to have their privacy, but to be out in public, you have zero expectations of privacy. If you don't want people to know what you're doing, don't leave your house. I hate to say that, but you're in public, and we're trying to protect people. And when we have zero tools to give our law enforcement and the people that are trying to do the right thing, we're trying to grasp at things to give them, and we hear, well, we want to protect the privacy of things that really we don't even have any right to protect those privacies for. I just think that's really some discussion that didn't need to be had in order to try to help protect our community and find ways outside of the box that we haven't been able to address in the last couple of years. Thank you for all your help.
Anything else, Council? Oh, yes, Jeremy?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, say what you want about the wisdom of keeping cameras in the final analysis in the public. What we're talking about here is government surveillance of the public, and that is worth taking seriously as a concern. You can nod, you can shake your head if you want, but that is a power that you are asking to be given to yourselves. And the concerns should not be dismissed. They should be taken seriously. Whether you agree in the final analysis that it's worth investing in this product or not, these are valid things to be concerned about. I would assume none of you guys would want cameras on literally every street corner that, that can be accessed by the FBI or the CIA or whoever. It's the same sort of thought process.
Sign me up. You mean like they're satellites? Guess what? They are.
I was just going to mention.
Are you happy with that? Are you?
A satellite can zoom. A satellite can.
Not worried about it. Councilor Spalding, how are you?
So I can see both sides of this. I think we just need to recognize that there is some fear that people who are, I would imagine there is some fear from people who may be more worried about being targeted or profiled, if you will. And so I think you have to recognize that we all have to look at our own internal bias and our privilege to understand that there is some level of concern that we all have to recognize. I am okay with having one camera. I'm okay with creating a policy, having the police department, the chief create a policy, but I think we need to do it and be very transparent about it. And I think, yes, it's another tool for us to use, but I think we have to be mindful and thoughtful that it's not just yes, it will help us. It's not going to make us safer. This one camera isn't going to make us safer. We put a camera into my mother-in-law's house and it didn't make her safer. It just let us know when she had fallen. So it's just a tool. It's not going to change anything. We still have to do the work. So I would encourage us to remember that and also consider the fact that right now this is a pilot program and we have no there's no cost to the city, but I would imagine a full complement of cameras all around would be a very expensive proposition. And we're about to talk about the budget and we don't have any money. So let's keep that in mind as well.
Thank you. Anything else, council? Yes. Of course.
I'm Kristen Bauman. I'm the director of the Aldridge Public Library. And I would like to underscore and ask, is it necessary to notify people? I love it that you read the Constitution. But is it necessary to notify people that they're under surveillance? And do you do that on the website or some other way? And if the library front doors are in that view, I'd like to know, because we do have a policy that we notify people that they're under surveillance. And so we would put that outside our door. I would suspect that that would be a conversation that we would have at the library. So keep me updated on that, please. Thank you.
Do you use cameras at the Aldrich?
We do.
You do?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you notify
But
people?
yes, but there's signage that we are using them.
Yeah.
And listen, it took us a long time to write a policy. I'm impressed you're going to do that.
They're available everywhere, honestly.
We have a policy, a written policy that was, several drafts, and there was board approval on that policy.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, council, we will move on to, I don't know if you got to go anywhere, Chief. I think you're up next. We're going to move on to the department presentations for the police department, fire department, and our facilities department. Chief, take it away.
And I had, Mayor, I had a really quick.
Oh, please, yeah.
Setting. Yeah, it'll be very quick, I promise. And I see Councilor Guston already has it up. It's just to give everyone sort of the high level picture before we start digging into tonight's focus departments. So yeah, Councilor Guston, when you're ready, you can just go over to the first slide. So the goal for tonight on the budget presentation, I'll be giving you the high level summary of current staff recommendations. That'll be me and Dawn. You'll have 3 department heads tonight, police, fire, facilities, and grounds, talking more specifically about their departments. We also have the partner organizations in the room, the Aldrich Library Barre Partnership and Barre Area Development, talking about their pieces of the budget. Just really want to have a couple of questions in your mind, Council, as we go through this is, are we reaffirming our 6% target? And then if there's time or we need more time later to reaffirm direction on the recreation department. So just keep those things in the back of your mind. And I know there'll be other issues to discuss as well. Next slide, Councilor Guston. So, and you can fly through this one. This is just a reminder, just a lot of things moving in difficult directions. I won't recap each of them. You know them well by this point, but everything's costs are going up and revenues are down, basically. Next slide. This was the preliminary budget math that we've been working with. We were looking at a 1.1 million projected deficit, 10.77% projected increase if we did nothing. We got a target of 6%. Next slide. And that's roughly where we've landed. So we've found for your consideration about $456,000 in savings. About 30% of it, or about 135,000, is in new revenues. About 70% of it, or 321,000, is in cost reductions. Those are things from elimination of services to reestimate. So, for example, as I've said many times, we go line by line. If we had a particular budget line that's been trending low, or we can identify why it's trending low, we reduced the funding for that. We also eliminated some things, which we'll get into as well as we go through those departments. Based on these numbers, we would be at a 5.9% preliminary projected tax rate increase. And I use those words are very important, preliminary projected. We know that this will depend a great deal on what happens with the grand list as well. This does not include Recreation Department restoration. I know we will have further discussions on that. That would, of course, be an increase on the numbers that you will see throughout all of these presentations. And I believe
I'm going to interrupt you just for a second, Nicholas. Councilor Guston had a question.
Or I can finish okay. My question is, does this current sort of outlook include the various requests that we're seeing tonight?
It includes, so it only includes one of them, I'm glad you asked that question, Councilor Guston. I received beforehand, when we were working through our budget, the BADC request, so we included theirs. This includes flat funding for the library and for the partnership. That's because they stuck to their timeline of submissions of their budget request. That's not an indication one way or the other of what we think on a policy level of their requests. But thank you, Councilor Guston, for asking that question. I should have clarified that. This includes an increase to BADC based on what they had requested, and just flat funding for the other two. So increases to partnership or the library both would also increase this number, this projected tax rating as well. Thank you for asking that.
Yeah, continue, sorry.
And I believe that was my last slide. So the way I've teed these up, Mayor and Council, if that's okay, I was going to have Chief Vale kick us off, and we'll go to Chief Cushman, and then we'll have Facilities Director Tom Baker, and then we could pivot to the library, the partnership, and BADC.
Okay, Chief?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the first slide you're seeing here is just our general line numbers, what the numbers identify the budgets. It's important to note that this budget, for the police budget, it covers meters enforcement, police services, and emergency communications, which accounts for 25% of the entire city budget. Go to the next slide. This is just our area of responsibility that shows our organizational structure. The police department budget includes 29 and a half full-time employees. That half is the administrative assistant, which is split between the police and fire department. It covers 9 part-time employees under police services and communications, and also parking. We do have 1 part-time employee in parking and meters enforcement. Again, you can just see our organizational structure there. For the department overview here on the next slide, you see that this is a breakdown of what was approved for the FY25 budget, where we are now, what we have proposed for the FY26 budget, and the increase and or decrease. And you can see that there was one decrease up there. The police services budget actually went down by 1.77% from what was proposed. So it's a total savings overall of 0.59%. Yes.
How did you get to negative percentage on police services?
How do you what?
Are you reducing services?
No, we're not reducing services. You will see in one of the other slides that there is a portion that was reduced.
Okay.
That's the mental health clinician funding, and I'll speak more to that. But what happened was, from what was approved in the FY25 budget and looking back to the 24 and 23 budget, if we noticed a trend, hypothetically speaking, if we had something that was budgeted for $10,000 and we were only spending like $6,000 or $7,000 average over the 3-year period, we would scale that number back for the proposed budget to recognize the savings.
Thank you, sir.
The services are not being cut.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Do you have a question, Councilor?
Yes, and the increase in meters and parking, is that sort of you need to have the staff to be able to collect the meters? Or
To be fair, I'll explain that in one of the upcoming slides, what the increases and decreases were. This is just the general overview.
Sorry, Chief.
No worries. If you go to the next slide, please. Our dispatch communications center, they provide around-the-clock dispatch services, not only to the Barre City Police and the Barre City Fire and EMS departments. They also provide fire and EMS services to Washington, Williamstown, Brookfield, and Randolph under a contract. They provide non-regular hour coverage for Washington County Sheriff's Department, the Randolph Police Department, and is also after-hours phone answering for the Orange County Sheriff's Department. The dispatch funding in that pie, you can see that the city of Barre is responsible for 92%, and the contracts only account for 8% there. Our call for service in that graph there, the bar graph, that's a 3-year period. The blue bars represent Berry City Fire and Police Services, the calls for service coming into the communications center. The orange bars represent all of the calls, so that's including all the contract towns that they do. You can see in 2024, the orange bar there for 19,540 calls is up a little more than what it has been historically. We have taken on some of those other aforementioned departments are recognized in that graph, so the calls have increased. Next slide. Or did you have a question?
I do, and Councilor
Yeah, go
Spalding
ahead,
also
just
does.
jump right in.
This is more of a curiosity question than anything else. How are those contracts structured? Are they by number of people in the town, number of calls they've received in the previous year? Do they get a per call fee?
So there's a formula that's used. If you're a department that has less than 500 calls, for instance, some of the volunteer fire departments have less than 500 calls. They may average maybe 200 calls, and they don't really tax our services, so to speak, as much. They get charged a 1.25% fee over the overall communications budget. For instance, you take the proposed budget, if this is approved, of $802,366, those 500 call and less volume individuals or communities would be charged 1.25% of that, which would be their fee. Anyone that has more than 500, they get charged the 1.25% fee, but they also get a per call fee for each call over. And that is derived from taking the prior year's calls, how many they went over, and you divide that, you add up all the calls into the communication center and you do a division, it comes up with a per call fee, and then they get charged that on top.
Thank you. Councilor
questions
Spalding still has a question.
Councilor Spalding?
Thank you. Thanks for that explanation about the contracts. How are those amounts determined? And I mean, how do you get to that what did you say, 1.25%, I think? Is that like set somewhere by the state? How is that determined? Or do we control what that number is?
We control that number. That's what was put in the contract.
And how long do the contracts, are they just yearly annual contracts, and do we update them? And it looks like our calls are decreasing and the other calls are increasing. So are we charging more now?
No, so what happens is when you talk about the calls that are increasing, those communities that go over the 500 call volume, they get charged a per call fee, so they have a higher rate. For instance, the Randolph services have a higher fee than Williamstown, Brookfield, and the smaller communities. And the fee's not set, again, by the state. We control that fee. And the contracts, the way the contract was set up, it's an annual contract. I provide them the yearly fee. However, the contract continues to roll over unless either side wants to terminate the contract.
And one more follow-up question, if I may, is the amount that we charge consistent with what other municipalities are charging or other dispatch centers, if you will?
Comparatively, yes. There are some dispatch centers that, for instance, are not also 911 PSAP centers, which charge a higher fee, if you will.
Okay.
But we're comparative to other places.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Stockwell?
So does this service end up, is it profitable? Or is it even, or is it not so much?
I believe Dawn can speak to the revenue side of it, but we do have a revenue of probably more than $90,000 in dispatch funding each year that comes in. So it is, when you say profitable, it does offset some of the expenditures on personnel. However, I will say that not only in the police side of the house, but the dispatch side of the house is understaffed from what it should be. There's been recent reports on the communications center by the state that was just made public, as well as some of our own, and it states we should have 8 dispatchers and we only have 6. And that's just based on our calls, let alone what they're doing, providing a service for other communities. So when you say it's profitable, it is, but it isn't.
And if I might, just to give some context on that as well. So we've taken on additional contracts. We haven't hired any additional dispatchers because of those contracts. So if that might explain that we have taken in the new revenue. Now, the chief is absolutely right. We have to very carefully balance taking on those new contracts with how thinly we're stretching the staff. But at this point, we haven't had to basically incur hiring of an additional person to service these contracts. They've helped us cover the existing expenses of that department, although our capacity to do so may be limited as we move forward.
Thank you.
Chief, if I could ask it in a different way. So in 23, looking at your graph, our dispatchers fielded, for lack of a better word, 16,000 calls, and I'm rounding, obviously. 14,000 of those calls were calls for service from within Barre City.
Correct.
So 2,000 calls from outside Barre City, from customers, if you will. Move forward to 24, same 14,000 calls from within Barre City, but now 20,000 calls total, 6,000 calls from municipalities outside of Barre City. So obviously, under the formula that you use, it's going to lag 1 year, but under the formula you use, the revenue is going to go up.
Correct.
Now, a police department is never going to be profitable. We don't make money on a fire department. We're there to serve. That's why we do it. So it's fair to say that our revenue is expected to increase, just looking at the graph. I mean, it's got to, because on a percentage basis. So obviously the revenue will increase, but I wouldn't expect that we'd make money on dispatch or on emergency services. Okay, thanks.
Very, very quick, sorry, just following
no
on
worries.
that increase in, for lack of a better term, outside calls, is that driven by taking on new contracts, an increase in call volume, or both?
A combination of both. For instance, we had recently, well, not really recently, but in a previous year, we have taken on the entire town of Randolph to include their fire. They have, the village fire, there's the 3 fire departments down there, and the police department. There was no designated formula for them when they came on. It was all an estimate based on the prior chief that was there, because, well, not the prior chief, the sheriff, they were covering that area. When they reincorporated their police department down there, they used an estimate. Some of those things have risen. Not, for instance, they said, hey, we have about 800 calls a year. Last year, it was about 1,200 calls, not 800. So and we knew that going in, and talking to them and explain to them, this is all based on estimate. Your fees obviously are going to go up as you demonstrate what you're doing down here.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
As long as we're talking about dispatch. No, they do a great job.
They do an excellent job.
19,000 calls fielded, 24/7, 365. They're always there. You dial the number, they will pick up. And recently, my mom had to dial her number, or the number for dispatch. Thankfully, it wasn't a huge emergency, but it was in the middle of the night, and she just needed a little help. And Kathy was wonderful. She kept her calm, called me 2 o'clock in the morning, but they were great. So Kathy, if you're listening to this, thank you so much. I'm grateful. Continue, Chief.
Okay. This is just the dispatch overview, showing that over the proposed, over the FY25 approved, and a 2.82% change. Again, that funds 6 full-time communication specialists, and then there's part-time dispatcher funding in there as well. And Councilor Stockwell, to answer some of your previous question there, the percentage that went up on that We increased their training and development pay back to what we had in the FY24 approved. We had to cut it out in the 25 approved because of all the flooding, but we've bumped that back up. As well, there's some computer access. The general line item there has went up to reflect more appropriate what we've been seeing, as well as we reallocated some funds out of the police department budget and put them in the communications budget only to make it more appropriate because it was essentially a communications line item. So we moved that to the communications budget as opposed to the police department budget, which also shows why it went down a little bit.
Thank you.
Next slide, if you will. This slide represents, over the past 3 years, police calls for service, excluding the fire department calls that have come into the dispatch center. This is just the police department. The total emergency and non-emergency calls that have required a response by an officer average out to approximately 12,000 calls a year over a 3-year period. These numbers also reflect officer-initiated activity to include traffic stops, directed patrol, and the like. So when it says, 12,000 calls, that doesn't mean that the phone's ringing 12,000 times in dispatch just for a response for an officer. That is a lot of the officer-initiated activity via radio that gets called into the dispatch center as well. Next slide. This is the police services overview. Again, up top, you can see the proposed over the FY25 approved. It does indicate a 1.77% reduction. That funds 15 patrol officers and first line supervisors, 3 detectives, of which a portion of the salary of one of them to include benefits is for an SIU investigator, which we receive revenue from the SIU, $60,000 a year that is sent in quarterly for that. One school resource officer, again, a portion of that individual's salary and benefits is reimbursed by the school district. That's 69% of that individual. 2 administrators, myself and the deputy chief. And again, there's the half funding for the administrative assistant. The other 50% is in 60/40, which is Chief Cushman's budget. Community outreach specialist, and then part-time officer funding. Here you see the reduction of our share of the mental health clinician. The reason this is being taken out of the budget is we received word from Washington County Mental Health that as of October 1st of this year, the Department of Health is no longer going to fund $40,000 to that position. So they've backed out of the position to Washington County Mental Health. It was a shared resource with Montpelier. She does a very good job, but with their funding cut, they would inevitably ask us to fund more, and we're just not in a position to do that. We also have the ability to rely on the Washington County Mental Health Mobile Crisis Unit now, as well as all the screeners for when we do have an issue. And again, all of our officers and dispatches are continuing to go through crisis intervention training. So we thought it appropriate to defund, if you will, that
Question about that. By taking out that amount, is the mental health clinician totally gone?
As of July 1,
Yep.
it will be here. She's not our employee. She's a Washington County mental health employee.
Okay.
So it's not like she's going to lose her job. It's just she will not be providing that service with us.
Yes.
This seems like a loss for the community, because I know that she knew a lot of people, she had good relationships, people knew her face. So I think she was a comfort to people feeling distress. So I'm sorry that this is happening. Is there any possibility for looking at some other sources for that?
As long as there's grants out there and those types of things, we can continue to try to fund that. And I do agree with you. She's done a great job. And I would love to be able to put that funding back in. Just as we all sit here, we'd love to not have had those floods that ravaged the city. But yes, thank you. I do agree that she's doing a great job.
Representative Wozniak.
I'm well, how are you? I'm good. Hello, Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager, Counselor, welcome back. I wasn't planning on speaking at all about budget items tonight, but I was on the council back in 2019 when, working with former Representative and former Mayor Anthony, this position was included in the police department budget the first time. And I'm sorry to hear that Washington County and others might be stepping away from this partnership. But this service that the police department has offered over the past few years is a model for other police departments around the state. I've heard this from, folks in the State House. I've heard this from other municipal officials across the state. And this type of program is exactly what we need to be moving towards in terms of policing in 2025. I think that we would all agree, I would hope the chief would agree, and in previous conversations with himself and the mayor, I don't feel like I'm getting ahead of myself by saying, we know substance use is a huge problem for our community. We know that poverty is a huge problem for our community. And a lot of folks have interactions with our police department and with our criminal justice system because they are dealing with these realities every day. And I think that we might have to look towards different funding mechanisms. And yes, quite frankly, if this has to go on to the bottom line of the general fund budget and paid for through general municipal taxes, I think that that is a very worthwhile investment because I think that we can all agree that we're not going to arrest our way out of these issues if we were able to. If there was an easy fix to this thing, we would have done it many years ago, but that's just not where we are. So I would encourage the council through its budgeting, and I can talk more later in the meeting about some of the budget pressures that might be alleviated through state action this year. But if there's anything, including raising new revenue, that this council can do to maintain this position, I would strongly encourage you all to consider that.
You sticking around?
Yeah, I'll be here.
No, because I do want to just debrief about conversations that I'm sure we've both had relative to flood relief. So yeah, if we could just get an update on that, if you don't mind, that would be awesome. Chief, what's the dollar amount this this quarter position, the mental health clinician? What was do you recall the total?
Right now, it's $27,500.
27.5.
Like I had said, it's the Department of Health is stepping away from funding Washington County Mental Health.
Yep.
So we still have to meet with Washington County Mental Health to go over what it would cost.
Right.
I believe it was $20,000 previously, then it went up to $27,500. And if they're walking away from $40,000 to them, I imagine they're going to be asking us in Montpelier for more.
Mm-hmm.
So right now it's 27.5, but I'm not sure what that actual number would be because I still have to meet with Karen Curley of Washington County Mental Health and go over that.
Okay, so we were paying, so it was a quarter of a position. So I would assume the entire position was somewhere around 110,000. Does the math make sense?
Yeah, I know it was around 80 to 90,000.
Yeah.
I don't know what benefits they provided her.
Yeah.
We paid the 27.5. Montpelier paid 27.5. Department of Health paid 40, and Washington County picked up what was left. I'm not sure.
Okay.
What that salary was.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as you move forward, obviously no promises because we've long way to go for the finish line on the budget. But yeah, if you could just ask that question to,
We will be meeting.
in light of the reduction in the health department funding, if you could just ask that question of Washington County Mental Health, and is the price the same? Seems like it should be.
I'm
when I
not
do the
sure.
math, but
We have a meeting. It hasn't been set up, but again, Karen Curley wants to, by the end of March, have a meeting to go over the funding. I've already explained to her that in the first round, we've decreased that, but.
yeah, I'll use 27.5 unless I'm corrected. Feel free. Okay. Yes.
Chief, Montpelier's also having a tough budget year.
Yes, yes, they are.
Have you had conversations with Montpelier to see if, we're talking about what would it take to restore this funding in the Barre City budget? What would it take to make up the lack of Department of Health funding? Presumably Montpelier would have to also pick up part of it as well.
The only I talk frequently with Chief Nordenson. I let him know that we cut it out. To be fair, last year, he had removed it in his first round, notified me, hey, we had to cut this out. He had his restored, and then we told Washington County Mental Health, look, we can't keep, we're spending a lot here, so we've come on hard times, you have to step up. And they worked with us, which came to the 27.5. Again, I'm not sure where those numbers are going to fall, but I will be in contact and have that discussion with Montpelier.
Thank you.
Okay, super. Yep.
Questions?
Nope, we're good.
This slide represents our meters and parking division. We have 2 individuals that work there, one full-time and one part-time. And they are responsible for permitted parking within the 12 city lots and metered parking in those lots, as well as along certain streets within the business district. And over a 3-year average, Dee, everybody's familiar with her, has issued about 3,000 tickets per year.
I love Dee.
It's been said by people that, they turn around, she pops out of a manhole cover and there's a ticket on it.
And it doesn't matter who you are.
She's gotten me several times.
I was going to say, she's given you a ticket, I know.
So you'll see the anomaly there in the bar graph 2023 because of the moratorium on the floods. We didn't feel it was right to have her out there issuing parking tickets for everybody when we're going through such a hard time. You can see it bounce back in 2024 with 3,150 tickets that she issued there.
Just trying to figure out how many of those are mine. Too many.
Yeah. She's everywhere. She'll get you. So on the meters overview on the next slide, you can see that's an error where it says FY23 approved. It should say FY25 approved. And then the FY26 proposed and the change, you can see it's a 5.27% change. The biggest increase that we had to do there was for meter maintenance. A lot of the meters have been getting old and required more maintenance. So we've had to up that line item there. It also accounts for the EVCS electricity along Merchants Row to go up to reflect more along the audited numbers of FY25 or FY24 and FY23 to be more in line with what we were actually spending there. And also as well, the towing fees went up, but that's predominantly just a pass-through account. They get reimbursed through like the winter parking ban when folks come and pay their tickets and their towing fees. That gets reimbursed.
Councilor Spalding has a question. Councilor Spalding has a.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Spalding.
Thank you. Chief, could you tell me what the revenue is that we bring in from the meters and from parking? And does that sustain itself? Do we bring in enough money that it pays for the salaries for those people in meters and parking?
No, it is not a true enterprise fund. I did have, through the system, I did have all those revenues printed out. Unfortunately, I didn't bring them here. However, it equates, just going off of my mind here, what I saw, I could get it on my cell phone, by the way. It equates to about $78,000 a year in revenue. However, when you do have instances where you have a voided ticket, for instance, if somebody had a handicap placard and D didn't see it and inadvertently gave them a ticket, those tickets get voided. So that gets compiled and figured into that, as well as uncollected funds get figured into that. So what we collect, she writes about $78,000 in tickets. What we collect is roughly $35,000 of that. Some of that, there's late fees that are added into that, so that ups it as well. I could get you the true figures afterwards, though, if you'd like.
Well, what I'm wondering is, should we be increasing, not that this is going to go over really well, I'm sure. Should we be increasing what we're charging for parking tickets, and should we be increasing what we're charging for parking? I mean, I know I go to Burlington, there's no parking meters. It's just, you have to have the app and
Correct.
you pay with the app. And I don't know if that's better or worse. I don't know if they're collecting more revenue. I'm just curious, what are some other ways that we can make some minor changes? And, revenue for things like meters, yes, that's people who are shopping in downtown, who are working in downtown, but it's also, it's not just people who live here. We're also being able to get some revenue from people who come to the area. So it helps spread it out a little. And I'm wondering if there's been any further analysis into whether we should be changing the rates or how we are collecting those meter fees.
Well, annually, we look at our fee schedule to cover everything, including parking, for the fees that we charge. And we do look at surrounding communities and what they're charging. But yeah, we could look at, making sure we're comparative to parking for other similar communities. Any questions? Okay, and the last slide here is just a savings overview of what you can see when we went through our budget congress from what we had proposed and the changes we made. Nicholas forced our hand. I see him sitting up there. He forced our hand and said, nobody's leaving this room. And now, on a serious note, this chart reflects what was proposed for FY26 after our budget congress, where we recognized where we could make some changes based on actuals. We also had some movement where we moved again from different GLs that covered computer access and whatnot. In the police department budget, we moved that to the communications budget. I would like to point out on this one slide, in 2022, some of you were here and remembered me coming before the council asking for 7 vehicles, 4 for us and 3 for the fire department. And at that time, I said we would save on maintenance. And I did a cost analysis from what we actually spent in '24 over 2023, and it did indicate a 50% decrease in maintenance costs between those 2 years. So I want to thank the folks on the council back in 2022 for allowing us to do that. We've also improved one of our, for instance, our fleet operations policies have the officers and everybody doing not only daily inspections, but they do monthly inspections. They're required to go through the car, and we notice any little thing gets fixed right off the bat. So we've been able to decrease our costs in that area.
Ammunition costs, is that changing from the 45 to the 9?
That is some of it. We have recognized a savings in that area based on the actuals, because we did go from the 45 down to the 9.
Right.
So we were able to save some there. However, the cost of ammunition has been rising.
Sure, oh yeah.
But we were able to preload the ammunition, no pun intended, preload the ammunition while the costs were lower. And as they rose, we already had the ammo in hand.
Nice.
And we did that on purpose, knowing what was coming.
Sure, great job.
Any questions?
If I could, just to interrupt the chief a little bit, a couple things just to highlight for you, council. The chief mentioned the maintenance, which is really great. I also, the council also purchased, we've been buying hybrid vehicles.
Yes.
And so you're seeing some of that reflected here in vehicle fuel as well. So thank you for that. That's a really important thing to do for many reasons, but you see it here reflected as a really painless savings, right? This is just basically saying that we're spending less on fossil fuels. I also want to give the chief credit. We're recognizing, based on projections from last year, he's done a great job on overtime. Overtime's really difficult. Especially difficult when his department has been so short-staffed. But they're doing a great job with it, and so much of it, it's all really basically mandated by contract. So the chief's done a really great job managing that overtime. These savings are reflective of projection from what he did this year, and these are hard targets to reach as well. But I just want to highlight that for you as well, that this is another big effort that we've taken collectively as department heads rein this in, and we've seen some successes here. So just a couple of flags that, the teams and our department has done a really good job of watching the bottom line. And those are two areas where you can really see it happening in this department's budget.
Thank you.
I think Dawn.
Yes. Done.
Could you, sorry.
I just think it's also important when you're talking about meters and parking tickets that you also remember we do the permits for the parking, and that's about 90,000 in revenue. So I just wanted to point that out.
Councilor Spalding has a.
Counselor Spalding?
This is a more general question. At the very beginning, Chief, you indicated that the police budget accounts for 25% of the city budget. Is that consistent with other communities? I don't know what it looks like in other communities. And this is my first time through a budget as a city councilor. So I'm just curious, is that normal? Is it usually higher? Is it usually lower?
It's dependent upon the community, but it's generally, public safety costs quite a bit. So it is normal. And you'll see not to throw Chief Cushman under the bus, but his department accounts for probably 18 or 19 to 20% of the budget. So again, public safety on both sides of the house costs quite a bit for a municipality budget. And it is pretty accurate that it's about 25%.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Well done. Thanks, Chief.
Yes, thank
Appreciate you, sir.
Thank you.
Chief Cushman.
I appreciate it.
Mayor, there is one.
Oh, what's that?
One
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry.
Possibly for-
Danielle, did you have a question? Was this for the chief?
I did.
Which chief?
Yeah, sorry, it took me a minute to figure out how to raise my hand. My question, and these numbers may be redundant, so you'll have to help me figure that out if that's right. One of the things that I noticed about the slide about the calls for Barre City Dispatch and then the police service calls. So I don't know I guess my first question is, is one a subset of the other, or are those two different things?
They're not two different things. The police calls were incorporated into that one slide that has all the calls going in, if that was your question.
Yeah, so that's the first part. So what I noticed is that it looked like there was an 18% drop in calls from 2022 to 2024. So that amounted to about 2,457 less calls from 2022 to 2024. So I was wondering if you could speak to that, because I know we had the public safety presentation, and the way that was presented is that we were seeing an increase. I don't know if it was in calls, but I just wanted to know, like, why is there sort of a disparity, or at least seemingly a disparity? And yeah, if you could address that, that'd be great.
Sure. So a bunch of factors go into that. One of the predominant factors is based, if you remember, I said those calls are based on officer-initiated activity as well, to include traffic stops, directed patrols, and those types of situations where officers initiate their own activity, call into dispatch and whatnot. With the staffing issues that I've had, there's obviously less officers, so less officer-initiated activity by virtue, so that is affected into the number as well. When we've had those instances where, for instance, the flood, the officers weren't out doing specific officer-initiated activities because they were doing other events. So there's different factors that go into that. Regarding the Public Safety Forum, that was based on the specific activities that we were dealing with.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Chief. Jump right in, Chief.
Good evening. So we're going to start off just with a quick, brief overview of what our staffing is. Our budget covers 20 and a half full-time employees, and as Chief Vail had already mentioned, that half is an administrative assistant. We have 16 firefighter and EMTs that are on shift 24/7. They're assigned to 4 different shifts, and it actually will reflect in the next slide as well. We have a fire marshal, fire inspector, myself, the deputy fire chief. This staffing level has remained the same since 2004. In 2004, we saw an increase by 4, and our call volume has continually crept up. So it's something to consider for the future. Here's just the command structure that shows the assignment to the different shifts and the ranking. One thing that I would like to point out is the call force. If you notice on the bottom right-hand side, we still keep that placeholder, and we're still struggling to get it back off the ground since COVID. That call force is the equivalent to the volunteer fire service, if you will, and that if you pick up newspapers throughout the state or watch the news, everybody's struggling on that front. So we have some efforts in play to try to build a more robust system. And historically, the call force has been kind of a feeding ground for our full-time staff and our recruiting pool, if you will. So it's very valuable. And like I said, we do have some efforts underway to help build that back up a little bit. Next slide's going to show our call statistics. In calendar year 2024, we saw 2,398 calls for emergency services. 78% of those calls are EMS related, leaving 28% for fire related calls. And the interesting number that you see there, overlapping calls, is calls that are happening simultaneously. So anytime that there's 2 calls or greater happening at the same time. And what that does is that actually triggers off-duty staff that have to come in and cover those calls because we have, at best, 4 on shift at a time. So we're very reliant on the off-duty staff to come back in and help cover overlapping calls. And in 2025 to date, and this is actually a week old, we were at 450 calls, and that's in comparison to 419 from the previous year. I looked this morning, and we actually had just touched on 500 calls for the year so far. In the next slide, if you would please, this is just a graph showing the overlapping call comparisons. There was an error in the bottom where it says overlapping calls remain at 20%. That is still a true number, 20%. However, we're at 20% for 490 calls versus the previous year at 419 calls. So that's 7 calls more overlapping in that 3-month period. Next slide. This is just a quick breakdown of our the call breakdowns. The blue bar, as you see, is EMS responses. That's the 80% of our business. And then the remainders are a different breakdown, different categories of different fire responses.
What is a good intent call?
No
one wanted to ask the question. I'll ask it. I don't care.
I was about to.
Might be described as somebody called for an alarm sounding, and it was an alarm clock.
I see. Okay.
Someone's TV or.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilor Stockwell.
Thank you. Are all the fire response calls within Barre City?
No, we do provide mutual aid to surrounding communities as we take advantage of those services as well. And I wish that I had offered that breakdown of the number of times that we respond mutual aid. I can get that for you if you'd like.
Thanks.
Sure.
You want to take a guess at it? Not going to hold you to it.
25.
25?
25, yeah. And I think that's a very lopsided number, that we receive mutual aid more often than we're able to provide it. On the next slide, you'll see just some brief numbers on ambulance revenue. We historically have seen revenue for ambulance billing at $650,000. That was an increase over last year by $100,000. We had budgeted $550,000, so we bumped that up. There's a lot of factors that play into the revenue. because the insurance companies are going to pay what they want, and we don't have any control over that. There are some efforts nationwide to try and capture some data and from every agency across the United States, and to try to get a good understanding of what it actually costs to run an ambulance service. It is a voluntary thing to submit your numbers. However, your reimbursements are going to be affected drastically. So there's some good incentive for you to submit those. And we submitted ours this year. Our patient demographics are, just before moving on, our patient demographics have a fair number of Medicare and Medicaid recipients. So those, again, are going to affect our revenue, and that Medicare and Medicaid is further complicated than just a regular insurer.
But also, if we had problems with Medicare or Medicaid, it would really, we would suffer. Like, you know, if there fewer people were insured or the insurance didn't work well.
We certainly would have more write-offs. Yeah, for sure, we'd feel that. This next slide is going to be from our code enforcement division, just some brief numbers on what they've done in this past year. And I think we're looking to far exceed in 2025 what these numbers are reflecting in 24. This is two individuals, our fire marshal and our electrical inspector. And in conversation with our partners at the state, this office is operating at the highest level that the state inspectors are, some of the seasoned state inspectors. And that's with 2 years in the office for the fire marshal and 1 year for the electrical inspector. So hats off to them. They've been doing a fantastic job. The next slide is just a couple of things to point out what we're doing out in the community. We're partnering with Chief Vale with First Night in the park. I believe it's the first Tuesday in August. We partner with the Firefighters Union for Trick or Treat on Main Street. We're involved in the homelessness task force, fire safety training in the schools, and we had 3 first place winners with the 3rd grade fire safety calendar in the city. So that was amazing work. They were recognized at the State House, so it was a big day for them. We're active with our Sharps program, or disposal of needles, and we average about 1,000 gallons a year that we are able to capture in receptacles and prevent from being on the streets and waterways and whatnot. So, and if you see fire trucks and ambulances out throughout the day, oftentimes they're conducting building pre-plans to help in the event of an emergency to be better prepared.
Yes.
The Community Sharps Disposal Program, are there any grants available for organizations to get some of those boxes if they have or need repair?
That's a great question. I'll have to get back to you. Chief Aldsworth is very intimate with that program and is very resourceful when it comes to finding grants.
I'd just like to try to get as much of that stuff off the streets as we can.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
So this next budget, next slide is showing what our 25 approved budget was and our proposed 26 with a 3.82% increase. A lot of that is driven from the collective bargaining agreement, which is anticipated expenses in healthcare and wages. We do see some of our programs, computer programs and whatnot, that have increases as well that's factored into that. And this next slide is going to be driven from the budget congresses that we participated in. If you notice, a few of these line items have been shifted to be captured under the purchase of the fire truck that you gracefully approved a few weeks back. That's going to be the fire hose and radio and pagers. We're going to purchase that. That'll come with the new fire truck in that budget that was established. And our breathing apparatus is being shifted to the capital plan as well for future replacements.
Good, we want them all to keep breathing.
Yes. So the breathing apparatus is the tanks that we wear with a mask on our face, providing fresh air. So
It's important.
any questions?
I think we're good. Yes.
Is code enforcement adequately staffed? It looks like that's a ton of work.
That is a ton of work, and I have some more very interesting numbers to share in a conversation when we're not trying to establish a budget. But the simple answer is no.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hope to see you at Green Acres again this year for Green Up Day.
For Green Up Day and for the sprinkler as well?
Oh, yeah, you know it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Everything you do for the community, the fire department. I know the kids at Green Acres and the different areas really appreciate all the stuff you guys did this summer.
Glad we can be here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Sir, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Take it away.
I'm Tom Baker. I'm the new facilities director here for the city. I've been here for about 6 months.
Welcome.
Still trying to feel my way around. And start with them. My department has myself, 1 foreman. We have 5 maintenance people, 1 open position right now that we're working at filling. And we also have the cemetery with that foreman up there, and currently 7 part-time summer help. We take care of 5 buildings here in the city. The auditorium, Alumni Hall, the BOR, this building, and public safety, along with the parks and the 3 cemeteries, and the pool. So we take care of everything around them, inside, outside. Keep them operational. We host a number of events at the auditorium. 14 of them on my count this week. And we also have the ice rentals at the BOR, the number of communities that use that as well. As well as one-day events at Alumni Hall. This is going to go over our budgets for this year. See, a grand total increase of 3.78% between all of those. We did reduce the cemetery's budget by eliminating some of the summer help positions. And plan is to cover that with our full-time staff.
Does that mean, Tom, you're going to have less than 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
These are where we found some of these changes. It has the seasonal staff for the cemeteries that we just discussed. We took $1,000 for the buildings ground maintenance that hadn't been used in the last couple of years, so we eliminated that from the budget line. $11,800 in fuel savings based on the usage for the last couple of years. And it did increase the BOR building maintenance because we've been overrunning that line for the last couple of years, so it needed to be increased.
Yes.
And is this a doable budget in your
My
viewpoint?
limited experience, yeah, I think. I think we can do it. I think we can do it.
Okay.
And if I may, I know kind of threw Tom to the wolves there with the cemetery reduction and me being very far away when you discuss it. He covered it, but I just sort of want to double down on it that, it's not our plan to not maintain the cemeteries. What we would plan to do is to, retain some of the specialized staff at the cemetery, but have our staff, our current facility staff, do work that they are able to do, which is mostly the mowing. So I just want to be clear that it's not our intent to let them, not look great. Hope is a treasure. We know how important it is. We know that it's an attraction, and we know how much people care who have their loved ones buried there. So I don't want people to think that we're going to let these cemeteries not be beautiful. We're just planning to use some of our staff who can do the mowing work perhaps, and then keep the staff that do some of the more specialized landscaping work as the seasonal help.
Yes, Councilor Deering.
Do they have the capacity to do that work? I mean, I'm just a little confused where we normally would have all the 7 part-time people, and then now we're gonna just throw it on to the full-time people as well. And I mean, I see that at the school a lot, where we just constantly put more stuff on top of other people and expect them to do it. So I just wanna know that this is realistic, that these people can attain the job. And I know that you've said that we're gonna make sure that the cemeteries are maintained, but is there a fallback plan in the event that it doesn't work, or people decide that, I don't want this extra workload and I'm just gonna go somewhere else? I mean, is there that concern?
That's a case anytime, whether we have them doing cemeteries or I have them doing work this hard. I'm gonna go someplace else. I can tell you personally, I'd much rather work outside in the summer when the sun's shining than being inside.
So is it a shift in workload or is it an add in workload?
It will be deferring some of the projects we would be doing. The painting projects, we would probably have to extend those out a little longer. Press them to shoulder season in the springtime. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Oh, Councilor Spaulding?
Yeah, sorry, Tom, sorry to interrupt. The other piece I would just highlight. Oh.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor. Yeah, the other piece I would just mention is that, a lot of the buildings that Tom manages, they don't have a bunch of activity in those months that the cemetery is busy. So we're able to shift a lot of those people to outdoor work. They'll be doing a lot of mowing, but there is, the auditorium is not super busy that time of year. The turf, the turf, we'd love for it to be more busy, but it only needs really the one person. So there is really an opportunity to shift that staff to do more outdoor work during.
Understood. Councilor Spaulding?
My question is about the increase in the buildings and ground maintenance for the BOR. Can you talk to me a little bit more about what that is? Because I know everyone loves the BOR and we keep putting money into it. And I'm wondering, are we getting, is it able to sustain itself? Are we putting more money into the building? Are we putting more money into the compressor or the things to make ice? If you could just talk a little bit about what that is, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, this year we replaced the lights in there over the ice surface. The other ones were outdated and were not providing adequate light over the ice. And reviewing the budgets the last couple of years, that line item, as I said, continually overshot what we were needing to. I'm gonna knock on wood, because we haven't had to do any repairs to the compressors themselves. We will be replacing the header here in the springtime. But it was more just to make sure the budget line was more in line with what we were actually spending.
So can I just follow up though? Are we spending more? Are we putting more into this building than we're actually getting out of it? I guess is my question.
Well, as far as rentals?
BOR? Are you referring specifically, Councilor, to the BOR or the auditorium, or both?
The BOR.
No, BOR, we definitely get more revenue than we have expenses.
Yeah.
That's the biggie, because of the ice rental.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and I don't know if Don's able to pull that specifically, but the mayor's absolutely right. The BOR ice is pretty much booked throughout the season. In fact, the season is typically extended for U32 and Spalding High School playoffs, so that even gives us additional hours. But if you look at the schedule for this ice season, Tom, is it pretty fair to say on weekdays from 3 to 9 at least, and maybe sometimes 3 to 11, it's booked every day, and then weekends just about from the early morning until the evening as well. It's pretty booked solid.
Yeah, Monday through Friday, like you said, 3 to 9. There's one night that it goes till 11. Saturdays are generally 7 in the morning to about 5 in the afternoon, and Sundays are like 9 to 9. So
I know, I have no doubt that the BOR is busy when there's ice there. Could we see some actual numbers on how much revenue we're getting and how much it costs to run that building? That would be great. Thank you.
Judy Copping? Oh, you still there, Judy?
Hi.
Oh, go ahead.
I wonder how you can reduce the maintenance budget at St. Monica's Cemetery when it has been neglected for so many years.
well, I can say I just observed the numbers. I haven't been out there to look at it. But observing what we've spent on it over the last 2-3 years, we decided to take that money out of that line.
Okay, because last year it was used as a parking lot for the Down Street building that was being repaired. So it looked like it was busy, but it really wasn't. And I've been up there several times, and the grass is up to your ankles. The trimming's not done. And I know it's not as busy a cemetery, but it still holds family members and people come to visit.
And
Thank you.
we will hold that cemetery in Elmwood and Hope all to the same level. It will be taken care of.
Hey, thank you. So, no, not quite. No, I just, because Nicholas knows how I feel about, I mean, look, Granite built this city. The people who rest in Hope Cemetery in Elmwood and St. Monica's built this city. And, it's, so Nicholas knows, listen, I'm going to give you the latitude to manage because, I'm not a micromanager. And Nicholas knows that. I'm going to hold you to your promise that the cemeteries will be maintained. And if it turns out that the 60,000 was a little aggressive, well, the cemeteries will be maintained.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know that folks can, or I can ask for much more than the commitment that you've made, both of you. So thank you for that.
Can I ask?
Yes, of course.
So the 60,000, how many people does that amount to?
Yeah, I haven't been through that limit. I'm told we have 7, so I'm assuming that's going to probably eliminate 4 of them.
Would sound about right.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So that'll leave you with 3 temporaries. Yeah. Thanks.
And don't worry, I won't be mowing the cemetery.
Oh, it's okay.
No, I learned my lesson. You get a union grievance. I did that once when we had to furlough some employees, and so I mowed City Hall Park and created a union grievance, so won't make that mistake again. Thanks, appreciate you, Tom. Okay, council, everybody good? Need a little recess, need a little break? Folks, thanks for hanging in there with us. I knew it was going to be a long one. So we are at our partner presentations. You're up. How are you?
Well, thank you. You can volunteer at the library anytime.
You won't get a union grievance?
You might, but I'll back
You might, but.
Let's see, we have some people in the room. Nancy, you gonna, sure? Gary, you gonna come up? We have, Teddy?
Yeah, grab.
I'm Kristen, I'm the director of the Aldrich. Nice to see you, Councilor Bergeron. We haven't met, and Cheryl, I feel like I've been in the room a couple times with you, but haven't met. I'm Kristen. I have Nancy Pope with me today, who is the chair of the Aldrich Public Library Board of Trustees. we have a bunch. We have David Sickle in the room. He's the treasurer of the Board of Trustees. Teddy still serves on the board. He remains the secretary of the Board of Trustees. Garrett Grant is the assistant director for the Aldridge Public Library. Mary Ellen Bover is in the room, and she is the circulation, I don't know, what circulation librarian. What a great name. She gets to be the librarian. She acts as a circulation supervisor. She runs the ship at the front desk. Is that everybody? I don't want to miss anybody. Yeah, great. And we'll start with the slideshow. I just, if I could not start there, actually, let me say that I really appreciate that your commitment to explore the mental health clinician for the city that directly impacts library work and what's happening inside our building. And we, as a city and as the public library for this city, really could use any help we could get. When we see things eliminated above us at the state level and at the federal level, that trickles down to public libraries across the country, across the state of Vermont, becoming, the place where people go. And they're in mental health crisis. They're having drug addiction problems. There's also lots of happy things that we're going to talk about in this slideshow presentation that goes on in the library. But your commitment to explore that, really, we appreciate that. So I wanted to start there. And thank you, Teddy, for pushing that tonight. I appreciate that, as you know. Is there something else I wanted to start with? I don't think so. I think I have to start with apologies to Shannon in the back because she took this picture and I didn't give her a photo credit. So there we have it. But that is the current library staff. That's Halloween. That's a big deal in the library world. We are all from library books. We are library characters in that picture, and we're having a great day. There's a few volunteers in there as well. You might recognize Edith Harding in the center there. And does anybody know who she is? Can anybody see that? You know who that is? Who is that, Tess? Like, who is her character?
I can't see them.
I think she arrived in Barre and she brought a frame with her and that's the folktale, right? What's the folktale? Somebody knows that better than me. Nobody? Garrett? Mary Ellen?
Is it she Mother Goose?
No. That'd be your coworker, Lee. All right, well, she is an original settler to Barre. She is dressed as such, and she brought a frame with her because she insisted that her husband build her a house where she could hang a framed picture of where she came from. Next slide, thank you. Amanda, is that true history?
I do not know that story.
Oh, my goodness.
My gut says it's apocryphal, though, Kristen, sorry.
In this budget request, we are requesting $296,000, $980. This is a 6% increase from fiscal year '25. It is a $2 increase per resident.
Sorry.
It is a $35.40 contribution per resident. And in the state of Vermont, populations of over $5,000, the average cost per resident for their public library is $42.17, and the median is $33.91. Now, we don't give you that information to sort of, poke at you. We just want you to know that our request is reasonable. It falls within the reasonable scale of what other communities are doing to support their libraries. So what are these increases? Why do we have to ask for an increase when you've heard that Nicholas has, tried to hold the budget line, level funding many areas? The departments just showed up with a lot of decreases. We need to hold this line because of, similar to the city, unionized negotiated wage increase. There are no new positions, and there is not an increased FTE. Our current staff is 12 members, and we have an 8.75 FTE. Overhead and maintenance. The state of Vermont, the Department of Libraries provided internet service, internet connection, the network to the libraries in the state, and they dropped everybody. So they gave everyone, I know, it was like, within months of me arriving too, I was like, what? They gave us $20,000 last year to make that switch, to install our own network, to find a company to run that network, to get us off the ground. We spent that money, and so now this is an increase to our budget. It's not quite an unfunded mandate, but it's pretty close, and that's what it feels like to us. And we have, we have a large building that's heavily used. You'll see other statistics about that. When we're successful at our job, and you're going to see the statistics coming up, and more people use the library, it's more and more cleaning that has to happen. We want to make sure that we maintain a safe and clean library where everyone feels comfortable. And so that is part of our increase. Something else you're well aware of, Blue Cross Blue Shield health insurance premium increases happened. That increase, right, it's more money than what's shown there, but we look at fiscal years, and that's not when Blue Cross increases, this timeline from your own work. So that's that increase. Our technology increase, it's recommended that public libraries opt for new equipment at a 20% of yearly. 20% of our hardware should be replaced yearly. It's really, we're obligated to offering the public and the people of Barre like the best possible internet and computer service they can get. We are not trying to run a bunch of dinosaurs that don't allow them to get their work done, that don't allow kids to do their research and print their papers. So this doesn't get us there. This does not get us to that 20% increase, 20% changeover, replacement, but it helps. And you'll see again in a slide coming up about Barre use, about public computers. People are using our public computers. And utilities, this was something we've observed, this increase. This is a little bit of some guesstimating that goes into budgeting. We don't know what fuel oil will cost, or what electricity will cost, or how that's going to flush out for us. But this is what we believe. This is a very good estimate that we're working with. So those are the increases. This is a no-frills budget. This is a budget that we take seriously, our commitment to these public funds and to every dollar that's donated to us. And we've worked to be very transparent in this budget, as well as explaining as best we can what's going on in that building. So what's going on in that building? This is Fenway Park. Fenway Park holds about 38,000 people. We fill Fenway Park 2 times per year with people coming in the door to the library. And I apologize to Nicholas if I should have used a basketball arena or perhaps a hockey arena. But I used Fenway. We liked the picture, and it worked. The numbers crunched out for us. So those people that are in Fenway right now are about 39,000, and we fill that twice. About twice. The stat above it is the door count to date for this fiscal year, which is about 41,000 people. Half the year, 41,000 people. That means we're going to fill Cowboy Stadium. That's that big multi-billion-dollar one down in Texas. That really huge one. That's what we're on track to do. So a little bit of a visual there, so you can kind of understand what's going on in our building. As well as this next slide. We have increased our program offerings. We have seen increase in attendance. In fiscal year 24, we did 870 programs and held community meetings are included in that number. That's about 3 per day. Let's go back to, we have 12 people on staff. Let's think about that for a minute. 3 programs and meetings per day, 12 people on staff. We couldn't list all the programs that we offer this community, but we wanted to give you a bit of a list so that you understood the spectrum of it, that we try to reach all ages, all community members. We try to do a breadth of offerings. You can read through the list here. We're going to be at it for summer reading. We do a great full steam ahead program. Our teen lounge that's a picture of the teen lounge in the bottom there, has really taken off. We do a lot of teen programming. We do a lot of children's programming. A lot of teens use our building, a lot of kids use our building, a lot of families use our building, and we love that, right? That's our goal, is for people to get in the building. A little bit of, we started to do a winter walking program this year. We by no means think that we're filling your recreation department hole there, but we did want you to know that we're team players and we try. So we have this great walking program. If you haven't come and checked it out, I encourage you to. We're having a great time with it. Technology happens in public libraries. Public computer sessions are up 29%. Why we need to keep those computers up to date and running and functioning and the best that we can offer. People are using our public computers to look for jobs, for FEMA applications, for a lot of Department of Motor Vehicle work goes on our computers, flood recovery work, taxes, telehealth. It's not all about recreation, but I will tell you some shopping happens. You can see in the budget that you have that we are funding digital reading and our ebook services. We know that reading is up 14%, and we need to keep that going. Is anybody an e-reader?
I think I have currently 5 books checked out from.
From the e-reader? And did you have to wait a long time for them?
Yeah, I've got one at 22 weeks right now that I'm waiting on.
Right. So, but when we buy that book, and you should let us know, because then you move to the top of the list. And so that's what that funding line in our budget means. It means that our residents in Barre, move up that list where it's a statewide e-book catalog. And so you go on the list against everybody else in the state. When we own it, you get first dibs. And so we know that if we have a readership that's up 14%, we need to buy more books and move people up the list. We had a person who told us they were waiting for James, which is Percival Everett, thank you. And I don't know what they were. Do you remember, Garrett? 80th or something? And they went to number 1. And we got a call about it, because that's the work that we want to do. We want happy patrons that are getting the books they're waiting for. In fiscal year 24, there were 13,164 ebook checkouts for our patrons. Yeah, it's growing. I'm not an ebook number, so I have to use these numbers to remind myself that this is an important component of my work. We have Yodo audiobook players for kids. I'd like to stress that they're really small and compact, and the kids think they're nifty, and we provide the book along with it. So they're companion read-along books, and the audio players were fun. We have expanded 3D printing services. That's what this photo is. We're thinking about a little program there similar to Elf on the Shelf. It's going to be the blue library guy with the red boots on the shelf, and getting people to explore the library and getting the kids engaged in areas of the building that they may not normally go to, right? When you're a kid and you've been in the downstairs rooms in the children's program for a number of years, but it's almost time for you to go up to the teen room, right? So we want to engage them and not make that so scary for them to go to their next room in the library. So we're going to do something with this guy over here. We have a couple frogs in that picture. But I wanted to also say at this moment that it's also utilitarian, that 3D printing. People are getting things done that they need done. They're replacing parts that have broken in their homes. We've printed clamps. We're printing a charging station for ourselves. So it's also utilitarian. It's not all about the funny blue guy with the red boots. And we put this last point in here, technology classes for adults and seniors. We are working with Central Vermont Council on Aging. These are programs that Mary Ellen runs. And when we first kicked them off, we had low attendance. We did not have people coming. And we asked him, stick it out with us. We know how to run programs, stick it out with us, we'll figure it out. And the last program he did, the people were flowing out of the room, not everybody could come, he had to repeat it. They were literally outside of the room trying to like peek in at his screen and ask their question. And so that's a success story for us, this overflowing of a room. And of course we do staff, patron, one-on-one. Computer work with people. A big bullet point there would be that we do ID and prevention for scams and thefts, right? We do ID prevention and scams, and we help people through that. And we is very generous. That would be the front desk staff that does that, not myself. 304 community meetings hosted in the library this past year. Including some that are coming up. We have 4 dates scheduled with the city to come. We work with Barre Up as well for flood recovery. We have the Vermont Legal Aid Services come to work in the library for flood recovery. And we were the flood recovery site for both floods, or the 2 recent floods. That's work for us. We have to keep the building open, we have to keep it safe, we have to store things. We do that. Washington County Family Center, great success story at the library. When I first arrived here, there was 3 or 4 kids going to that program. This is not to our credit, this is to Washington County Family Center credit. That program has 30 plus kids in it now weekly. Great program that we're able to host for them. We host Barre Rotary weekly. Right now we have the kids' art show up. It's beautiful. If you haven't seen it, come see it. We're doing Barre Reads right now based on the book Gather. That's a Read Across Vermont book or a Vermont Read book. And we do our own writing contest around that. As I said, Central Vermont Council on Aging is working in our building. We did a job fair with Higher Ability Vermont. Hunger Free Vermont we work with for summer, free meals for kids and teens. We do about 100 meals per week. 100 meals go out of our building. And next Tuesday, the 18th at 5:30, the Secretary of State, that was a rescheduled meeting. They'll be back to talk about the Civic Health Index, Tuesday the 18th at 5:30. So this is a range of what we do. And a lot of people would say public libraries, this is the meat of it, right? This idea of public discourse, this idea of public connection and the sharing of resources, and this wider communication that cities and towns can have. A lot of people think that that's the meat of public librarianship. I like that we have books in the building, but I do appreciate this idea of community meetings and what's happening here in Barre. And I do believe that this is the basis for healthy residents and happy communities. And we are doing our job there at the Aldrich in that way. We wanted to make sure everybody knew our biggest fundraiser of the year is on April 5th. Join us for the Spring Fling. We include this in our budget presentation because we want to be clear that you all know that we also fundraise to make this building work. And it's a huge task for us to do that. And we appreciate everyone who works on that, the board, the friends, the staff. And then, of course, we have to thank everyone who contributes to our fundraising efforts. And when we're successful in our fundraising, it's an indication to us that we're on the right track. You all know that from your own budget survey. right? We didn't include that bar graph, but we do want to remind you of it, right? People like what we're doing and they support our work. So your own budget survey has demonstrated that we are being successful out there. So come to the Spring Fling. It's a night out in Barre. You can dance, hear live music, you support local businesses, you see friends and neighbors, all while you're supporting the Aldridge Public Library. This is my last slide. I wish that this last slide was a message about how your support stabilizes our budget. But if you read through the budget, you know that it doesn't. This is a deficit budget. Every dollar, every percent increase you can eke out makes a difference to us and the people of Barre. We are an excellent institution to put some public funds into. We work very hard and we take our job very seriously there. There are a range of issues that we can help with. We want to remind people that we're team players in that sense, and we want to continue to be team players. Our goal is to grow and do more and offer more. And that's not going to happen with this budget, but we're not giving up on that, and we're not giving up on the opportunities that may lie ahead of us. We offer this budget in full transparency of what is going on in the library and how funds are handled. And we acknowledge your own budgetary constraints. Thank you. Was I 10 minutes?
Yes.
I just want to sort of maybe bring you back to some of the points that you made earlier, which is that you had spoken earlier, I thought very eloquently, about how the potential loss of a mental health technician, clinician, a lot of those have downstream effects for our public institutions like our library. So I wonder if you could speak to some of the operational impacts that you see in those downstream effects.
Thank you. Some of them we talked about, right? We saw the increase in cleaning the building. I would say that maintenance and capital improvements are also in that, where that building is heavily used. We often have to call the locksmith, the doors don't close, they get used a lot. The plumbing, the restrooms often need repair from plumbers. The cleaning, that's a lot of people. If you go back to Fenway Park there, that's a lot of people in that building and using that building. So there's families that use that building and a wide range of people that use that building. When we don't have good housing situations for people, when we have people who are users, drug users in this community, there is not a lot of places for those people to go. And and we deal with that at the library. We include as many people as we can in the library and in our programming. We walk a line where we want everyone to feel safe and comfortable. And so this is where the difficulty lies. How do we handle this influx of people while still saying to people, sure, come to the library, it's a great place, right? It's clean, it's safe, right? It's a line that we walk. And so you may have not heard this from me before, because I often hesitate to say this publicly. I don't want to discourage public use of the building, but it is important to understand that we have some extreme conditions going on right now. When we lost the mental health facility in Berlin, when I hear that the mental health clinician for the city could be disappearing, when we know the motel program is on the line right now, those impact the staff of the building pretty severely, and other people being able to use the building. And so we work to minimize, right, what people are coming in to use the building, while we have to address, without being clinicians, without being social workers, without being trained in that. We have library degrees and library certificates, and we have wide open hearts, and we have policies that we follow and codes of conduct, and we invite people into the building, and we believe that contact with us is a potential road to a better health for that person and a better life for people, but it impacts us. And We know that libraries across the country feel this impact. Libraries in Vermont feel this impact. We know that Burlington is test running a social worker in their library, and they have their own security system now in their library. We have models of how this is going to continue throughout Vermont. Will there be a time when I come to this council and future councils and ask for that funding? Probably. Unless we do something at the beginning of the pipe, right? We want to move to the beginning of the pipe, right? But right now we're working a little bit at the end of the pipe. We are very, very interested in continued conversations and discussions about making sure that everyone in Barre feels safe. Making sure that we have an attractive downtown that is bustling. We share this goal with you. We share this goal with the partners we have in the room and the businesses we work with. And we offer our time to constructive conversations around this because we have insights to this. We do work with this every day. And so we have insights into this and can offer constructive feedback. And we know that the work that we do when we have a robust teen program and we have a big children's youth services program, we know when those families have a place to come and those kids have a place to come and Washington County Family Center has a place to come, we know that that's going to reduce what's going on in this city right now. That's what we do. We want to work more at the front end. When we work at this end of the pipe right now, that's hard for us. But we're committed to turning that around and spending our time in other ways. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Nicholas, did you have a question?
More of a comment, Mayor. Thank you. I just wanted to give the council context that fully funding the library's request that Kristen made would result in 6.06 projected tax rate increase. And I say that because I think it's affordable. I think that Kristen, so I wanted you as the council to know what the impact is of funding the library's request, and I believe it's manageable. And it keeps us pretty darn close to what the target that you gave us was.
What's the delta, Nicholas? Between the 296,980 and what you had in the budget?
16,180.
Don,
give or take.
16,180 is what Dawn is reporting.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had to put my spreadsheet. Thank you, Don.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you,
Councilor Spalding?
Nicholas.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to say thank you for all of the information. This, everything that you sent that was included in this packet was, it wasn't just this slideshow that you presented. It was a full budget. It was a narrative. It was a report that you've apparently submitted for something. So I just appreciate all of that information because, and I also want to say that I really appreciate that there's a note on one page of your expenses that you're making decisions based on circulation statistics. And so I appreciate that you are using data to help drive why you need an increase in a certain area. And I just really appreciate all of this information and all of the data, and appreciate all of the good work that you do, whether it's through supporting people who are unhoused or children who are looking for a place for a playgroup or teens who need a place to hang out after school. I think it's just amazing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I did want to reference those pieces of information, so thank you for bringing them up. The report is the Vermont Public Library report. Librarians hate this report. It is very cumbersome. It is a lot of data. It takes a team effort to finish it. I always say that, librarians want to talk about words and stories, but of course we know the numbers tell a story. So I included this in this packet because Nicholas, his email to us was like, show us how this money helps you. And so this is really a good sample of how this money helps us. This report, when I arrived last year, I had just done it at my past job, and I said to the state of Vermont, no way, I'm not doing two. And Nancy Pope said, you're doing it this year, and did. And so we will do this every year. It's, again, when you muscle your way through it, the reward is great. You know, the numbers do tell a story. And so thank you for that. And the budget narrative is a little bit of work. I'm glad that you read it, and I'm happy to answer questions on the budget itself, if anybody has one.
Councilor Deering?
So I'm looking at page 101 in the packet. It's item number, it talks about municipal appropriations. And 49,000 for Barre Town and 49,100 is for Barre City. Now, going from fiscal year 23 up to 25, the town contributed an extra 8,000 from 23 to 24. Had a level fund, it looked like, from 24 to 25, and then a $20,000 ask, it looks like, potentially for 26. But when we see the increases on the city, we see them at a much higher rate, really more so between 24 and 25 with a $30,000 increase. And now we're asking for a $16,000 increase. So I was just curious if we were going to ask any more from the town to kind of help fill that gap that you're looking for. Because we're kind of talking tonight about a 6% budget. We'd like to offer you more, you know, to help fund you. But I see there's, you know, some discrepancy in the ask almost. So I'm just curious what that budget ask is really going to be for this town, and if you're able to potentially ask for any more.
So we always ask, right? I haven't been here long, but I've been here for 2 budget cycles, so I can speak to that. We work hard to even that out. And that is the message that we send to the town, that we speak to the town, this idea of like, and the statistics, the data that we share with the town, and I'm happy to share with you, is that it's used equally. We have, I'll show it, I know it came. So Barre City, circulations for fiscal year 24 were 17,441. Barre Town circulations were 17,170. If you lost those numbers as I was speaking out loud, that's a couple hundred difference.
Right.
And so when we communicate this to the town, we're saying you need to pay your equal share. That does not always go over. That's not a battle we've won yet, the power of yet. We have asked them for a 10% increase this year. Is that right? A 10% increase this year, as opposed to the 6% here.
Because they level funded us. I mean,
We're trying to catch them up.
Okay.
We work at that.
Sure.
We recognize this, we work at that, we have the data to prove it, we share that data with them. I actually stopped in Nicholas's office to sort of get a couple of questions answered. You know, when you look at numbers, you can look at numbers differently. Barre Town likes to share with me that their percentage towards the library of their overall budget is larger than the city's percentage of the overall budget to the library. And so I had to ask Nicholas, what is that, right? What does that mean? Right? And so I got a pretty good rundown of what that means, right? And you all understand that rundown.
No, I don't.
You don't? Well, you pay for more things.
Let's
You have
base it on
approval.
ability to pay and per capita. They don't want to talk numbers with me, because guess what? I will
I
lead
get
them
myself in trouble.
so far in the dust.
Down the line here.
Let's talk about it, yeah. Great question, Counselor, but you know what? Listen, people are going to do what they're going to do. For me, I will always support the library. I believe in reading. I am grateful that my children, I grew up reading. It was important to my parents. And I love reading, and I still read. I'm grateful that my children grew up reading, that mom read to them every day. And Nancy, you've heard this story 2 or 3 times, I'm sorry. But when they were in college and they would come home and they weren't feeling well, they had the flu or something, they would say, Mommy, read to me. And that made them feel better. So I believe in the library. And I think the town's folks do too. I believe they do. Unfortunately, their representatives aren't reflecting their values. I hope they do this year. I truly do.
I think we have a shot at it.
I hope
I think we have
you
a
do.
shot at it, and I would say they support the library continuously. And I'm grateful for the increased support that the city gives that makes it a little bit more doable for us. And really, that's enormous, that extra money that happened, and Nicholas suggesting what this budget looks like to you all. I appreciate that. And I would say that I appreciate the support Barrytown gives as well. And we work to even it out. We work to let them know that their residents are using the library. So this is what we communicate.
Appreciate it.
Mayor, there's a question.
Yes.
Question on the Zoom.
Jeremy.
I just wanted to say, this was really a model of a presentation. You broke down your costs very clearly and in detail. You broke down the expenses to community members very clearly and in detail. Gave a really excellent explanation of direct benefits to people throughout our community. And really, I mean, this is a true model of what we should expect from budget requests like this, and the amount of work you really put into that to show that, to demonstrate the need and value to the community was excellent. So I, for one, would happily pay double what you're asking for the library myself. So yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that. I much appreciate it on my end.
Thank you. I sit here before you as a member of a team. I work with a finance committee. David and Nancy and Garrett and I, we work through the budget, as do all of you. We started months ago. We look at data. We work through what our messaging should be. And I appreciate that it worked out as well as it did. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks?
Thanks for coming. Great presentation.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your support.
Tracy, you're up. And folks, I'm going to thank you again for your patience. Long evening.
Hi,
How are you?
Good, how are you? I brought
Doing
Shannon
well,
along
thank
with
you.
me today.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll start with the presentation. So this year, I just want to state that I changed up the presentation, and it's a little bit different than you've seen it in past years, but I hope you like it. Starting off with our 2024 Barre ribbon cuttings, we had new businesses coming in. We had some expansions. We had some, the library had the teen center. The history center had their ribbon cutting for
New gallery.
the new gallery. Sorry about that. And then, the bicycle shop moved. Tasty Bites came in. Slowpoke, Dames, Vita, Dance and Movement, Foxy's. They're all new. Vermont Federal Credit Union as well. So we did ribbon cuttings for each one of those. You can go to the next. So some of our events that we put on throughout the year, our farmers market. So we're supporting 18 local vendors. Our winter market supports the old labor hall. We offer EBT, farm to family, and crop cash at our summer market. And last year I started requesting sales numbers from our vendors. And so in 2024, the sales at our markets was $9,579. So we're continuing our winter's market at the old labor hall right now. And then our farmers market this summer will be moving to Courier Park and being joined with our summer concert series and food truck night. So we're combining them all into one night to try to really just bring a great night to the community. So next slide. It's tired.
Because also, I swear I hit it.
Okay, concerts and food truck.
Yep, you got it.
Perfect. So we're supporting, in the past, we've done 13 nights of concerts. So we are supporting 13 local bands, artists. We're promoting 25 local businesses, whether it being food truck vendors or the sponsors of our weekly concerts. And we have at least 200 locals attending each week. We do fun things with the kids. We had a bubble machine this year. We've had the fire truck come and spray the kids down on really hot nights. So again, we're combining concerts, food truck, and farmers nights to be all on Wednesday night this year. We want to do a pedal your bike night, and we want to do a drive your bike night or a car show, different kinds of events just to make Wednesday nights in the park something that people want to come to.
We're
And-
also not competing with them over that.
Yes. Okay, next slide.
Here we go.
The Heritage Festival, celebrating community heritage. We have over 65 vendors that we support that weekend, 15 bands, artists throughout the weekend. We bring over 20,000 to our community between Wednesday and Sunday of that weekend. And I sent out an email to a couple businesses that I know do events or sales that weekend, and those two businesses alone bring in over $75,000 during Heritage Festival weekend. It's a great weekend. We get sponsorship from businesses and organizations, but we also raise over $45,000 to bring that. This year, we have secured through the Vibrancy Grant, 11,000 of that is going towards a light show for the Heritage Festival. So we'll have the fireworks show on Saturday night, but we will have a huge light show Friday night. So we're excited to bring that. We're bringing in more street performers, and like always, I try to make it bigger and better every year with bringing in more fundraising and bringing more free activities to our community. You can go to the next. Halloween in Barre. So we do several different things. We have the costume parade, the trunk or treat, the business costume contest, and the downtown trick or treat. So there was over 500 attended our costume parade and our trunk or treat. And then over 1,200 attend our downtown trick or treat. And it's always something that the community loves and we love doing. And Shannon always takes amazing photos.
I would just like to say this has quickly become one of my favorite holidays in our community, just in the last couple of years where we've instituted this new costume parade and we've had extraordinarily warm weather. Watching the children enthusiastically walk through the streets in the center of the parade and then up into Courier Park is just the most heartwarming community event that I witness every year.
Next slide. 10th annual Granite City 5K. So we support veterans in our community for 10 years. This event has raised and donated over $125,000 to support veterans in and around our community. It's been a great event. We had one runner that won every year. He's since, I believe, passed away. But we have grown that event every year, and it's just an amazing event to continue to do and support our veterans. All right, next. Our 26th annual Employee Appreciation Dinner. We put this on, and it's really to support the Barre businesses, the business community, and their employees. This was started over 26 years ago. It's happened 26 years, but it was when there was one or two business people, and they didn't want to throw a big Christmas party for just themselves. So my understanding was it was merchants put this together, and it's just grown and grown. And so this year, we celebrated with over 220 in attendance, so the biggest ever. We have a great time. Alicia and Marcus have taken over as our MCs of the night. Bob Nelson and Mary Jane Magnan had put that on for years and had done an amazing job. And I think Alicia and Marcus have taken on their role and done an amazing job. So it's just a great night, and we've really loved putting it on and celebrating the Barre businesses. Small Business Saturday and Light Up the City. So I don't have any real metrics for this one. I thought the pictures kind of said what it is. A lot of people really like the Light Up the City event with the trees lit up in the downtown, the gazebo, the garland on the trees. We've brought in horse-drawn carriage rides. We've brought in live reindeer, music, and hot cocoa, and what does Dougie bring? S'mores. Yeah. It's great. And then we do the horse-drawn carriage rides during the day on Small Business Saturday. And then the hot cocoa hut was used throughout the Mary Berry holiday season. It was used every weekend during the season. We're going to talk a little bit about the hut in a later slide and give a more detailed information about what that hut is actually for. But that was our Small Business Saturday and Light Up the City. And then the Mary Berry Holiday Craft Fair. So we have 110 vendors that are showcased. I have a wait list of at least 50. I get 2 to 3 emails a day asking, can I get information to be part of this? Over 6,500 shoppers from around the state. I've talked to other people that are actually from out of state that come for our events. And then people come in and they shop our businesses downtown. There are other craft fairs happening throughout the city, and these shoppers come and shop throughout the city and eat in our city throughout that weekend. So it's a great event to have here. We took it over, this was my 3rd year doing it, so it was something that was kind of not thrown at me, Jeff.
Why are you looking at me?
But I saw the greatness that it brought to our community, and I couldn't see letting it go. And so it's just, I feel like it's another great event that the partnership puts on and helps bring people to our community. Next slide. I am handing the mic over to Shannon. She's going to be talking.
Some might know that I have, in a previous life, my career was in hospitality. And you might be familiar with, after our first flood in 2023, we had all the diverted tour buses from Montpelier. And I took it upon myself to be the welcoming committee for the tour buses. It brought a lot of business to town when our businesses desperately needed it and our economy needed it. And since then, we've had all of our businesses repeatedly asking, when are we getting the tour buses back? And it's just not realistic with Montpelier being operational now. So it's encouraged us to start our new Destination Barre tourism project, which I'm extremely enthusiastic about. And it's just based, why don't you go to the next slide? So there's a lot of benefits to tourism in the community and a lot of opportunities that aren't really being utilized at the moment. And a lot of, I'd say, organizations that they want to do parallel efforts to what we have envisioned, and it's going to be a several-year project, and we can all work collaboratively towards enhancing tourism in Barre to increase our economy. So the benefits including obviously strengthening our community pride, which is a constant need and effort, preserving our heritage in Barre, which is sort of the basis of what our tourism is, job creation, and economic growth obviously work hand in hand. Next slide.
That was it.
Oh, that's it, okay. Right, sorry, we had a whole presentation that we're working with our Destination Barre social events. So
You can talk about the hot cocoa hut.
Okay. So Tracy had this fantastic idea after seeing another, I think, hot cocoa hut in another community.
Middlebury has a hot cocoa hut. It was more of an informational booth, and they used it as a hot cocoa hut. And so I thought with this Destination Berry project, having kind of a mobile informational booth. And so, but to have it multi-use. And so while we're not at the point of having it being an informational booth, we used it this year as a hot cocoa hut. And we want to use that in future years, again, as a hot cocoa hut. But we see with this Destination Berry project, we want to do QR codes with all of our statues. And Shannon's going to be doing some photos of all the statues, and we want to
have a digital reference and walking guide throughout the community, and another opportunity to collaborate with all the other municipalities going into Millstone Trails. And currently, all of our statues are fantastic. None of them are listed. We don't know who their makers are or any information or background on them, which is an unfortunate loss. But we envision signage for each of the, and plaques for each of the statues, detailing the information of who they were made by, as well as QR codes, which gives background information about when, where, how it was made, and stories behind each of them. It can go into Hope Cemetery. I spoke with a teacher at the Career Center that's obsessed with geocaching, and I love the idea of working with them as well and creating more digital enhancements for tourism in the community.
And so we're really, we started talking about this project back last spring. Steve McKenzie, I had seen him and he kind of started the conversation. And so our board has created a subcommittee for this. So there's 4 of us on the subcommittee. We had a launch party where we talked to just a few organizations first to, try to get our idea out there, get some feedback, and then expand it to more organizations. Because all of what we all want is to bring more people to our community. And, we're doing stuff, the library's doing stuff, the Granite Museum is doing things, Thunder Road's doing things, Wilkins is doing things. If we combine our efforts and try to do something as a whole, we're hopeful that it'll be more powerful as a group.
We're at a point right now where we have a lot of new residents and a lot of new businesses that are extremely enthusiastic about being community-minded and want to join committees for this tourism effort to help bring more downtown. And I think in addition to that, our committee recently attended a Vermont tourism event, and it was wonderful walking into the room, and we had several people greet us and thank us for representing Barre and saying, wow, Barre, I'm in there all the time. I can't stay away. It has the best food in the state. It has the best pizza in the state. So to finally see other people in other communities recognize the great things we have going on here, it's uplifting.
So last Thursday, we held a new resident social at the Barre Social Club, and it went really good. We provided the new resident guide that we had prepared a couple of years ago. We made sure it was updated. We had it printed. We had a list of businesses and restaurants to give to new residents, and it was just a great event. I think it was just great for them to see and talk to other people in the community. Tom and Amanda were both there. Nick at the social club was amazing. It's just a great location to have such things, and we're really hopeful to continue to do this, if it's not every 6 months, once a year. Just a few insights. Last year, we were at 65. I think the morning that I submitted this, we were at 7,514 Facebook followers. On the page, we got 142,000 views in the last 28 days. 22,000 people are reached. We have a huge following, and I try to help promote not just our events, everything that's happening in our communities.
Tracy's social media has become the source for all events in Barre. Among all of the event pages and social media pages in Central Vermont, or Barre in particular at least, everybody follows Barre for all information. And I've recently put her Instagram account attached to mine, and it dings all day long. And every time people tag Tracy in it, so she can help promote all those businesses.
And if they don't tag me, I have a specific notification that tells me that they've posted, so then I just share. But yes, it is 24/7. Next slide. So these next few slides are just some testimonials that I've received. We've received these business testimonials. We received from Maddie at Slowpoke, Mary Jane and Paul Magnan from Wobbies, and Bob Nelson. These are on our website. So I just thought I would put these out here just so everybody could see what the impact we have on the business community. The next slide is, I believe, our vendor testimonials. So these are vendors that I deal with, whether it's farmers market, food truck, or the Mary Berry Holiday Craft Fair. And their ultimate goal, a lot of these craft vendors or the vendors that come, they want to open a storefront. That's their dream. And working closely with them and getting them familiar with me is just the next step to, if they do decide to open a business, if they get successful enough where they are able to open a business, I want them to pick Barre. So those are our vendor testimonials, and then you can go to the next one, community testimonials. Just some thoughts from people that come and enjoy our events here in the community. And then our next one are the board and volunteer testimonials. So a couple of our board members have given their testimonials, but I've also worked with volunteers, and 2 of these testimonials are from high school students that worked with me through the work-based learning program at Spalding. And both of these, as well as the others that I worked through, they're just, I felt like they understood. They didn't know what the partnership was before they started, and they just love it. So I thought these were important to show. You can go to the next. So our budget, last year, as stated by Nicholas, we were level funded. We put in a 3% just for a normal 3% increase. We're still getting the Downtown Vibrancy Fund through the state of Vermont. And as we continue to get more funding, I continue to increase the amount of funding that I do with my fundraising. And then next slide. Questions?
Great job. Any questions, council? Yes.
How much work do you do for Barre Town?
Not much. The partnership is Barre City's designated downtown organization, and with that, the town sees that we're more of a city based organization. I see Barre as a whole, so when I say not much, all of our events that we do are focused here in the city. We don't do any events out in Barre Town. I do help try to promote Thunder Road, Wilkins, the businesses and organizations in Barre Town, but my real focus is down here in the city.
But we are the downtown of Barre.
Yeah.
So
Well, as you
they
said,
appreciate that to some degree.
you're our by statute
Yeah.
designated downtown organization, which if you want to have a designated downtown, you have to have.
Yes.
And so you do support, I see you supporting other businesses in Barre Town, but I also see those businesses in Barre Town that you choose to support, generally speaking, they're supporting events in the city.
Correct.
So it's
vice
really
versa.
reciprocal, and
A lot of the Barre City businesses that are owned and operated, a lot of those owners live in the town. So it really is supporting, I'm supporting the city businesses, but they live in the town. So I just see Barre as a whole, but we are the city's designated downtown organization, if that answers your question.
yes, Councilor Stockwell.
Thanks for your presentation. I really find it helpful when you have like the numbers, like how many people came, the amount of sales, and I think the concerts in the park are a really lovely event. I think they really bring Barre together. I'd like more of like and I don't know if you can do it, like how this translates into increased business for the merchants downtown. Like, you can guess that, 800 people coming for Halloween, they're going to stop at the store, they're going to have dinner afterwards, going to go to the quarry or something. But you don't really know that unless you have some sort of, here's what they're reporting. Oh, we had a 20% increase in sales.
I do know the one, so I did ask the two businesses that have events solely. One of the businesses, they make double what they normally do on a normal weekend.
I think it'd be great to add that in.
Okay, I didn't want to give out like certain names and specific numbers, because I
understand, but if you could just say a business
One.
person reported,
Yeah.
I'd be happy.
Councilor Bergeron?
So you spoke about your destination, Barre. Did you know that Rock of Ages has ceased their bus tours? Okay, so you should look into tapping into that. They do, I don't know, 50, 60 buses just in the spring and summer, so.
Yeah. Right, and they were the reason we were getting buses in the past, but they wouldn't dine with us. They went to other places for their dining, so they never came to the downtown.
Yeah, see, most of them would go to the tour of Rock of Ages, and then they'd go to Hope Cemetery.
Right, right.
Yeah, so we're really trying to get with Rock of Ages or Polychlor now, and, I know Eileen does the tours at Hope Cemetery, so we want to talk with all of them and really work together to try to make it as come to Barre.
Yeah,
We'll
'cause
give you a
I-
tour here, a tour here, a tour here, and eat here.
Because I think Scott McLaughlin down at the museum is looking into it too.
We're working
Yes,
with him as
we're
well.
working with him.
And I would say also, when we had the tour buses, the people that came to town, even though we weren't their first choice, honestly, but they were enthusiastic about being here. They were excited about our history and our granite statues, and we weren't even prepared for it. So this is gonna be a long, ongoing effort, like I said, but once we get there, there's a lot of potential.
Councilor Spaulding?
Thank you. I have a question on the second to the last slide about your budget. Do you charge membership fees for your members?
Yes.
And it's not included, it's not reflected in the revenue? How?
So the membership is more if they buy a banner, if they sponsor a concert, if they sponsor the Heritage Festival, that's how they become a member.
So the downtown businesses don't have to pay to become a member, they're just automatically members?
They're members when they pay for a sponsorship of a banner or an event.
So if you don't pay for a sponsorship of a banner or an event, you're not considered a member of your downtown organization? That's correct? And so you don't have a way for people who are, and I don't know how much your banners or your sponsorship for your events are, but that's curious. How much is that of your revenue? Where is that in your budget?
So I can tell you our membership is $300. Our banners are $300. Our concert sponsorship is $300. And our base Heritage Festival sponsorship is anywhere from $1 to $249. So anytime that someone sponsors anything, they become a member of the partnership.
Okay. So, but it
That would
doesn't.
it would show up as fundraising for events.
Programs and events. As part of the 77,625, or for this year, proposed 80,000?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. I agree with Councilor Stockwell that I would love to see some more data. And I think I've asked for this probably the last few years, and I'm hoping at some point you'll be able to provide it. I would love to know, for the Mary Berry Holidays Craft Fair, how many people of those, 6,500 shoppers that attended the event, how much did that drive traffic in downtown Barre? And I would think that you would be able to ask those downtown business members to just tell you what was the difference between that Saturday and Sunday versus another Saturday and Sunday, to see what the difference is.
It's Small Business Saturday. I could get numbers for you. Our businesses see an increase in sales beginning in November through the holidays. So I don't know necessarily how much I can tell you of the people that are coming to the craft fair are adding in extra sales to the businesses community of what they wouldn't be getting otherwise. I'm not sure how I would get that number.
Okay, well, it would be helpful. I'm guessing other downtown organizations are able to measure that, and I wonder, I don't know, I haven't looked. I appreciate all of the events that you are planning and all of the great things that you do. I just am concerned that I don't have a good sense of what, why I asked really specifically to tell us, like, what's the return on our investment? Why should we give you $72,000 when we are struggling to make ends meet with our budget? And I realize you plan all of these fantastic events, but how are you driving more people to spend money here? How are you driving more people to show up here? And I don't get that from this report. I appreciate that it feels good and that, anecdotally you're doing a lot of good things, but I would like to see some actual hard numbers on how why we should continue to fund you.
I really thought that those numbers that I put on this presentation were what you were looking for. That was why I changed it up this year. I can try to get some more numbers for you from businesses.
We've got time. And that reminds me, I'll need to ask the Aldrich Public Library what our return on that investment is and how much sales the Aldrich Library is driving to our downtown. So thank you for your question, Councilor Spaulding. Councilor Guston?
I would just be curious what a future data, and to add to your plate, what a future data project around what the average Barre business sees their sales fluctuate weekend by weekend. I'd just be curious to see what that looks like. And I'm wondering, this is kind of more of a question for Nicholas and Dawn. Is it possible to see what our local options tax fluctuates on? Is it precise enough to know weekend by weekend if our local, no, Dawn's shaking her hand, okay. Okay, it's quarterly. Oh, that's a bummer. Okay. Thank you.
Nicholas, did you have a question or a comment?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to give the council the same context I gave after Kristen spoke, which is, I think Tracy's budget, Tracy, correct me, I think you've been flat budgeted now for 2 years. I think after both floods, we kept you flat. So this increase, modest, it would, if we did both the Aldrich and this increase, it would be 6.07. So this adds a 0.01 to the projected tax rate. So I just wanted council to have that context. I think Tracy's been doing a lot with this. She's, as I said, Tracy and Donald know better than me, but I believe it's been 2 years in a row now that it was kept totally flat from year to year. So I just wanted you all to have the context of what it would mean for the full budget.
Thank you. Jeremy?
Just real quick, are you guys organized as a 501c3?
Yes, we are.
Okay, cool. And you'd be organized under the name Barre Partnership?
Barre 2000 and beyond.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Byrne, did you have a question?
Hi, yes. I just want to say thank you to our counselors who like to have more information so that they can be as well informed as possible in making sure that the money that we're spending is producing the results that they're asking for, and trying to shame them with your comment about the library and how much money does the library bring in. We're not talking, you're talking apples to oranges. And I think the library was very clear with numbers about how many patrons and people come. They have a different system for measuring and a different system for accounting. I really appreciate what Tracy is doing. I use some of the things that she's brought in. I love the farmer's market. I hope to see it grow. I hope to see more low-income people shopping at the farmer's market with the money that we get from NOFA. And those are kinds of things that she's presenting. And it may just be that people would like to see a different format. But I think your comment, Mayor, was unnecessary and rude to the counselor who was asking for clarity.
Yeah, I'll ask my own questions. Thank you. Lisa Liana?
Yes, thank you. So I did read through the packet in the presentations that were submitted by the Aldrich and BADC and the partnership. And one thing I noticed is the partnership did not provide us a financial statement. We've got a copy of last year's budget, but we all know a budget is our best guess of what we think we're going to do. And I didn't see any actual financial statement of where you've been. And then I thought, well, what did you provide last year? And I didn't see it last year's packet, and I didn't see it the year before. So I'm just curious, why don't we see a financial statement, and how can we see one to see how you've been doing? Because you said you've done a great job with more fundraising, and that's fabulous, but what are our actual numbers? Thank you.
Thank you.
I've never been asked to provide a financial statement. If it's something that the city would like to see, I could certainly provide it in the future.
That would be great. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Deering.
Will add my 2 cents. As a father of 4, every time that my kids drag me out downtown to one of our events, I spend money. Money that I was not going to spend had they not dragged me out. So I can only assume that that would also be the same for all the other individuals, the hundreds of people, or sometimes thousands at points, that we do come into our community. So I want to say thank you for everything that you're doing to try to bring downtown vibrancy, bring more economy to our community. Without economic growth, we're not going to get anywhere. And we also have a 1% local options tax that's going to help build that as well. So thank you for what you're doing. I understand that there are definitely some more constraints, and we'd like to see some more information, but I appreciate the job that you're doing.
Anything else, Council? Thanks for all your great work. I can't imagine what Barre City would look like without the Barre Partnership. It certainly wouldn't have as many cultural events, social events. It's not for everybody. Why the hostility? I don't know. To each their own. Maybe they need to get a happy life instead of the one they have. But I'm grateful for the 2 of you. I'm grateful for the events you put on. Keep it up. And last but not least, again, thank you very much for your patience. We do appreciate you. Mr. Rinker, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
And company, there's a few.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes, good evening, councilors. Thank you for inviting us. Al, why don't you, please. Before I get started.
Excuse me, could you speak into the microphone, please?
Yabba-dabba-doo, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Want to ask you if the councilors have received our strategic plan recently that we did last year?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You all have that, so you're all set with that. Okay, good. I want to pass out some packets so you'll see what we've been doing lately. So I'm going to step away from the microphone for a minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we can, if you just leave them, Carl, we'll
Thanks, Carl.
pass them down.
Thanks, Carl.
Okay, I'm back at the microphone. Sorry about that. Let's see. That sheet here. Yeah. The budget. Oh, I'll just use that one. Okay, so hopefully you all got my report. Anybody that did not get the report that I turned in to you? Everybody got it? Mm-hmm.
It's in the
Okay.
packet.
And it's my understanding that we're going to have 10 minutes, so I'm going to start the clock. I can keep it at 10 minutes. In the report, I'm not going to go through all those things. I will share with you that I can take lots of photographs, and I could do up a PowerPoint, but I have not had time to do that. I'm too busy showing properties to people, communicating with businesses, trying to help people grow their business, try to help people, try to increase jobs here in the city, and try to increase the grand list. So that's where a lot of my time has been spent recently. The packets you have are what we developed for the 143 Main Street Initiative. I know you all know a lot about it. I will share with you that including the city's donation and our own board, we have about $530,000 that we've collected so far toward a $1.1 million goal that we have. So I know people want to know where we are with that. That's where we are. And we've got 15 board members. We're all out soliciting from potential donors. And there's envelopes inside those packets. You can all put little checks in there and send them to us, please. The budget itself pretty much speaks for itself, but I want to draw your attention to the very bottom where it's highlighted. And you'll see the last few years we've been deficit spending. And when we put this budget together, the proposed budget for the upcoming year, starting July 1st, 25, going through 26, you'll see that our deficit spending is going to go down a little bit. We have to get this deficit spending to go down, but we recognize we can't get it to go down all the way to zero in 1 year. It's going to take us a few years to get that down, but we can't continue to have it go up. And then up on the top, the part that we're asking the city and the town, we thought it was appropriate to have the city and the town paying approximately the same amount. And that's where the ask is, that what we're asking for this time. Questions? I did want to thank you for one thing before you start, excuse me. Thank you very much for helping us with that strategic plan. When you were,
You're welcome.
When you were up at the Alumni Hall last year, I'm sorry I forgot to thank you again, but thank you for that.
I enjoy that. When we met a few times ago, I believe Al Fleury was saying that you're well set financially, so that, when you take ownership, should you take ownership of 143 North Main Street, you would have no problem in, taking care of it and paying the fees that are due. But it looks from this that that is not the case.
Well, we're hoping to raise the money through donations. And that's why the offer to the owners is $1 million. We're trying to raise 1.1 million, so we will have money to take care of taxes and incidentals.
I understand that, but it doesn't look like you have a lot of money on hand to take care of, like, taking charge of the building and regular maintenance and basic work.
We don't plan on doing maintenance to that building. It's a tear down, and we're going to give it to the city.
And we intend to raise that extra 100,000 through the capital for the carrying cost.
Okay, thank you.
Were you going to say something?
No, I just wanted to make sure that answered your question.
That good?
That's good, thank you.
Okay, good. That's pretty much it. Like I say, I know it's late. I know you want to get going. So any other questions or comments?
We're okay. Take all the time you need.
Well, but I might fall asleep. Most people in my age bracket went to bed at 8:30.
So question sorry, Councilor Spalding?
Thank you. Thanks for the list. I appreciate this. I recognize that there's been a change in leadership at the BADC. but I do want to remind you that last year you came in and had a great presentation and talked about KPIs, and I don't see anything about that in this presentation. So I was wondering, just like I just asked the partnership, if we could actually get some data rather than just a list of the things that you have done to indicate why we would want to continue to support you. And I'm trying to really wrap my head around why we would support this organization. There's no mention of working with CVEDC. I'm concerned about the fact that you're running a deficit every year. And while some might think that my questions are hostile, they're not hostile. I'm just trying to get more information and make sure that we're spending money that we're raising from taxpayers in a very fair and responsible way. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I think in the early part of your question, you said something about KPI, or did I misunderstand that? What is KPI?
Key performance indicators. That was in the presentation to the council last year.
Key performance indicators?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think my report tells you what we're doing. We've got Tasty Bites. We've got Fox Market, or not Market, excuse me, Fox Restaurant. We, Barre Development, found those folks places to operate those new businesses. We have loaned both of those businesses money through the Barre Revolving Loan Fund so that they could start those businesses. So, yeah, so that could be a key performance indicator. The snow blowers, I think that's a huge key performance indicator. Those snow blowers are very large, they're very expensive, and there's a Canadian company that we went out and convinced to come to Barre, have those snow blowers manufactured here in Barre. They cost about $180,000 a piece, so that creates jobs in Barre. So I call that a performance indicator. As we speak, that company, LaRue Brothers, makes some very large trucks to hold those snow blowers because some of those blowers are so big you can't put them on a normal city truck, a Mack truck, a big Mack truck, because those trucks are made to have weight in the back. For these giant snow blowers, it's weight in the front. So I believe I included a picture. I did take 2 pictures. I did put a picture in there of those snow blowers. And as we speak, DMS, that's the machine shop where they're manufactured, is in negotiations with LaRue Brothers to start manufacturing those trucks here in Barre. If they do that, they'll have to build a new building. They have room on their current property to do that. So that's a big win. The rest of the wins are in the report, and it kind of tells you where we're at with all those different businesses. So I will share with you that what you're asking for of the library and what you're asking for of the partnership, they both did excellent presentations tonight, but I've been involved with marketing for 50 years of my life, and it's almost impossible to always measure how many people go into stores in Barre when there's a Heritage Festival. It's always hard to measure the different work that we do from time to time. So that's the best I can come up with.
Okay, thank you. Is
your
your,
CBDC, but we work very closely with CBDC. We always have. They're the regional economic development organization, and when things are happening in Barre City or Barre Town, they look to us. So we work, very closely with them. And then the question, about our deficit spending. I mean, this shows the true cost of running this organization, and we're just not generating enough revenue to meet the true cost. So, we have some reserves. We've been deficit spending for the last few years. If we don't
Excuse me,
additional
could you
revenue, then we
need to
Pass
move
the
to
microphone. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, if we don't get additional revenue, then we will continue to deficit spend. That's the reality.
Councilor Spaulding, did you have another question?
Well, I just wanted to follow up because I did review the strategic plan, and in the strategic plan, it clearly indicated that there are going to be key results indicators and metrics. And I looked at the spreadsheet with the metrics, and I wonder if it's hard to track the data, how are you going to do those metrics?
That's a good question. I don't have a good answer. I really don't. It's just very difficult to measure those things. I'm not sure. Back to Central Vermont Economic Development for a moment. We're in the process of scheduling a meeting with them next week, actually. I communicate with Melissa Bowney on a very regular basis. I mean, I didn't put every little thing in that report because it would have put you to sleep. But we're just talking to a ton of people. It's very difficult to measure who's going to go in. I mean, who's going to go in different storefronts that we talk to? We show them to many different places. Or excuse me, we show them to many different people. Today, I didn't put it in the report, but today I had a client go to Sugarbush for a miniature Shark Tank. Now, you've all seen Shark Tank on TV. So Fresh Tracks Capital in Chittenden County for 25 years has been having an event at Sugarbush where entrepreneurs get to ride up the lift and do a pitch to somebody that has some money. And that's how long they have to do their pitch, is however long that ski lift goes. So we're just doing a lot of things, some of which are hard to measure. And I'm over 10 minutes right now, just so you know.
No, you're okay. Jeremy, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. I'm just, sorry, I'm just trying to catch up. I was kind of expecting more of a presentation here myself. Just to clarify, so it looks like you're asking for a $7,000 increase, a little over 10% increase from fiscal year 24 to 25 for the coming year, correct?
Yes.
Well, wait a minute. What's from the last 60? At 60,000 this year to 67 for next year.
Okay, 67.
So it's about a 5,000 increase, not a
Cool.
7.
And it looks like a majority of that increase goes to, well, actually more than that, but it's split between the town, goes to increasing the executive director's salary. Is that correct?
We're offering $90,000 to $100,000 to an executive director.
So 91,782 to 100,961. So roughly an $8,000, well, $9,000 increase in salary. That's essentially what that increase in the budget's going towards, correct?
Yeah, well, you are correct, but I just want to explain it. We're offering between $90,000 and $100,000 to get a new executive director. We've been trying very, very hard since September to find one. As Nicholas will tell you, we've had some bad luck on a few people. People were interviewed and then they decided not to take the job, and we checked on people and their background stuff didn't check out properly. As we speak, we have a contract in front of us to hire an agency to help us with an executive director search, which is going to cost us a whole bunch more money. And we've spent, as you can see in our financials there, a whole bunch of money on advertisements trying to get a director already. So my point is, we're not able to get an executive director by advertising $90,000 to $100,000 salary plus benefits. So yes, that's where the increase is. We just need more money if we're going to attract a qualified candidate.
I mean, just, sorry, quite frankly, like I find this presentation to be shocking. I mean, you're asking for a lot of money for the city, can't provide basic details, don't even seem to be aware of what KPIs are, which I find to be completely shocking from somebody in the business world, and are frankly acting like you are marching into this meeting expecting to be entitled to receive the money you're asking for, rather than asking for the city to provide you with money and justifying those expenses. And I mean, honestly, frankly, like this sort of presentation strikes me as the sort of thing that would justify entirely defunding BADC, because you seem completely incapable of at all justifying your existence in even the most basic way. And it's frankly insulting. The attitude you have come to is completely insulting. right? Tom's gonna mute me.
I think I'll stop you right there, Jeremy. Thanks very much. Write your letter to Front Porch Forum instead. You're out of order there. Keep going. Yes, you had a question?
I was just wondering if Amanda could move the slides so we can see numbers and.
I don't have that up, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I only have what
That
was,
confusing.
I tried to look earlier, but.
Okay, thank you. All right, I appreciate the, thank you.
It's in the, if you go on, it's in the packet, right?
It is in the packet.
It's in the packet, so.
It is.
It's roundabout, but if you went to the
Page
city website.
163.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, I just, I am also a little disappointed in this report. It's not really a report, it's a list of activities, which I appreciate is a long list of activities. What I am sort of looking for beyond did this and did that is the sort of value return to the city. And I understand that you're making a broader narrative argument around recruiting new businesses and connecting businesses with properties and things like that. But I want to see the causal proof to at least some extent between here is the work we do to recruit, here is the increased tax revenue value that we bring to the city, here are the new businesses that we can show. I understand, I've been reading a lot of the state auditor reports on economic development and things like that. It can be tough to argue, if not for these efforts, these things would not have happened. But I would like to see at least some effort to answer that question. If the ADC had not made this introduction, we are confident that this would never have happened. I heard looking at introducing a business to a property, that could be done by a realtor. Do you see what I'm arguing? Like, what is the value add of BADC touring a business to properties versus a good realtor matching up a business owner looking for a property? And I think we've heard from a couple of people tonight that to some degree that can be quantified. So I would like to see some quantification of that.
A lot of the things we work on take a long time to develop. And, you know, we're an asset. We see this as a team effort. You know, people bring stuff to us. We bring it out. We're not looking to say, hey, we're the only reason this entity came here. We look at it as a team effort because we involve as many players and as many assets that are available to us to get people here. Like the grants, we'll go out and we'll identify grants and try to get them into this community so they can be used, be productive, and eventually expand the grant list. And how we could probably estimate what that would do, and that would probably be a good exercise. We haven't done that. But I understand that. It would be great if we could say, if it wasn't for this, if it wasn't for us, this wouldn't have happened, and oh, by the way, that generates this much. We should have done that. And we will going forward if given the opportunity to be around.
Realtors haven't been doing what I do. In other words, I wouldn't be able to go out and do it if realtors were out there doing it. Now, I don't want to take business away from realtors. We have to be very careful about that. So most of what I do trying to fill storefronts is not selling a property per se, it's filling a storefront. Most realtors in our community don't do that. Are you aware of realtors that rent out? I mean, property managers do that, but I'm not aware of realtors, doing that sort of thing. What realtor would go to Canada and bring the Wu brothers down here to build snowblowers?
I understand that's a different case. I'm
not aware of that. Are you aware that Barre Development has written grants for the city of Barre that have been awarded at $6.2 million in the last 5 years? So these are things we do, but we don't do them all in 1 year. Sometimes It's a busy year for grants. Sometimes it's a busy year for showing properties, but we do a little bit of a lot of things. We initiated Prospect Heights. We started that project. Now we're doing the Newberry building. I spent a lot of time working on that project. If and when we buy that building, that'll be your proof. It may not happen, we admit that, we openly admit that. But we're out there trying. 15 board members are volunteers, all out trying to raise money to buy that building so that we can make something happen there. Does that make sense? I don't have time, though, to do a fancy PowerPoint. I don't have an assistant. There just aren't enough hours in the day to do it.
We appreciate your coming here.
Joe Ellen, did you have a question?
And kind of an observation. As a resident who pays taxes to the city, you're asking me to support you when I want to see exactly how it benefits me, not just how it benefits the business community. I'm concerned that there be some sort of balance in your mission that addresses the needs of the residents as well as the needs of the business community. And I would also echo the things that people have asked you for in terms of proof of efficacy, proof of how you help us. And it would go a long way to understand, for example, how many hours you spent. Not that you spent hours, but how many. Not you personally, but whoever the staff are. And also to see what kind of job description you're looking for in this new director and what you expect them to do. I mean, I would appreciate those kinds of details when spending this kind of money. We expect it from the other petitioners to us for funds. So please don't take offense. This is what we expect from everyone. Thank you.
Councilor Deering. Oh, sorry about that. Do you want to?
Respond to that?
Sure.
The job description is readily available on the BADC website, so if anybody's interested, you can go to the website. And quite frankly, I think your request to know what the individual benefits brought to an individual resident in the city is just, it's off the mark. The mission and the function of BADC is not to deliver services to individual residents or taxpayers in the city. It's directed at economic development, it's directed at the business level, at the entrepreneurial level, which is intended to improve the economic vitality of the city, which ultimately will reap benefits to the individual residents and taxpayers of the city by hoping to increase the grand list. To request an identification of what benefits BADC brings to individual property owners in the city or residents is, in my mind, out of order.
Councilor Deering?
So I will say that the presentation was a little lacking, but I also, being at your meetings monthly and understanding the work that's constantly going into this, I support the work that you're doing. I see the things that Barry wouldn't have had you as a group not been participating in doing things. Things like the congressional delegated spending of $6.1 million going to the auditorium. Things like the Barry area, the Prospect Heights development, possibly 120 units adding to the grand list. I mean, to answer Joellen's question directly, when we can add grand list value, we can lower your tax rates. We can bring more services to our community when we can do things. When we don't have Barre Area Development Corporation in our corner doing the work that no one else in our community is doing, you won't see a Tasty Bites. You won't see all these other companies coming into Barre. You don't see the things that you don't look at, like when DMS is doing their snow blowers, because you're not looking for it. So if we're looking for the work the Barre Area Development Corporation is doing, you'll see it. But also you won't see things that aren't there, things like how many times has Little Caesars pulled out of a deal with Barre City in the last couple of years. So there are lots of things that Barre Area Development Corporation provides for our community that isn't out there in the open, but there are lots of opportunities for people to become educated on what's going on with Barre Area Development Corporation. And I don't ever see this as an organization that's going to have a return on investment, because they don't make money, they bring money into our city, they bring economy into our community. And without the commerce that these groups are bringing in, we're not going to go anywhere. We're not going to make an additional grand list. It's just the economic vibrancy isn't going to be there. I would like to see, some more numbers and, potentially some key performance indicators about how, things could work out. But I understand also how difficult that those numbers could potentially be, to really harness something like that into a presentation. And I appreciate all the work that y'all are doing into this.
A lot of the work we do is a team effort too. We have a lot of people that help us. And we don't want to represent that we're the only reason this stuff is happening. It's not. It's that we try to make ourselves familiar with entities like CVDC and anybody, permit people and architects and developers. We just try to develop, get a team together that'll make a project happen in Barre where it might not have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Oh, another question?
Just a little bit to respond to Councilor Hughes. We've seen 3 different presentations this evening from 3 different partners who the city has supported in the past. And each provides a different return on investment to the city. They're being measured in different ways. They are doing different things to contribute to our community. So, and I think we've seen with some of the other presentations, some of the different definitions of a return on investment. And what I was trying to encapsulate and say earlier is that for an economic development organization, part of the return on investment is new business, is increased business, is metrics around dollars and the growth of the grand list that we talk about. And I think it is to some degree fair to measure an economic development organization in numbers. So that's all.
And I agree, absolutely. I mean, my concerns, having you find an executive director, obviously that's one of the biggest concerns that I have, and I know you share in that concern. When you measure it in terms of dollars and cents, do the math on a $70,000 investment and a $4 million return. Do the math on that. But, the problem is that those things don't happen. I mean, certainly Prospect Heights happened because of Emmy Green, your executive director. It was actually her predecessor, Cody, who secured that congressional funding for not only the upgrades at the auditorium. When those upgrades are done, then that auditorium is going to continue to produce dividends for the city. So I could give you those numbers. Some people just don't want to hear them. So when you want to listen, not you in particular, Councilor Guston, because you are always willing to listen. Thank you for that. But there are some people who just don't want to hear that. I mean, I can put those numbers together because they're not difficult to put together. I mean, my biggest concern sitting here as a member of this council and going forward and funding BADC is you've got to have an executive director. And I know you're working really hard to do that. But the funding, we'd have to have a serious conversation about whether the funding is possibly contingent on you finding an executive director, because the organization has to function. And once you have that executive director, because we've seen it with 2 separate, so the executive director is important, a qualified, seasoned executive director is important, but we've seen the return with Cody, and then we've seen the return with MA. So you get a executive director in there, and we do see the returns. My particular concern is that there isn't one right now. So we've got to work a little harder on that going forward.
Mr. Mayor, you're preaching to the choir. We certainly understand that. And Carl, to his credit, has stepped in as interim director. He had served in that capacity prior to Cody, and I think has helped keep the ship afloat. But Carl doesn't want to. Carl would stop tomorrow if we had an executive director. So we understand the significance and the importance of finding that person. And we've offered good money. The question was raised about $100,000. That's likely what it will take, frankly, if not more, to get an executive director. That's not an overly generous amount. Hopefully it's a competitive amount for this type of position. But we agree, it's critical to get that executive director. And we've had what we felt was a premier candidate who seemed to be interested and actually up until the point of a second interview, after he looked at his personal circumstances and the salary we were offering, he said the salary wasn't enough. So we're trying to offer a competitive salary and get a very competent executive director. But there, like so many jobs and so many positions, there's not a lot of people out there.
Exactly. Any other question? Yes.
This is more, Nicholas, just to reaffirm what you said at 10 years ago at the beginning of the night, that this number is already baked in.
Yeah, yes, correct. And that was, that's because I had it beforehand, before the presentation was prepared and received. So it is included in the numbers that you received.
Thank you.
The requested increase. Thank you, Councilor.
Any other questions, Council?
I'd just like to.
Yes.
I'd like to thank the gentlemen. None of them draw a penny from their organization to do this work and to go out and find, a qualified director. So personally, I thank the four of you.
Anything? We're good. Gentlemen, thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Would you like a state update, Mr. Mayor, or am I free to go?
Okay, Council, we are at, actually, yeah.
Stick around for all the fun.
So kind, Teddy.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
stop
we
the share
are,
for this.
yeah, so what are you seeing?
Yeah, so I will be back in, Representative Booton and I will be in at the next meeting for a proper legislative update, but wanted to come to sit in on the budget discussions to talk about what's going on so far. The big important pieces are a few. One is in the Budget Adjustment Act, which will get its final vote of clearance from the House tomorrow and then be sent to the governor. There is $50,000 in flood recovery money in the Budget Adjustment Act, a direct municipal grant to the city of Barre. The governor has threatened to veto the Budget Adjustment Act over the $1.8 million extension in the GA hotel program, which would keep people housed rather than the end of April, would go through the end of June. Important to note that that is through the school year, which is a really important, we don't want to be disrupting children who are living in the motels in Barre during the school year. So I would ask for this council, for the city, to encourage the governor to, even if he won't sign it, to allow it to go into law without his signature, the Budget Adjustment Act. No one thinks that the GA motel program is perfect, far from it. But ending to the program in April with so little, we're in March already, giving the municipality less than 2 months to prepare for an influx of another 100+ families. And the folks who are left in the hotels are folks who are pregnant, are folks who have kids, are veterans, are disabled. So there's $50,000 in the Budget Adjustment Act, should that pass, that the city will get. The H397, which is the flood omnibus bill, will come through my Committee on Ways and Means. And there's a couple of pieces that will directly financially impact the city this coming fiscal year, which will be added to the flood bill when it gets to my committee, which involves changing the formula for the local options tax. Currently, the city receives 70% of the local options tax. There are proposals to let them keep 75 or even 80% of the local options tax money, because the state fund is currently running a surplus. That would be tens, if not hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of dollars more in the city coffers as well. The governor has also proposed what he is calling a grand list reimbursement program using some surplus state funds. Long story short, it would make the municipality whole for lost grand list value from properties that were approved for FEMA buyouts. And he's proposing spending $100,000 on that. There are estimates as to what it will actually cost, but either way, my colleagues have been supportive of that. So between the $50,000 in the BAA, the changing of the local options tax formula to allow municipalities to retain more of that revenue, and the grand list reimbursement money, that would equate to hundreds of thousands of dollars available this coming fiscal year for the city of Barre. And that's all just what's happening now. That does not include what we call the big bill, the big state budget for FY26. We will continue the conversations about flood monies in the process of the big bill, but I don't want to get ahead of my skis. So those three pieces are the ones on the table right now that we are currently working on that would have a positive fiscal impact for the city of Barre this coming fiscal year. And again, there should be, as the rest of the flood bill continues to work its way through and we get to the actual state budget, more conversations around monies directly to support the city will continue. And then there's also, as we all know, the $68 million of CDBG-DR, Community Development Block Grants, Disaster Recovery Fundings. It took me a while.
That was impressive, actually.
There's $68 million available from the feds. $58 million of it is specifically for Washington and Lamoille counties. And when we talk floods in Washington County, we're talking Barre, Montpelier, and Plainfield. So this coming, I'm sure the mayor and the manager have the information on the 20th. There will be a hearing in Montpelier on suggested ways to use that money, but the administration has indicated that they are most interested in using those monies for housing development projects as well as flood mitigation projects. So when we're talking about the list from the river, that long list that we have of river projects that's eligible, continued support of projects like Prospect Heights, et cetera, or more development in our north end, that could be useful. And I just looked at you and that made me remember also the governor has proposed $1 million for Prospect Heights in his budget. Frankly, I would be surprised if that gets the full $1 million just because, I introduced a 12-page flood bill. Probably 6 of those pages will pass by the time we go through the legislative. But I am confident that there will be some monies of that proposal that also make it through, probably in the capital bill, which is a different piece of legislation. But so those are the big pieces at play right now in the State House around financial help for Barre and other flood-impacted communities.
Thank you so much, Teddy. I believe that our city manager would like to make a comment.
Yes, take a list.
Yes, thank you. And this is sort of a good news, bad news situation. So Representative Wozniak's been doing such a great job keeping me updated that we already included the $50,000 in our budget. So I wanted to let you know.
Get excited then.
So thank you, Representative Wozniak. But that's included in the numbers you saw tonight. It's still really important and we really appreciate it. I just wanted you to know how that math worked out. The other pieces aren't included and those would also be really helpful. But I wanted you to know that specific piece.
Great, thank you.
And I think I appreciate your efforts. I think we're all pulling in the same direction. The message that I sent the administration was, a $50,000 runway just isn't long enough. I mean, even $1 million in 23, and when you talk to people and you say, well, how bad was 24 compared to 23 in Barre? I mean, thankfully, our neighbors in Montpelier, it wasn't nothing, but it wasn't much. And in Barre, I'm kind of like a quarter to a third. So what I've been saying to them is that, look, $1 million wasn't even long enough in 23, wasn't a long enough runway. So $300,000 or $400,000 still wouldn't be a long enough runway in this fiscal year, but it would be a lot. But listen, I appreciate the 50,000. We're all pulling in the same direction.
Yeah, and I think to your point too, like I said before, that's just the budget adjustment. There's still the big bill, which is where the majority of the money will get doled out and worked on. I've spoken to my colleagues on House appropriations and Senate appropriations, and we do have 2 Washington County senators on Senate appropriations, Senators Perchlik and Barre's own Senator Watson. So we have 2 really good, and Senator Richie Westman from Lamoille County, Johnson. I've talked to them about an enhancement for communities that were hit twice. So you mentioned, Montpelier got hit really, really bad in 23, was more or less spared in 24. Plainfield, spared in 23, had more damage than their annual budget in 24. And then there are communities like Johnson, like Barre, like Linden, like some of our neighbors in Ludlow, that got hit twice. And those are just costs that compound. We were already behind after 23. We were further behind in 24, even though you're absolutely right, the damage was not as widespread. But those costs get compounded because we were already spending overtime. We were already, blowing past all of our DPW budgets. So I've talked to them about trying to get a leg up and enhancement for those double hit municipalities. And those are conversations that will continue in the FY26 big bill budget.
Cool. Thank you.
Cool. All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Teddy.
you all. Have a good
Thanks.
night. I'm going.
Rub it in, Teddy.
Okay.
I have to run for a car.
Council, we're at item, everybody okay?
I'll be right back, but I'll be back in time for the conversation.
You're not going to miss anything, I promise. Don't to run. Council, we're at item 8F on the agenda. This is to review the proposed charter changes. Nicholas, you kicking us off on this one?
Absolutely, happy to. So thanks, Mayor. This agenda item includes 3 potential charter changes that have come up. One of them, courtesy of Councilor Stockwell, who proposed making the clerk an appointed position. The other one had come up sort of in a broader discussion of the council, but to allow for someone other than the mayor through a vote of the council to execute property acquisition documents. And then the third was one that Dawn and I have been looking at in terms of fund balance. We're going to be in a position, we're not in a position now to have fund balance, but as FEMA payments start to come in, there will be some opportunity for that. Right now, the charter has a limitation on how much can be retained. So we looking, trying to get a sense of interest in putting something potentially on the ballot to give the city some flexibility in terms of retaining it. Tonight, council, you don't have to approve this language. In fact, I sent you some very slightly revised language that the city attorney reviewed from what was in the packet. We don't have to approve that language. This is really for a chance for you to talk conceptually about it. We will have 2 official charter change hearings in accordance with the schedule for those. That's really the leadoff, Mayor. If folks want to talk about specific items, this would be an opportunity to do so on a conceptual policy level.
Sure. Nicholas, you have no idea how hard we worked to get the voters to trust us enough to give us a 5% fund balance. It used to be 0. And we were honored when they trusted us enough to allow us to retain approximately a $500,000 fund balance on a $10 million budget. But yeah, so I mean, that one, I think unlimited. What are you and Dawn thinking? I mean, honestly, I think if you said, the city can retain an unlimited fund budget or fund balance, I think the voters might have an issue with that. I mean, it would make me think a little bit. But I also agree that for, probably for a $12 million organization, if someone was to ask me as their CPA, what should we be retaining in cash? I'd say probably around 10% of your annual budget, about $1.2 million would be the minimum I would retain if I was a business.
Yeah, I think that would be sufficient. And I know Dawn's in the room and she might be able to give us a better sense, but I don't think even under the best of circumstances, we would be in that range anyway.
No.
So I think that would probably give us sufficient room. I think it's finding that right balance, especially since we know we're going to have some difficult budget years ahead. And we know that once those FEMA reimbursements come in, well, it's not a problem today. When those FEMA reimbursements come in, it will be a more, a more pressing conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting just to throw it out there and see how the voters would feel about the city maintaining a fund balance equal to 1 month's expenditures, 1 month's average expenditures, which would be $1 million instead of the current 500,000. Not that we're in a position to have a $1 million fund balance right now. That ain't in the cards for us. Councilor Spaulding, do you have a question?
Yes, so my first question is, just a clarification. I thought we had taken all of the, it's in that first section 205, officers elected, and number 3, B, C, and then E, it talks about the
Yeah.
school commissioners. I thought that had been removed.
Yeah, Counselor Spalding, you're absolutely right. However, it hasn't been ratified by the legislature.
Right.
So I was in the uncomfortable position of, what do we draft as the base? I just took current charter language, knowing that if we approve something that the legislature would sort of account for the prior year's charter change. So you're absolutely correct. And there's another piece in there that doesn't include language that we've sent to the legislature about the appointed treasurer position as well. But yeah, that's a fair point. We're just kind of in a weird gray area right now.
Okay. And my second question is about that charter change regarding the undesignated fund balance. Can you tell me again, why are we changing that? What's the reasoning for that?
The current charter allows us to retain up to 5% of the budget as an undesignated fund balance to roll over to the following year. So for example, in my first 2 years here, we had a healthy fund balance that was really almost entirely due to vacant positions, right? We just struggled to fill vacancies. So the city budgeted for those positions. We didn't spend the money on the salaries. So that was that was taxpayer money that was unspent that we then could hold over as a rainy day fund, essentially. We were actually hitting the limits of that 5%. And so we'd asked the council on separate occasions, for example, to approve expenditures of overages of that 5%, because there were just long-term capital needs that we had that could be supported by it. As Dawn has been doing some work she's been doing all our FEMA work, basically. We're seeing that while the fund balance is non-existent now, once more FEMA payments start to come in, we may be approaching back to that 5% or greater. And so having that kind of flexibility as we look at a stretch of really difficult budgets would allow us to have some resources available to address some of those long-term needs that we have. And Don, I don't know if there's anything else for you to add on that piece, but I think that's really it, that we're looking at a potentially in the near future, this being an issue for us again. Right now, obviously, there's just no fund balance. We've had to use it all to prepay all those FEMA expenses.
And when will that?
So the language,
when are they going to send that money back, FEMA? I mean, we prepaid it.
$1 million question.
I mean, someday.
Yeah.
We're still due, I think we've gotten 2 million out of the 3.
Gotcha. So we're still due $1 million.
That's just for 23,
Yeah. No, I mean, if you want to put something like, 10% or 1 month expenditures or something, yeah, I'd be down with that. Councilor Guston? Oh, sorry. What you were going to say, Nicholas?
No, I think, Mayor, that's a very fine compromise.
Between those two options, I think I'd feel more comfortable at 10%, just because it's
a
clear number.
Either, yeah.
I wanted to address the real estate thing, so if we want to keep talking fund balance, I see Amy Gelford has raised her hand, I can go later.
Oh, Amy, who wants to talk about fund balance?
I just had, I hope is a quick question about that. Make any difference with the time of year? Obviously, you're developing the budget and the tax rate for next year. It seems like this would be more of a problem if you got a whole bunch of FEMA reimbursements all at once, if there's a deadline on when you do that, when it gets used to cut the coming year's tax rate. Does it matter at all when the balance is too high and when that triggers that you have to lower the tax rate?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there should be any language in there, there's the 5 and 10% issue, but then there's also kind of the timing of it.
Don can probably explain it better than me, but it's always on a lag based on when the prior year's budget is set. And it also depends on what our audited statements establishes the fund balance. Is that right, Don?
Correct.
Yes, that's correct. Our audited financial statements will indicate what the undesignated fund balance is, and then we will have been in the past, go to council and ask permission to keep that 5%. And like Nicholas stated, anything over and above, we've asked to move it to the capital fund. But it does.
Right.
Correct, it does leapfrog years.
Yeah, there's a lag.
Peter, did you have a comment?
Dawn really said it. The key word, I think, for the auditors and for the taxpayers is designated versus undesignated.
Right.
Because if it's designated, you haven't filled a position, it still doesn't count to the undesignated surplus.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah, so, yeah, we could, I could support that, put some, if you think it would be useful, put some language together. I don't know how the council feels about that. Putting some language together, not hearing any strong objections, so go for it. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Again, this is just intuition. I think the idea of saying a month rather than a percent might be more agreeable to people to give you the permission.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you because.
I'm just thinking a lot of folks who sit on boards and even churches, they understand a month's worth of operating funds.
Right. Yes, Carol.
I think it's hard
Carol,
to
could you-
say what a month is.
Please, yeah.
What month? Because our expenses do this.
Well, that's why, generally, like I said, when folks say, quickly, and they say, well, Tom, I have a small business, how much money should I have in the bank all the time? 1 month's average operating expenses. So take a year, divide by 12, you should at least have that much in reserves. And I think even if you present it to the voters, I think I happen to agree, Peter, I think if you said, we want to raise it from 5% to 10%, they'd say, oh, no way. But if you said, well, we'd like to be able to have an average of 1 month's expenses in a savings account, they'd say, oh, okay. So I guess it's all in the presentation, but however you and Don want to present it, I think we're fine. So moving right along, Council, the second one, which is sale or lease of city property that was presented by Councilor Guston. It's really just a house cleaning thing. I mean, it's always said that anything to do with the real estate, the mayor has to sign it, even if the mayor's out of town. So this simply adds some language that says, look, it's either the mayor or another councilor has agreed upon by majority vote of the council. I remember somebody giving me grief about that once, and I'm like, what the charter says, I'm sorry.
So that was just to follow up, that was a couple of months ago now, I think, and I had immediately after that meeting emailed the mayor and Councilor Spalding with that proposed language to just give us that more flexibility going forward. I am not wedded to the as agreed upon by a majority vote of the city council, but it seemed the cleanest immediate phrasing.
If it gets that far, can I still sign both sides of the 277 Morrison Road deed? That would be cool, wouldn't it?
I think this is meant to avoid that situation.
Well, that would be interesting.
People might look askance.
Oh, they'd have a meltdown anyway. It's me. It's okay.
And this won't kick in until next year.
Yeah. And then, which brings us to, ta-da,
So
like I said, Counselor, if you want to.
I would like to bring it to the voters.
Yeah. And not going to support it at all. We'll campaign actively against it.
I appreciate, yeah, that's your right.
But I've never, unless I find something offensive, I've never hesitated to bring it before the voters. But personally, as I've said before, and I agree with everything that Carol said, city clerk sits here as an equal to the city council, as an important part of the system of checks and balances. And I think it's important to maintain that. I mean, let's face it, we see it we see it all the time, how divisive local politics has become, national politics has become, and any council, even this council, is not above making a mistake and making a bad appointment. We've made them in the past. And if the voters make a mistake, at least I can look at the voters and say, well, I didn't pick them. Councilor Spaulding.
Quick question, because we were asked this before when we were discussing the clerk and whether to bring this before the voters and contemplate a charter change. Is there a way to pursue some change to be able to recall an elected official? Because I think the concern, and Councillor Stockwell can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the concern is not with anyone who has been in the position or is currently in the position, but just in the event that you're in a situation where the person has been elected and there's nothing we can do about it. What is the recourse? Besides trying to pressure someone to resign and they're not doing their job well, or so I'm just curious how we have no other way of managing. I mean, that's true of, I suppose, every elected position, but this position
is true
specific in one way because it's one person in charge of a lot of stuff. And so how do we make sure we have a check and balance there? Because we don't right now.
That's why I want to make it an appointed position. Well, that's one reason. The other reasons are that I think, although it's a little late and I'm a little tired, but the other reasons are that I think it's basically a technical skill program, and we need to be able to hire people for their technical skills, and that it's better done through, say, the city manager and a process. But I think, the stories I was talking about at our last meeting, where the person just didn't show up, where the person just, didn't do the work and people were worried about being sued, and in some cases, the city has been sued. Those are things that, most elected people are going to work out, but if they don't, you don't have an option.
Yeah. Yes.
So I'm still kind of trying to wrap my head around the thought process of not creating laws or ordinances when we haven't had a problem. And I can't recall that we've had any problems in order to bring this to the voters.
Gosh, I haven't had a thorough review of what's happened in Barre City, so I couldn't tell you. But here's what I can tell you, that across the state, there have been a number of problems.
Okay.
So it's like, okay, maybe we don't have measles here, but they have measles down there.
But
Are you
can I
worried?
respond to that?
Sorry.
So I would ask that when you bring something like this to council, that you do some research about it too, though.
I actually did.
But I asked about specific examples with Barre City, and you said you couldn't recall any, you'd have to look it up. So with a city, we haven't had any of those issues.
I think we don't. I think it's an unknown.
It's been online? No, I didn't hear what you said, sorry.
I said, I think it's an unknown as to whether or
it's
not
an
the
unknown.
city's had problems.
I just had
don't
one
know.
more follow-up.
Oh, of course.
You said technical training, and I was curious where one might find to go to technical training to become a clerk.
Oh, there's different kinds of training available.
Is there like a class or a license or a certification?
There are certainly some classes offered
School
through
of
the
Hard
state.
Knocks.
Is this can you provide me with those resources, Counselor
I
Stockman?
believe I sent some of them to you a few weeks
Did,
ago.
but nothing about certifications or classes or
There's not
technical
certification
skills.
that I know of.
Ms. Dawes, how are you?
I'm fine. Good evening. 5 hours of my life I'll never get back.
It's okay.
Carol.
This is all my fault. I rarely, next time, Nicholas, when I have a bad feeling about the agenda, I'm going to say something. And yeah.
Okay, short and sweet. For the record, Carol Dawes, former clerk and treasurer for 16 years. There are no bachelor's programs or master's programs for clerks. It is not that is not the way somebody becomes a clerk. Every clerk that I've known for the past 16 years got the job and then learned how to do it. They took classes from the League of Cities and Towns. They took classes from the Vermont Clerk and Treasurers Association. They threw questions out on the listserv of clerks and treasurers and got responses. They participated in mentor programs. All of those are available, readily available, and I know that they're being taken advantage of. The couple of points that I think are really important to keep in mind, you had mentioned checks and balances. I think that that's one of the big reasons why you have an independently elected clerk. I think it's vitally important that the person in charge of elections is not supervised by the people who are being elected. And most importantly, the clerk, the elected clerk, is the people's representative in the administration. The clerk position is an equal in the people who actually run the city, and they are the person who represents the voters, represents the people in the administration. You guys aren't administration, you are the council. The clerk is part of the administration and is put there by the voters, and I think that that's vitally important. So, thank you.
Right. Yes.
So to go back to Counselor Spalding's question about the what if, and I think this is a hard conversation to have because it sounds accusatory, and that's not the point. But if...
Except it hasn't been had for the past 16 years. Just
Pardon
had
me?
to say it. It hasn't been had for the past 16 years. Or
No,
13 years before
yeah,
that.
no, I know that, and I understand what you're saying about how they access training and how, I mean, I don't know if you can even learn the job, the whole job in a year, because.
No, you can't. The cycle is
because-
10 years, because you do the reapportionment once every 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, I
That's the
can
last piece of the
imagine you
cycle.
have to grow into all these different pieces, and that's your technical training. What if, however, the person who got elected is not doing any of the above? I mean, really, in terms of recourse, if there is any recourse.
Just like every one of you up there, they're gone in 2 years.
No, we actually have recourse. We're paying you $1.
Yeah.
We're paying you what your
council- the
services are.
council sets
You know,
the
there's
compensation.
always, I mean, to remove, I mean, for me, I'm at the tail end of my public service. I'm not at the beginning. But what I worry about is, my God, people, everything, nothing, no reaction is measured anymore. I'm outraged. Everybody's so, it is exhausting. I mean, I don't get it. Well, I do get outraged, but I really try hard not to, because I'm scary when I get outraged. I would not be at all in favor of saying a recall, or or unless you set the threshold really high, Councilor Spalding, if you said, look, you get 20% of the registered voters to try to recall a councilor or a mayor or a clerk. If the threshold was really high, I'd say, yeah, okay. If the person is doing such a bad job that 20 or 25% of the registered voters in the city of Barre will actually sign a petition to have a special election to remove them, I might be able to go along with it. But 5% of the registered voters, you know, I could get 5% of the registered voters to put an item on the ballot to make the skunk the city mascot, if I had to. So I'd want the threshold, I wouldn't care, but I just want the threshold to be that high. And like I said, the city clerk's position, the elected city clerks and treasurer position served us well for a very, very long time. And then it wasn't that the treasurer got any, in my opinion, got any less competent. The rules got incredibly more complex.
And our finance department got so robust that the
Right.
amount of work that actually falls to the treasurer position is pro forma general banking investment. It's not the level of work that it was, so.
So, like I said, I mean, as someone who is adamantly opposed to an appointed city clerk, I'd put it on the ballot, because ultimately it's the voters who decide everything. They decide whether we have money to spend, they decide who gets to sit up here, and they would ultimately decide whether they would like a city clerk. I hope the voters would be prudent enough to retain the current system of electing the city clerk as an equal and, you know, quite frankly, a check and balance to the city council. So, we'll see. When do we have to put, when do we got a little while yet before we gotta fire these boys up, don't we, Nicholas?
Yeah, I believe the first hearing is, oh geez, I'm gonna forget now. April 8th, yes.
Which is the same date as you're approving the warning, so.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, so you got,
Language has to be finalized on that date.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think anybody's really adamantly, I mean, of the three that we had in front of us, so Nicholas, you and Dawn will have to come up with your own language if you want to do it on that one. And we have language on the city clerk and treasurer, on the city clerk.
I will
Item.
mention, Counselor Spalding talked about the fact that the language that was presented to you included language that the voters have already removed. But we're in that gray area where the legislature hasn't approved it yet.
Right.
The House Gov Ops is approving the charter change language next week, so we hope that it will flow quickly to the House and then through the Senate. So maybe, fingers crossed, by April 8th, we would have official approval, so we'd be able to have a cleaner, any language, any charter change language going to the voters would be cleaner and reflect the most recent changes, so.
Let's hope. Awesome. Anything else on that one, council? Okay, then we will move on to item 8G on the agenda. This is discussion of a, what?
No, nothing.
Discussion of a governance committee?
I'm just sorry I didn't wait a couple weeks.
Oh, no, that's okay. Well, you didn't. Honestly, my simple solution was going to be, look, we meet every 2 weeks. If our ordinances need to be reviewed, we could meet every other week and we could do it, but go ahead.
Okay, so I take committees very seriously, and I think the fewer the better. But this one seems like a really important committee to me, and not a committee that someone outside the Barre City umbrella should or could take on. So why a new committee? To keep the ordinances and charter current. I think we have all had that experience of reading through some of the sections and saying, it's been a while since we've had that. To catch outdated ordinances and charter, to improve the consistency of written changes, and to develop revisions or changes through a group process. Now, truly, I generally find that writing is better done by 2 people, maybe 3. But I think in this case, a few more people are better. So what would be the makeup of the committee? 5 people, 2 of whom would be counselors. Because I think counselors, especially counselors with opposing view, need to sit on the review and become as familiar and to help lead this committee. A city staff representative. Counselors would serve for at least a year. The remaining 2 members would be Barre City residents serving for 2 years. They would meet every other month from June through December, and they would meet monthly from January through May. So what would they do? Well, first, they would elect a chair at the first meeting. They would agree to read sections of the charter and ordinances as preparation for upcoming meetings. They would flag any sections that are inaccurate or outdated. They would bring inaccurate, outdated sections to the notice of the council, who would then decide what happens next, not more than monthly. And they'd respond to council requests for revision or development of ordinances or the charter. What would exactly be the charge? The standing committee would be charged with advising the council on the review, revision, and development of materials for the ordinance and charter of Barre City. The end. Questions, comments, complaints?
Yes.
A couple. One is that I was kind of curious. I did not do an exhaustive look at every municipal website in the state of Vermont, but I did a bunch of deep Googling, a bunch of reviewing. I did not find another municipality with a committee, with a standing committee with the authority to review ordinance. I found some that are standing committees for charter, and I found some that are ad hoc governance. Essex Junction right now is looking at their city government and some of their charter changes and some of their positions, and that's specifically designed to be a limited time ad hoc governance charge. Because I was curious, I was thinking this is, I don't know much about this model, so I didn't find a single other municipality, and if there are some, I would love to look at them, that is charged with doing this work. And I started looking about that because I started thinking, I pulled up the ordinances, I started to think like what, what kinds of things would we be asking this committee to look at and review? And I'm sure some of it would benefit from a cleanup, but there is significant policy work. As we just had a long conversation about charter change, updates, changes or whatever, that are policy questions. They're not an outdated question. Like, sure, sometimes I'm sure there's like a reference to like tethering your horse in the right way in the ordinances. That's an easy to say. It needs to be updated, but I think it's a lot to ask of a volunteer committee that is separate from council, which is the body that sets policy, to review every ordinance in the city, however slow a schedule, and develop what is effectively new policy for the city. So that is a concern.
I thought it less than that, than really that if they saw things that they thought were outdated or incorrect, that they would bring that notice to council. And the other thing that they would do is if the council said, we would like to revise da-da-da-da-da, they would draft some material that could be submitted to council.
And I appreciate that, but that's not the charge that's written here. The charge written here is advising the council on the review, revision, and development of materials for ordinance and charter. That's not updating, that's not tweaking, that's policy work. So it's huge in its potential implications.
Councilor Deering?
Counselor Guston hit it right on the head.
Could you pull that little thingy down?
I'm sorry.
Because I can't see anybody.
You're right. I keep forgetting. I keep thinking it looks better without it, and then I keep screwing up.
Oh, seeing those hands
I
up
know,
all
I know.
over the place. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
It's my first day on the job.
Couldn't see. Councilor Deering, then I'm going to go to Councilor Spalding. Councilor
Honestly,
Deering?
the last couple of points Counselor Guston had were the ones that I was thinking about. Just not quite understanding the differences in, the charge versus the power, like the whole presentation. And so, I mean, I'm interested, but I'd have to know a whole lot more to buy in.
And can you think of a question that you would particularly want to know more about?
Not right now at 11 o'clock at night.
Councilor Spalding? What do you mean? This is when I'm just getting going. Councilor Spalding? Thank you.
Thanks. I honestly, I really like this idea. I think of it like the policy committee that we had for the school board, and I think it would be a great way to make sure that our charter and our ordinances are up to date. And I think it's a great opportunity to use the equity assessment tool to make sure that our charter and our ordinances are equitable. I think it's fabulous. I would support this. Maybe it needs some tweaking, maybe the charge needs some tweaking, but I think that the committee would be doing the heavy lifting and then bring recommendations to the council, and the council is the one that makes the final decision. That doesn't have to do all of the work.
So, to me, it feels like city council light. I look at this and say, well, wait a minute, that's our job. And if we're not doing it, because as Councilor Guston correctly points out, so much of this is policy. There are two people on the committee who are city councilors. Well, again, with all due respect to the five, why not just say, Are there two city councilors who would like to review policy on occasion because the policy discussion, well, we have that here. That's our job. But if there are two city councilors who might wish, I'm not aware of any of our ordinances that are stale. I don't know.
That are, pardon what?
Stale. In other words, out of date. As was suggested, I'm aware that we did not update charter or ordinance for the changes in the open meeting law. That's since been corrected, but no one's pointed out anything. So, yeah, to me, it feels like city council light. And if you're going to have two members be on the committee anyway, why not spare the staff the grief of having to manage yet another committee? And why don't we just do it ourselves? That's why voters elect us.
Nicholas had a hand up.
Yes. Oh, Nicholas, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be brief too. I share many of the same thoughts. I believe the council is the governance committee for the city for the reasons that have been mentioned. And I floated to Councilor Stockwell. I'm happy to work on it if this is the direction the council wish to go. But we could get a cycle of review of ordinance and charter on a quarterly basis on the council agenda. And so I'm happy to make that part of our routine agenda making process. It just happens to be my opinion. I just sharing that as an alternative as option as well.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
So it just reminded me of the Jedi B committee and how one of their committees that they were working on before Joe Ellen had resigned was that they were going to be reviewing city ordinances and charter. So I was just curious, if that was going to be another, us doing that and them doing that. It just seems like a lot of people trying to do the same thing as well. So maybe it could be a combined effort as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, Amy Galford?
Yeah, I'll pretty much echo what Councilor Deering just said. I was thinking some of this does overlap with what committees already do, like the Police Advisory Committee has looked at ordinances for those, I think. And I remember probably 5 years ago, and now I'm realizing how much City Council has turned over, but several councilors maybe 5 years ago would periodically review ordinances. I don't know how they were coming up with it or what basis they were, but they would come up periodically just in terms of updating. It seems like the urgent ones would be like when there's a state legislative change to make sure that gets caught. But that seems like that's already up to the city council and the city attorney to watch out for. I can give you a weird, obscure example. I used to be on the no longer existing tree committee for the city. One of the things I worked on for that was looking at charter ordinance, whatever it was, about the tree wardens for Vermont because the state changed the statute and the city charter wasn't quite up to date. The committee fizzled out, and I doubt that ever happened, but I don't think there's been any consequences from that. So, I mean, if we had something where somebody's looking for state legislative changes that affect city charter, you can catch them that way. But I think the ones that are going to be of most interest are either going to rise through a committee or through constituent feedback to existing city council.
Thank you. So, yes, I'm sorry.
I just want to say, I think the Jedi Committee would have a different eye. And I did notice when I was looking through some of the ordinances that the City Physicians Division is still there. And what I wondered about was the abatement of dangerous structures and the vacant building ordinance. Like, I don't know if anyone's looked at them side by side and say, well, this says this and this says this. And it's kind of about some of the same structures. So from my point of view, councils, I think, is pretty busy with the work that we have in front of us right now. And the laws that we have, I think, are really important to be accurate and updated. I'd be happy to change the charge if that would be useful, but I think our laws are really important to be accurate and to be updated and to have some deep dives into them. And I don't know if council has that kind of time.
We only meet every other week.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to offer my services with you, Counselor Stockwell, if you'd like to meet once a month or twice a month, so we could review these ordinances and bring them back to council, and then we could avoid all of that.
I don't know if I have that time. I also noticed that the last time we were on a committee together, it didn't work out well for you.
Yeah, there were definitely some personal conflicts between the three of us.
Gee. Yeah, I would be a no on this. I would prefer that the council work, again, so much of this is policy question and policy development as opposed to, we could say, hey, your homework for the next 2 weeks is this, and we could give you some ordinances to read. In other words, all of us. And maybe we should do exactly that. Maybe we should start with chapter 1 of the city charter, and maybe we should all agree that we will read it, and if we see over a period of time, and if we see any inconsistencies, we'll fix it. I mean, for me, with all due respect, Councilor Stockwell, it feels like city council light. It feels like the JV team to the city council, and I see it inviting a lot of conflict, not fixing it. So for me, I just prefer to work with the people that I didn't necessarily choose, but the people who the voters put here to serve with me. And I think we can get through it on our own. I do. So would anyone be in favor? I am just, no.
May I?
Yes, of
may I
course.
ask another
Yeah.
follow-up question to Councilor Stockwell? The composition of your committee, that strikes me as a really tough one to get right. This is finicky, detailed work that requires some degree, at the very least, of legal familiarity, if not legal expertise, in reviewing state statute. I am not a lawyer. I am an historian. I see the benefit of bringing in public outreach and public process in advising on policy. And there certainly could be outreach around ordinances that concern policy that people are concerned about, that don't feel right for our current city situation or makeup. So that's sort of one lane. Like, there's the question of, I think public process, public input is best suited for that kind of thing, for the formation of policy and the advising of councilors representing their constituents and city council as a whole. And then there's another lane that is, the state passed a new law, we have to tweak it in our ordinance. That's not really like appointed committee work. That's legal work. That's the city attorney reviews that and makes sure to give visibility. And maybe, as the city manager suggests, we should get into it. I'm not at all opposed to like looking through these things and getting into a cycle of review and things like that. I worry that is a really hard composition with two potential members of the public. Like, we're asking for almost resumes for that work to really do it effectively, to move at what is frankly a pretty fast pace through the work. And I got to be honest, like, I worry that it would become politicized, because it does become a policy conversation almost no matter what. So anyway, I made my point. I'll stop now. Sorry.
Vern Rose, did you have a question or a comment?
Oh, hi, thank you. Yes, I really appreciated the specific example that Councilor Stockwell brought up around the vacant buildings, and just making sure that what we have is up to date, and exploring that. And it seems like that what Amy said, I don't know how long ago it was, but we did have some kind of review of ordinances. I think that's how the chicken ordinance thing got to be so popular in Barre City. And I don't want to see us going back to the chicken and flag conversations, but there may be some things. So what I'm asking is, how do we know that our ordinances are up to date if nobody's looking at them?
Well, I mean, first of all,
Point.
they're ordinances. So when you say up to date, I don't even know, up to date by whose standards?
I mean, that,
By whose standards? Because again, it's a policy question. So,
well,
for example,
do you want me to answer what I clarified
sure,
for you?
go for it.
Okay, when I mean up to date, it was the example of if something changes in the state, that affects how one of our ordinances is, then how do we keep track of that? How do we stay current, I guess maybe is the word, so that our things are reflecting what we're actually doing or that are being involved with the state? Does that make more sense?
Yeah. And in areas, I mean, quite frankly, it's a bit of a team effort. Part of the responsibility lies with the city clerk. City clerk is the keeper of the charter and the ordinances. So part of the responsibility lies there. Part of the responsibility lies with the city council. But I, for one, don't think any of the responsibility should lie with the committee, because I agree with everything Councilor Guston has said about it has the potential to become politicized. It would become, for the most part, a policy committee. It would be the JV team of the city council sending stuff up to the city council saying, this is what we think the policy should be. Well, okay, I thought that was our job. We didn't ask you to do policy. Well, you're getting it. So just put an end to the discussion. I, for one, am a no. How does anyone feel about it? We got a lot of things coming up. I don't want to have this discussion right now.
Were you raising your hand or just resting it?
I was raising my hand.
Yes.
Oh, I thought I couldn't talk.
No, I was waiting. I thought you were resting it too.
No. Carol, as I recall, I think it was 21 when I first got on council, there was this study, I'm going to say review of charter, I think, under Lucas's watch. And I think as I can still see the track changes, so how did that get started?
There have been a number of different approaches, all of them pretty much ad hoc and time limited, whether it's been a self-appointed single counselor or a couple counselors who have taken on the task of reviewing documents and coming back with ideas, whether it's been a group. Peter and I sat on a charter review committee going back 15 years ago, and we put forward a whole bunch of charter changes that the voters promptly denied. And you know, so it's been there. I haven't been aware of anything that's been sort of an ongoing, constant review. It's more been things that have arisen when somebody wants to make a change, or when there's been an update, like was mentioned before, if there's an update in statute or something like that, or the council has had, you know, the vacant building ordinances came out of council discussions around vacant properties. You know, the ordinances around, you know, building codes for rental properties came out of council discussions that then were developed. So it has been, most of it has been sort of top down from council directives, or whether it's a group directive or an individual or a couple. All the animal changes were Michael Booten over and over and over again.
Yes, they were.
So, and it was entirely him, so.
And I think that works.
I mean, one of the things that we do is when something is brought up, we then look through the entire document, you know, to say, okay, where else does this touch? You know, so that we're catching Last year, when we put together the charter changes about removing all the school language, we went through and made sure that we were catching all the school language in the charter. We've done, other times when we've done charter changes, we've done the same kind of thing. And we do the same kind of thing with ordinance, so.
Yes, of course.
Just, I too worry about the political possibilities because, especially at this time, because everything is so political anyway. You can say hello and that could be political. But, so I just wonder if there's another way. I mean, you've cited already like 2 or 3 different ways council over time has done it. And since council is in a constant state of flux, it could change how you look at it again, that there's no consistency. And I don't know how you build the consistency in, but the idea of a few counselors working on it, yes, I think that.
Carol, you are about as familiar with our ordinances as any other human being in Barre City. Do you think generally that they are in need of updating? Do you think the system, as it has been operating so far, has worked? Are you aware of glaring problems?
There certainly are things that are, in most instances, things are in ordinance that are no longer current practice and won't come back. I mean, it wasn't too many years ago when we finally got rid of the prohibition against pool halls. But it also wasn't doing anybody any harm. So we caught that when we were doing that section.
Spitting is still in there?
Which, spitting, I think it is.
Yeah, can't spit in the city.
So I mean, I can't think of anything right off the top of my head that I can think of that somebody could say, could really hold over our heads and say, you're in violation of not doing this or doing this or whatever. There's certainly some housekeeping that could be done. But what tends to happen is it tends to get caught when, it tends to get cleaned up. It's kind of like the legislature, what they do is when a bill gets presented and a certain section of statute is being corrected or amended, at the same time, they go through and change the pronouns. It's a technical correction that's being done at the same time. They're not going to take the time to go through every single title and correct the pronouns. They do it while they're working on a particular section. They go through and, they're now capitalizing everywhere where it says state, but they don't do it through all of the statutes. They do it as they're working through sections. So it's the same kind of thing. In many cases, what I think needs to be done is more technical than substantive.
Thank you.
And the substantive stuff would come from what things the council wants to do. Or sometimes they come up from staff. From staff says, we should have something like this, and then they'll draft something, but.
Thank you. So.
Why don't I withdraw the request and we move on?
Oh, okay. Then we'll start with you, roundtable, Councilor Stockwell.
Don't we have to have an executive
Oh, wait.
session?
Oh, funding request for town meeting, sorry.
Yep, no worries.
My bad.
no worries.
My bad.
I was thinking withdrawing it because I'm just so tired.
Yep, sorry, we're withdrawing that too.
All right, so you were sent the list of the organizations that have applied for level funding for this year. The total amount is $105,200. There are 18 nonprofit organizations that have applied, and I'm just asking that you approve this as one bulk. It will be placed in one article for the ballot in May.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Did anyone not get on there? Yes, sorry.
I was just wondering why we can't separate them. I've heard a lot from constituents that they'd like to have them separated. And even have heard from some people that if they're not separated, they're gonna vote no. I'm just asking
Yeah,
what
I
I've been
mean,
asked.
We could separate all of them. It would just make for a very long ballot. And for the most part, I think most people do just systematically check yes, 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 unless they have a grievance against one particular organization. There may be down the road, if people apply from this point forward as a separate, if somebody new.
Right.
And they've petitioned, it would be a separate.
Personally, I don't care. I just wanted to,
Yeah.
relay the information because that's my job.
Yeah, I can't even remember, Carol, why did we put them together?
We changed the policy.
Okay.
It's in the policy.
It was a policy change, not done by committee. Yeah, so we actually used to have them separate, and people did exactly that. Generally, the voters were always very generous, except for Friends of the Winooski River. I could never understand that. Like, they're not hurting anybody. But
Feel your seniors.
yes, it was so strange, but people would just check, so we put them all, yeah, so noted. There is a motion, there is a second. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, thank you very much. Now, Counselor Stockwell, roundtable.
I'll pass.
Counselor, I'm sorry.
Don't we have an executive session?
Do, but it's after
Yes,
roundtable.
after the
After
roundtable.
roundtable.
Yeah,
I'll pass.
Counselor Boucheron.
I'll pass.
Pass.
Counselor
Oh,
Guston.
God, I'm sorry, but I have to say something. We had great flood walks the weekend before last. We have two more coming up, the 15th and the 16th. We'll be on Orange Street on Saturday and Tremont on Sunday. I hope people in those neighborhoods are able to come out. And Kristen Bauman mentioned in her Aldrich Library presentation, the Secretary of State's Civic Health presentation that will be at the Aldrich 1 week from today, hopefully not at this time. I will be on that panel, and I am looking forward to it. There, that was quick at least.
Thank you. Counselor Deering.
I'll pass. I don't even know.
Counselor Spalding.
The only thing I want to say is thank you for everybody who got out to vote for the school budget and new school board members. I am no longer on the school board, so I have 100% of my time dedicated now to city council, which I'm sure you'll all be thrilled with. Maybe I'll take up reviewing ordinances and
There you go.
but yes, thank you to everyone who came out to vote. I'm so glad that the budget passed on the first try.
Okay, thank you. So council, we do need executive session. We're going to discuss legal, personnel, and real estate.
So moved.
Motion for findings made by Counselor Stockwell, seconded by whoever. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, thank you very much. And now I need a motion to go into
moved.
executive session. We'll be
Second.
joined by the manager. Motion is made and seconded. All those in favor of the motion as presented,
Aye.
please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, council will be in executive session in just a moment.
I'll lock this
I'm gonna
up.
go to the bathroom real quick.
Jeff knows how to do it.
I know how to lock it, yeah.
Dave, no action for Dave.
No.
I'm working on the room, Sonia and Nicholas, give me a second.
Yeah. I'll go home and I don't know. I'll probably go home, have a sandwich. I sleep.
I've done it to Nicholas and Sonia. Great, Sonia's in.
City of Barre is inviting you to join.
We are going in. One more time.
Sorry about that. A motion was just made to exit executive session by Counselor Stockwell, seconded by Counselor Bergeron. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and a motion to adjourn. Motion is made, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, we are adjourned.
Oh, that's a miracle.
Good night. Job well done.